calm, rational and ruthless. This expression, which was strongly mixed with many complex emotions, suddenly made the usually cold Bai Lin more humane. Bai Lin raised his eyes gently and stood there, staring at You Mian quietly. Bai Lin knew very well that You Mian was a man who was always fearless, and what he could do now was to stand behind him with an absolutely strong attitude, support him, and provide him with an environment that was safer than anywhere else. Bai Lin was on a long-distance flight to a foreign country when he saw the video posted by You Mian. For the first time in his 30 years of life, he felt strongly the emotion of fear. Bai Lin never expected that he had saved You Mian's work by accident, and he also truly saw what a vicious and evil den the Yu family was. A hint of cruelty flashed across Bai Lin's eyes, making the man's aura cold for a moment. But he quickly restrained himself, hiding his deep thoughts that could not be revealed under his cold appearance. Bai Lin held onto the elevated platform and raised his head and asked softly, "Is the angle right?" Upon hearing the voice, You Mian turned around and slowly walked down, with a smile on his face, looking refreshing and cool. "Very suitable, thank you," You Mian said. "How can I repay you?" After waking up, You Mian was no longer as fragile as she was when she was drunk, and she was so full of energy and vigor that Bai Lin couldn't help but fall in love with her. Bai Lin lowered his eyes and looked at You Mian. After a half-second pause, he said in a hoarse voice, "If possible, my mother would like to have a draft drawing of your creation of maternal love." You Mian was startled. "Auntie wants it." Bai Lin nodded. "Didn't you say before that the theme of maternal love was created with her in mind? You asked me to tell her that I had delivered it and she was very happy to hear it." You Mian smiled with curved eyebrows and a clear and soft voice. "Boss Bai, are you sure you only want to change a draft drawing for such a large sculpture room?" The boy stood in front of him, and his gentle words stirred Bai Lin's nerve endings. You Mian's tone seemed to be saying, "Mr. Bai lost money, you should order something else." Bai Lin's jaw curved sharply, and when his dark eyes looked at You Mian, he no longer tried to restrain his strong and alluring possessiveness. The idea that was about to become reality, Bai Lin thought You Mian would at least be surprised, but the other party's expression not only did not change, but his smile deepened. You Mian tilted his head and asked, "Boss Bai?" Bai Lin laughed hoarsely, "I just want a rough draft." You Mian raised his eyebrows. "Okay." You Mian's tone was relaxed and normal, as if Bai Lin had asked for something else just now, he would have agreed so easily. Some thoughts flooded into Bai Lin's mind, making him tremble a little. Bai Lin's Adam's apple rolled slightly and his voice became deep. "Then I won't bother you anymore." This dignified man, who was always self-restrained and orderly, had his neat black hair neatly combed when he lowered his head. His straight shoulders showed an extremely domineering width. He walked out of the scene with his back straight, but his eyes jumped violently when he heard the warehouse door close behind him. Bai Lin raised his hand and pinched his nose bridge, and the back of his hand turned red due to his excitement. Vivian was waiting outside the warehouse. When she saw Bai Lin, she came over and immediately reminded him of the itinerary for the next day as usual. Bai Lin listened calmly, walked towards the JL building not far away, picked up a pair of leather gloves and put them on, his thick eyebrows showing a restrained ruthlessness. Chapter 95. In late autumn and early winter, the wind is fierce. There are two huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows on both sides of the warehouse, and the not-so-dazzling light falls on You Mian's shoulders. You Mian was quickly sketching a preliminary draft of the sculpture for the Star Cup final on paper. When he lowered his head, the curly hair on his forehead gathered at an angle, blocking the light from falling into his eyes. The boy's amber eyes are extremely serious, and only in the sunlight can a hint of tender green show through them, making them as beautiful as a colorful and gorgeous pebble. In the quiet sculpture room, the screen of You Mian's mobile phone, which was placed in her backpack and set to silent mode, would light up from time to time. But at this moment, You Mian was concentrating on sketching and was oblivious to the situation outside. It was not until the sunlight began to shine obliquely on the walls that the intermittent rustling of pencils with a slight echo in the warehouse finally stopped. After the preliminary draft was completed, You Mian put down his brush and swept it away with a satisfied expression. Smooth and beautiful piano music came from the headset. Accompanied by the clear and pleasant pure music, You Mian kept examining the pencil sketch. When he could hardly find anything to modify, You Mian finally took off his headset. Only then did he notice the cell phone screen that kept lighting up in his backpack. But there was not much surprise on You Mian's face, because so many people contacted him in the past 2 days, some of whom offered comfort and encouragement. You Mian opened his phone and saw that among the contacts who had sent messages there were good friends of similar age like Guantong, Fang Xiaofeng and Lu Hao, as well as elders like Lin Yuqing and Qin Lan. His brows relaxed, and he began to reply to the text messages that had just been ignored one by one. After replying to everyone except Guantong, You Mian finally sent a message to this overly lively child. The reason for doing this was simply because Guantong was too excited. From the first day the incident was exposed, Guantong was so angry that he almost started a quarrel with those who cursed You Mian on Weibo using his big account with millions of followers. In the end, it was only after You Mian made a phone call that he was able to stop the other party. Guantong was like an overly lively little firecracker, and he spared no effort to help You Mian change public opinion. You Mian was enveloped by such frank kindness and wanted several times to rub Guantong's head as he did before, but he was helpless because the reality did not allow it and he could not do it. As expected, just after You Mian sent the reply text message, Guantong called suddenly. "Honey," a loud car horn sounded from Guantong's phone. You Mian, who was sitting in the quiet sculpture studio, hummed, "You're outside." Guantong smiled mysteriously when he heard this, yes. Doubts arose in You Mian's heart. Guantong did not continue to keep the secret, but smiled and said, "We are preparing for an outdoor live broadcast to give fans some benefits. After all, the 3rd episode will be aired soon." You Mian understood, and said softly, "Be careful." Guantong seemed to be walking. His voice stopped for a few seconds, and then reappeared after a while. "By the way, dear, I saw that the official website of the Xingqian Cup has started selling tickets for the finals. I happen to be free in November, so I will go to support you in person." You Mian's eyes fell on the sketch on his knees. "Okay." Guantong chuckled, "Don't worry. I will definitely be your best supporter." As soon as the words, "best support," appeared, Guantong suddenly changed his words and said, "No, no, I should be the second support. The title of the best one belongs to someone else." Guantong's voice was smiling, with a hint of cute teasing. You Mian was stunned, and for a moment he didn't have time to understand. He pinched his neck, which was tired from bowing his head for a long time, and asked, "Who is it?" Guantong exclaimed, as if accusing You Mian of being confused at the moment, "Of course it's President Pei." You Mian was slightly stunned, then he laughed helplessly. Although he didn't say anything, the boy seemed to have already agreed with Guantong's words in his heart. Guantong said lively, "The news that President Pei and Xu Ming terminated their cooperation was on the hot search, but it was suppressed after a short time." You Mian frowned immediately upon hearing this, terminate the cooperation. "Yes, there is a lot of speculation online, and many business analysts have gone out of business." You Mian frowned and said softly, "I didn't check my phone." He had not paid attention to the disturbances on the internet since he posted that blog post on Weibo last night, and judging from Pei Weiji's performance today, it was impossible to tell that such a big thing was happening at the same time. You Mian knew how complicated the cooperation between the two companies was. It was easier said than done to terminate the cooperation, but it involved a lot of things. "I didn't expect that JL would terminate the cooperation with Xu Ming. Is it because of me?" You Mian's mind was full of complicated thoughts, but Guantong's voice continued to ring in his ears. "There are quite a few Xu Ming internal staff members posting gossip online. It is said that their chairman is very angry." Upon hearing this, You Mian couldn't help but put away his thoughts and wanted to sneer. The next second, Guantong cursed out loud what he hadn't even had time to say. "You deserve it," Guantong said with a laugh. Guantong's only feeling about this matter at the moment was that it was refreshing, but You Mian thought more deeply than he did. Xu Ming is a listed company that markets itself as a high-end fashion show brand and is extremely dependent on investors' funds. Once its reputation is damaged, the blow they will suffer will be devastating. This is why Xu Ming's public relations team has always been very famous throughout Huajiang City. You Mian realized that Xu Ming was already at the end of its strength. Without subsequent financial support, it would be difficult for them to survive this crisis. Now, with the news of Xu Ming's falling stock price, the entire Huajiang City business district must be shaking. JL's withdrawal of investment is like a weather vane. People who are unaware of the inside story will just follow suit as usual, believing in Pei Weiji's vision and withdrawing their investment or investing in other brands. Therefore, at this moment, all the prominent families in Huajiang City must be avoiding any further involvement with Yu Jiwan. After You Mian hung up the phone, he looked up at the huge overpass in front of him. But these things could no longer stir up waves in Yu Mian's heart. He now had much more important things to do than these troubles. You Mian looked upwards with a determined gaze. He has a bigger stage. The spacious and bright boxing gym was filled with the sound of punches. The tall and strong man stood shirtless under the boxing ring and punched the sandbag hanging in front of him with all his strength. Huo Yanji attacked without hesitation. His short hair, fierce brows, and strong muscles all showed that he was extremely upset at the moment and didn't want anyone to disturb him. Bang, bang, bang. Huo Yan's punches hit the sandbag harder and harder, with such force that it seemed as if he was going to punch through the sandbag in front of him. The trainer was standing not far from him, with his arms folded across his chest and looking at Huo Yanji with a worried look on his face. Huo Yanji has been in this state for a long time. He couldn't vent the pent-up emotions in his heart, so at first he just stayed in the gym for half an hour after training every day to hit the sandbag. But now the situation has not only not improved, but has become more and more serious, until it is about to affect his normal training. The middle-aged trainer approached when Huo Yanji finished another set of punching bags and was bending down to pick up the water bottle to fill it with water. How about today? Starting in the boxing ring this afternoon. I've already picked out your opponent. Huo Yanji gripped the water bottle with great force, his rough brows furrowed, his hormones almost exploding. The depressed mood made it difficult for him to fall asleep these days. The trainer's question at this moment made Huo Yanji frown uncontrollably. He replied hoarsely, "Not ready yet." Huo Yanji's forehead was hot and his expression looked strange. "Then I'll push it for you first." Huo Yanji said sullenly, "Yeah." The trainer narrowed his eyes suddenly, stepped forward quickly and put his hand on the other person's forehead to test it. Then his expectation came true, and he hurriedly said, "Don't you know you have a fever?" The trainer immediately made a stop gesture and said, "Come with me to the hospital right now. You are in a very bad condition." Huo Yanji shook off the trainer's arm and said, "It's just a normal fever. I checked it before I came here, and it's not over 38 degrees. Huo Yanji's attitude was firm, and the trainer checked with a thermometer and confirmed that his temperature was not above 38 degrees. "Then you should rest now," the trainer said seriously. Huo Yanji could tell from the trainer's expression that it was impossible for him to continue fighting here today, so he put on his coat, slung his backpack over his left shoulder and walked out. Huo Yanji wore a coat and a hat on his head. The tall man walked out of the boxing gym with an imposing and indifferent manner, but he never expected to see someone outside the door whom he never thought he would meet here. Huo Yanji walked down the stairs slowly, his eyes puzzled for a moment, then he lowered his brows and asked coldly, "Yan Tingxuan. Why are you here?" Yan Tingxuan was standing under the tree wearing a brown coat. Judging from the cigarette butts scattered on the ground, the other party had been waiting for a long time. Huo Yanji frowned in disgust. "What are you doing? Looking for me?" Yan Tingxuan heard Huo Yanji's heavy nasal tone, hummed lightly, and said with a gloating smile, "You are in a mess." Huo Yanji pursed his lips when he heard that, and with his hat pulled down, he looked particularly cold and sharp. He glanced at the cigarette butts scattered at Yan Tingxuan's feet and the cigarette that had just started to light up between his fingers, and shot back, "You're not much better." Yan Tingxuan narrowed his eyes, his pupils a little blurred behind the gold-rimmed lenses. "You also forwarded that Weibo." Yan Tingxuan's words were not a question, but a statement. It seemed as if he was trying to find a way to start a topic that both of them were already aware of. Huo Yanji said mercilessly, "After all, my dad doesn't care much about me in this area." Yan Tingxuan's eyes turned fierce. He threw the burning cigarette between his fingers to his feet, then stepped on it and twisted it with the tip of his leather shoe. "Let's not beat around the bush." Yan Tingxuan asked straight to the point, "Have you contacted him? Or rather, did he accept your friend request?" Huo Yanji glanced coldly and said, "Of course not." Yan Tingxuan observed Huo Yanji's expression and suddenly smiled after a few seconds. He was desperate and was trying every possible means to cure his illness. Since You Mian didn't pass his, she naturally wouldn't pass Huo Yanji's either. What slim hope am I holding on to? Huo Yanji, why? Do you think he will pass me? Yan Tingxuan turned around and was about to leave, saying, "Because I saw you were quite confident on the show before, it seems that you are just happy for nothing." Huo Yanji's recent turbulent emotions were provoked to the extreme by Yan Tingxuan at this moment. It seemed that Yan Tingxuan had sorted out his emotions towards You Mian long ago, but Huo Yanji was not like that. He was slow-witted and stubborn, just like the other party had scolded him for. Now he was like a dog wagging its tail for mercy but was blocked outside the door. Huo Yanji didn't expect that he would be the last one to wake up. He watched several episodes of the show over and over again dozens of times, pausing, replaying and reflecting on every frame. It turns out that he was kicked out from so early on. But Huo Yanji only now belatedly realized the pain. Think you're still in time, Yan Tingxuan snorted coldly, you can't even find where he lives now. Huo Yanji grabbed Yan Tingxuan's collar and twisted his eyes viciously. What position do you have to say these things to me? Aren't you the same? Huo Yanyi raised it and threw it again, watching Yan Tingxuan almost fall to the ground in embarrassment, and said happily and painfully, anyway, he will never forgive you. You will never forgive me, nor should you. When Huo Yanji saw the surveillance video of Bai Lin breaking into the sculpture studio and smashing the works, he felt dazed as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. A feeling of emptiness and helplessness completely enveloped him. Is Bai Lin such a person? Did he stand by such a person in the past and distance himself from You Mian? Regret and sadness flooded into his brain at the same time, and the intense pain made Huo Yanji almost retching in front of the computer. He went crazy to look at all the paintings and sculptures that You Mian had ever painted and made. But I found that he no longer had the soul-stirring feeling of telepathy as before. It was as if a road was closed, Huo Yanji lost those miraculous supports, and only nothingness and emptiness were left. Huo Yanji lay in the bathroom vomiting and almost lost consciousness. Huo Yanji didn't dare to think about whether the person who disgusted him was Bai Lin or his own actions. Yan Tingxuan looked Huo Yanji up and down, now I understand how You Mian felt when he looked at me. Huo Yanji lowered his eyes in silence. Yan Tingxuan smiled gently, but his words were extremely cruel. It turns out that the perpetrator's expression when begging for forgiveness is so disgusting. No wonder he kicked me like that, and no wonder he told me to get lost. Huo Yanji pursed his lips, raised his hand and hit Yan Tingxuan's nose hard, making a loud bang. Yan Tingxuan was not willing to be outdone, so he grabbed Huo Yanji's collar and hit him. In this fierce fight, neither of them held back, and their punches hit flesh, and you could almost hear the sound of bones breaking. Both men had looks of rage on their faces, as if they really wanted to kill each other, and they looked extremely miserable. The first snow of winter in Huajiang City fell at an inopportune time. Yan Tingxuan's glasses were smashed away, and snowflakes fell lightly on the broken lenses. Through his tear-stained eyes, he saw that Huo Yanji seemed to be crying too. In this first snow, they cried heartbrokenly for the same person who would never be able to live with them again. Chapter 96. The seasons in Huajiang City changed suddenly. The day before, the golden leaves were still shaking, but after a night of heavy snow, the streets were covered with bare dead trees and the cold wind blew in our faces. The glass wall of the JL building towering in the city center reflects a straight blue-white skyline in the distance. The winter mist shrouds the entire city. The crisp morning breeze is biting. You Mian still comes early like usual. The warehouse door closed tightly at the sound of the remote control, while also completely blocking out the cold air outside the warehouse. The boy took off his gloves and heavy cotton coat, walked to the 7-meter cross-iron frame that had been initially constructed, skillfully and decisively lifted the tool cloth, and immediately started his daily sculpture work. You Mian has never been a person who works in isolation. On the day he confirmed that he had entered the Star Cup finals, he thoroughly read the information of the other two groups of players who would compete with him for the gold medal. Li Zikuan from the costume design group, Fang Shuinan from the oil painting group were all strong opponents with outstanding abilities. You Mian never stands still and is complacent, he always moves forward. He never thought that his chances of winning were always 100%. Self-confidence is a good thing, but complacency is digging one's own grave. You Mian stayed up late last night and watched all the previous works of Li Zikuan and Fang Shuinan. After getting familiar with the creative styles of the two finalists, You Mian began to speculate how they would interpret the theme of rebirth. The advantage of the sculpture group lies in its unparalleled three-dimensional viewing experience. This is a competitive advantage that the oil painting group and the fashion design group cannot compete with him in terms of outline and shape. What You Mian needs to do is to exaggerate this advantage in the confrontational competition until it is magnified to the extreme. The giant steel bars standing before our eyes are gradually covered by clay. You Mian climbed up onto the scaffolding, rolled up his sleeves, picked up a plastic bucket and started shaping. Not long ago, he received more detailed competition rules from the organizers of the Star Cup. The sculpture group's extensive preparation work was different from that of the other two groups, so they could shape their work to 2/3 before the official competition, and finally produce the final product within the 2.5-hour time limit on the competition day. You Mian stared intently at the sculpting platform in front of him, devoting himself to the creation. When he came to his senses again, he was awakened by the alarm clock on the table. You Mian leaned over and looked at the source of the sound. He hissed in annoyance. There was still a little bit left to complete. The alarm clock that Bai Lin bought specifically for the sculpture room would ring at noon and 5 in the afternoon every day. You Mian didn't know where Bai Lin bought this strangely constructed alarm clock, but he couldn't find the button to change the alarm time. It's not okay to take it apart. You Mian stood on the elevated platform, the alarm clock still ringing beside her. He turned his head to look at the sculpture, then looked down at the jingling alarm clock. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally walked down the viaduct slowly, taking off the disposable gloves stained with clay and throwing them into the trash can. Countless friend requests lit up on the screen of the phone in the backpack. If You Mian hadn't turned the phone to silent mode, he would probably be annoyed all morning. You Mian frowned and glanced at the notifications, and found that they were all from Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan. The two of them seemed to be competing in being annoying. They began sending friend requests one after another since around 9 in the morning. The names of two different applicants alternated between one above and one below, causing You Mian to let out a sound of annoyance. You Mian didn't know what Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan were up to, but he knew that if he continued to let the two of them compete like this, his phone wouldn't even be able to turn on the message notification tone. So after hesitating for a few seconds, You Mian accepted the friend requests of these two people, and then quickly added them to the blacklist before the other party even noticed. Seeing that the chat list became clear again, You Mian finally relaxed his brow. Just when You Mian finished doing all this, someone rang the bell outside the warehouse door, exactly 3 times, as if to remind him. You Mian walked out of the sculpture room wrapped in a scarf and wearing a woolen hat. The cold air instantly made him shiver. It has been more than a week since he came to the sculpture studio in the warehouse. President JL, who should be busy with all kinds of affairs, has been calling him to eat every day like an alarm clock, for more than a week in a row. You Mian shrugged helplessly, and the edge of his white woolen hat fell lightly above his eyebrows, making the boy's amber eyes rounder. His usually cold and pale skin looked warm and lovely in the winter. You Mian said calmly, "I'm almost done with my morning work." The boy's voice was not loud, as if he was complaining quietly, complaining about the care that required him to eat at a certain time. Bai Lin was wearing a well-tailored suit with a long gray-brown velvet coat on the outside. A gray scarf of the same color was hung around his neck. He looked like an expensive person. Bai Lin raised his eyebrows and said with reason, "Scientific research shows that lunch must be eaten on time." You Mian pursed her lips and did not refute. "And what if I say I have brought some news you want to know?" Bai Lin said. You Mian, who was following behind Bai Lin, was stunned when he heard the words, and then he realized that the direction he was leading was not the usual JL cafeteria. "Where are we going?" You Mian asked after sitting in the back seat of the car. Bai Lin raised his eyebrows lightly, "Yupanjai." As soon as these 3 words appeared, You Mian suddenly remembered something. He had previously looked up the Angsan welfare home mentioned in the book, and it seemed that there was such a restaurant near the city where the welfare home was located. Bai Lin saw the thoughtful look in You Mian's eyes and took the initiative to explain, "It's the one you were thinking of." You Mian blinked, and her hands on her knees unconsciously clenched a little. Did Mr. Bai find out something new? It has been several weeks since the two of them talked about You Mian's biological parents. Even though You Mian was mentally prepared, he did not expect to see the results so soon. Before You Mian could get nervous, Bai Lin said in a deep voice, "We just found some facts that are different from what we thought." Bai Lin was subtly reminding You Mian not to have too high hopes for the time being. If it were any other matter, Bai Lin would definitely tell You Mian after finding out the specific cause, but this matter was different from anything else. Pei Yg felt that You Mian needed to know it first. Even if the news did not touch upon even a corner of the truth, he still felt that You Mian should be told. You Mian smiled with his eyes bent. I know. The scenery along the way gradually changed from a bustling city to a remote suburb. Even though the name of Yupanjai is very grand and gorgeous, it was not until the two of them stopped at the door of the restaurant that they realized that the restaurant with such a name was actually a homely stir-fry restaurant. The driver, Xiao Li, held the steering wheel and scratched his head. Boss Pei, do we need to find another place? Pei Yg turned sideways and glanced at You Mian. Seeing that the boy was curiously looking at the surroundings, he said calmly, no need to change, just stay here. Pei Yg and You Mian got off the car one after another. You Mian stood next to the manhole cover. There were many people riding bicycles to and from get off work around him. The narrow street was crowded and bustling. There was steam coming out of the window of Yupanjai, and You Mian could hear the proprietress's voice calling out from inside. Table number 2. Stir-fried tripe. Pei Yg made a gesture to Xiao Li, and the driver immediately drove away. You Mian raised her head and smiled at Pei Yg. Mr. Pei, are you used to eating this? Pei Yg raised his eyelids and stepped onto the dusty dirt street without hesitation in his expensive high-end leather shoes. Pei Yig's nonchalant look reminded You Mian of the first time he went to his classroom. At that time, under the moonlight, Pei Yg also stepped into the sculpture classroom covered with oil mud and plaster without any hesitation. Pei Yg lowered his eyes, looked directly at You Mian and smiled, as if trying to comfort the other person's overly nervous mood. Pei Yg said, it sounds like there are a lot of choices on the menu. Maybe when you were very young, younger than 4 or 5 years old, someone carried you here. You Mian narrowed his eyes helplessly. It was more than 10 years ago, not necessarily. As soon as You Mian finished speaking, the proprietress of Yupanjai replied loudly while holding the dishes, how can it be impossible? Although this shop is small, it has been open for more than 20 years. Amid the clamor of the crowd, the proprietress's voice was extremely piercing. An honest middle-aged woman wearing a pink apron poked her head out of the window, smiled very kindly, and asked, would you two like to have dinner? You Mian turned his head to glance at Pei Yg, as if to confirm whether the other party really wanted to eat here. Seeing Pei Yg nodded, You Mian turned to the proprietress and smiled, saying, yes, come and eat. The lady boss's eyes fell on You Mian for a few seconds. She frowned and hissed several times, this young man. Just as You Mian's heart was slightly lifted, he heard the other person grinning brightly and saying, those eyes look like those of a mixed-race child. You Mian followed Pei Yg into the restaurant, thinking silently in his heart that it might be the case. The small shop that sounded bustling from the outside just now was actually only occupied by 4 tables. It seemed that the atmosphere was only livened up by the proprietress. You Mian and Pei Yg chose a seat near the air conditioner and sat down. The proprietress handed them the menu at the right time and said, what would you like to eat? Both Pei Yg and You Mian looked wealthy or noble in their attire, which made the proprietress very confused. It was really strange that such people would come here to eat. Before she could continue thinking, Pei Yig's next question made her even more curious. Boss, do you know that there is a welfare home called Angxin nearby? There were not many people in the store. The few people who were sitting and eating were looking up at the TV hanging next to the door, and they didn't pay any attention to the situation of Pei Yg and You Mian. The proprietress wasn't sure what the two men were doing, so she didn't answer immediately. Seeing this, You Mian lowered his eyes and glanced at the menu, then tapped his fingers and said, I'll have duck intestine fried rice. After ordering the dishes, You Mian smiled. The look of her eyebrows instantly dispelled a lot of the proprietress's hesitation. Pei Yg said calmly, I'll have some wontons. The man handed the menu back to the proprietress and said casually, this place has really changed a lot. You Mian immediately understood what Pei Yg was saying, raised his head and looked at the proprietress, smiling and saying casually, I'm just asking. I lived here for a while many years ago, and now that I'm back, I find that many places have been rebuilt and I don't recognize them anymore. When You Mian said this, the proprietress immediately smiled in surprise, really? Then it's changed so much that I can't recognize it. The proprietress put away the note and thought for a while, the Angxin welfare home you mentioned is still there, and there are still many children. You Mian asked, is there no one to adopt so many children? The lady boss exclaimed, who would abandon a child these days without any illness or disaster? Every one of them has some problem. Besides, our place is remote, and the Angxin welfare home is just a nice name, but it is actually an orphanage. The difference between a welfare home and an orphanage is not just the difference between them sounding good or bad, but more importantly, they belong to different people, one belongs to the state and the other to a private individual. You Mian and Pei Yg looked at each other. Pei Yg frowned and asked, since it's an orphanage, these children can't even be registered, right? The waiter in the kitchen called for the dishes to be served, and the proprietress hurriedly said, with government subsidies in recent years, the children's household registration can be registered with the police station, but the earlier batches could not be registered at all. The proprietress turned around and went to the kitchen to get busy. You Mian frowned, and after a few seconds he looked up and said to Pei Yg, it's impossible that they don't have a household registration. If that's the case, the children who haven't been adopted before can't even go to kindergarten. Pei Yg tapped the table with his fingers, and after thinking for a while, he said, these orphanages that cannot be registered would register under the names of charitable sponsors a long time ago when the registration was chaotic. Charitable donors? You Mian asked. Pei Yg nodded solemnly, most of them are acquaintances of the orphanage director. As long as they know that Angxin Welfare Home did not have the qualifications to register as a household, it will be easy to check. The two of them had just finished a simple meal and walked out of Yupanjai when they heard bursts of low screams behind them. You Mian was wearing a white plush hat. When he turned around, he saw a few high school girls with backpacks standing in the corner. When they noticed that You Mian turned around, they became even more excited. You Mian, it's really You Mian, so handsome, and so tall. The high school student was frank and cute. He looked at Pei Yg who was standing next to You Mian without any hesitation, and immediately shouted excitedly at the top of his voice, ah, President Pei. Are you two holding hands? Are you together? Are you dating? We promise not to tell anyone. You Mian raised his hand helplessly and tugged at his woolen hat, thinking silently, Director Hong, this is none of my business. Chapter 97. Not long after returning to the apartment that night, You Mian received a call from Hong Sheng. You Mian, did you meet Pei Yg this afternoon? Hong Sheng's voice on the other end of the phone was not as anxious as You Mian had imagined, but mostly curious. According to the program recording requirements, his private contact with Pei Yg was indeed close to crossing the red line. Therefore, You Mian stood at the dining table, poured a cup of hot water, and said what he had discussed with Pei Yg in the afternoon step by step, explaining that it was just a coincidence. Hong Sheng was silent for a few seconds. Ah. Aren't you guys on a date? You Mian didn't know why, but she actually detected a hint of regret in Hong Sheng's tone. Hong Sheng seemed to realize that there was something wrong with his tone, and he immediately coughed a few times to clear his throat before speaking again. A fan posted a photo of you two online, and it was quite popular in the CP Super topic, but it doesn't matter, just be more careful next time. In the past, it was not uncommon for fans to encounter the two guests of a dating variety show on the street, and most of them were accompanied by spoilers. But the third episode of the program was about to be broadcast, and all the staff of the program group were well aware of the CP relationship between You Mian and Pei Yg, so they didn't care so much about the fans' encounter. You Mian didn't expect the matter to be revealed so easily. She smiled softly and said, okay, director. Hong Sheng gave You Mian a few more instructions to forward the Weibo post and then hung up the phone. You Mian immediately went on Weibo and forwarded the broadcast poster of the third episode of Matching Heartbeat. Almost instantly, the number of his likes and comments increased rapidly. Is the third episode really coming? I'm so happy that there's another variety show to enjoy with meals. Fresh Mian, want to see selfies? Don't mention the chance meeting or date, give brother Mian some face. Date? What date? No one mentioned date, don't even mention the word date. No one mentioned the chance encounter, and no one mentioned at JL. What are you doing at JL? You have to at JL. The at JL account is not managed by Brother Chair. At JL, please ask Mr. Pei when he will open a personal account. Mr. Pei has a personal account. I'm not talking about robots that only know how to repost official blog posts, woohoo. You Mian stared at these funny comments in a daze, his eyes gradually becoming more and more gentle. Someone in the comments posted a photo of the meeting by chance in the afternoon. You Mian clicked on the large photo and saw that he was holding a woolen hat in his left hand, with his chestnut brown curly hair slightly messy on his forehead, his eyebrows curved in a smile. In the middle was a fan of the photo, and standing on the far right of the picture was Bai Lin. Bai Lin was too tall, so he needed to lean forward slightly to accommodate himself and was closest to the camera. Even though they were not face to face, the oppressive feeling brought by those sharp black eyes was still strong. His three-dimensional and deep facial features with dramatic contours looked particularly handsome in the winter mist. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and he seemed to be in a good mood. You Mian stared at the picture unconsciously for a long time. When he came to his senses, he found the words, "Picture saved successfully," appeared on the screen. You Mian. He blinked, quickly picked up the cup and took a sip of water, and then continued to scroll down the comments in a panic, as if he wanted to scroll up to the picture he had just seen. However, the picture under the comment not only did not disappear, but it appeared in almost every reply. Here are some screenshots of Mr. Pai alone. Picture. You Mian put the cup to his lips, and his right hand, which was operating with one hand, suddenly paused, and then clicked on it casually. Long press to save. After a few seconds, a soft laugh was heard in the living room, which was quietly lit with a floor-standing warm lamp. You Mian turned off his phone and rubbed his temple helplessly. What was he doing? A few minutes later, You Mian turned on his computer again, logged into the official website of Huajiang Public Security Bureau, and waited for the result of his household registration application. If it were half a month ago, You Mian would definitely not take the initiative to inquire about issues related to his household registration. He just needed to know that he now has no relationship with the Yu family. But now, You Mian felt a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. The incoming call sound appears together with the red dot of the message box on the computer screen. You Mian answered the call and clicked on the official reply. Bai Li's deep voice came from the other end of the line. You Mian, I found out. The household registration of the children in Angxin Welfare Home 20 years ago was all under the name of a sponsor named Miao Li. As Bai Li finished speaking, You Mian also saw clearly the household registration page he had reapplied for. Head of Household, Miao Li. You Mian's hand holding the phone suddenly tightened, and his eyes went blank for a moment. It turned out that there really was such a person. I wonder if Miao Li knows the situation when the Yu family adopted him. I wonder if she knows how she came to Angxin Welfare Home. Maybe she even knows her parents. All these questions and doubts now have a thread that can be traced and grasped. You Mian raised his arms to cover his eyes, with the corners of his mouth raised in a smile. I saw it too, You Mian said in a hoarse voice. Bai Li's voice disappeared for a few seconds, as if to give You Mian some time to calm down. But soon, Bai Li started talking again. 20 years ago, Angxin was just a privately owned orphanage. At that time, they couldn't register these 4 or 5 children, so this kind sponsor appeared, and Miao Li took the initiative to offer to register the children's household registration under her name. Bai Li explained word by word. Registration at that time was not as strict as it is now. The other children who were not adopted moved their household registration out when they reached adulthood, so now You Mian is the only one under Miao Li's name. You Mian stood up and calmed down, then followed Bai Li's voice and said, so she is very likely a witness to the Yu family's adoption of me. Bai Li said, yes. As far as I know, she still goes to the Angxin Welfare Home every Tuesday, and her financial aid is also sent to the welfare home every month. He sounds like a very kind and good-hearted old man. If you want to see her, we can go there tomorrow. You Mian listened to Bai Li's voice coming from the phone beside his ear. This time he did not hesitate, but chose to hold the thread in front of him tightly. Good. Huajiang City has completely entered winter. The front yards of rows of single-family villas are covered with several layers of thick snow. Frost is also hanging on the branches of many beautifully trimmed dwarf trees and flower beds, and the cold is oppressive. Since there was a heavy snowfall, the weather was unusually sunny today. Miao Li wrapped herself in a thick cotton coat, walked out of the house, and picked up a broom to clear the snow. The rustling sound of sweeping was particularly noticeable on this quiet morning. Miao Li bent down to pick up the plastic bucket full of snow and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a black Maybach drove over from a distance and slowly stopped at the gate of Miao Li's front yard fence. The silver-haired elderly woman holding a broom looked up in confusion. She did not recognize the serial number license plate. You Mian and Pei Yg got out of the car one after another. When You Mian saw Miao Li cleaning the yard, he suddenly stopped. Miao Li put down the broom and asked, "Hello, who are you looking for?" You Mian followed Pei Yg and walked slowly closer. "We are looking for Ms. Miao Li." Miao Li glanced warily at the two men in front of her whom she didn't know at all, especially Pei Yg. The other person was tall and strong, and looked like he could lift himself off the ground with one hand. Miao Li lives alone and has always been good at preventing dangerous situations. So when You Mian handed over her household registration booklet, she did not go up to take it immediately. Instead, she asked him a lot of questions carefully. Until You Mian said the 5 words, "Tingxuan welfare home," Miao Li's vigilance suddenly dropped. "Are you the child from the welfare home?" Miao Li's eyesight wasn't very good. She squinted hard to look at You Mian. It has been almost 20 years since the incident. Even if Miao Li had a good memory, she would have almost forgotten it at her age. You Mian nodded and replied with a gentle smile, "Yes, I was in Tingxuan welfare home, and was later adopted." Miao Li then approached the fence and took the household registration booklet handed to her by You Mian. As soon as she opened it, she suddenly saw her name on it. At this moment, it seemed as if all the memories of the past came flooding back like a tide. Miao Li quickly grasped the household registration booklet tightly in her hand. She raised her eyes to look at the young boy in front of her, and sure enough, she found a sense of familiarity from many years ago in the color of his eyes. "It's you." Miao Li's old, wrinkled face showed a warm smile, "Little You Mian." When the cold wind blew, Pei Yg stepped forward to block Lai Feng from the left for You Mian. Miao Li immediately said, "Let's go inside and talk." The fence in the front yard of the villa was opened. You Mian picked up the snow bucket for Miao Li, and Pei Yg took the broom from You Mian. Miao Li staggered in front of the two of them, stood at the door and pushed it open, and the hot air from the room rushed towards them. As soon as You Mian entered the house, he saw the living room decorated very warmly. There was a plush blanket piled on the sofa, on which were curled 2 or 3 kittens sleeping soundly together. The fireplace here was not just a decoration, but a bright fire was burning inside. Miao Li took off her heavy coat and poured 2 cups of warm coffee for You Mian and Pei Yg. "The weather is really cold now," Miao Li said as she turned and walked into the house. You Mian and Pei Yg sat on the sofa in the living room and watched Miao Li take a thick photo album from the bookshelf. The old man came back and sat in his own rocking chair, and put on his reading glasses. "Little You Mian, I remember that you were adopted by a couple with children." Miao Li opened the photo album, handed it to You Mian with a smile, and said, "Look, you are in it. This is a mottled, old black and white photo. There were 2 people sitting on the chairs and 4 children standing in the back row. The oldest looked 8 years old and the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. They were held in the arms of the young woman on the chair. The young woman has delicate features and fashionable curly hair." Miao Li raised her reading glasses and smiled shyly, "This is me." You Mian saw himself with curly hair at that time, being held in Miao Li's arms. Pei Yig's gaze was fixed on Xiao You Mian, and his eyes softened instantly. Miao Li was such a smart person that when she saw You Mian holding the household registration book outside the house, she guessed why the 2 people came here this time. You Mian stroked the photo for a few times and asked in a low voice, "Aunt Miao, can you tell me about the situation when the Yu family adopted me?" Miao Li looked thoughtful. Back then, Tingxuan was just an orphanage, and it didn't have the qualifications to register as a household. Plus, there were only the children in the photo, and I'm a non-marriage person, so I registered all of these children under my household registration. But now there is no need to go through so much trouble. The Tingxuan welfare home has been nationalized and all the children are registered at the police station. Miao Li looked at You Mian and said in a very soft voice, "Your situation was very special back then. The family that adopted you had their own children, so they didn't meet the adoption criteria. But the orphanage was on the verge of closing at the time, and their family was very wealthy, so I had no choice but to agree to their de facto adoption. And the couple also promised me that they would formally adopt you after the fact of adoption, and they did it." Miao Li paused for a few seconds, then sighed and said, "But you can see the current situation. 3 years ago, they informed me that the previous adoption agreement was invalid. That is to say, your household registration has been under their name for more than 10 years, but once the adoptive party raises an objection, it will be returned to me." As soon as You Mian heard it, he understood the vicious plan of You Jiwan and Bai Lin. They let me replace Bai Lin's identity, and indeed allowed You Mian to have a household registration in the You family, but all this was just superficial. Before Bai Lin officially returned to China, You Jiwan and Bai Lin would raise objections to this tampered adoption agreement and withdraw the adoption. By then, You Mian will be kicked out of the You family cleanly, and he won't get anything, let alone shares. If You Mian could figure it out, then Miao Li could figure it out too. But Miao Li didn't understand why the You family did this, so she thought they just didn't want You Mian to get any share of the property. The grudges among the wealthy families are complicated. Miao Li felt overwhelmed with emotion as she looked at You Mian in front of her. The orphanage has its own rules. I can't take the initiative to look for you, nor can I interfere with your life. Miao Li smiled and patted the back of You Mian's hand. Have you had a hard time these years, little You Mian? Pei Weiji's Adam's apple rolled suddenly and his eyes became deep. On the other hand, You Mian smiled brightly and shook his head. Miao Li just thought that You Mian was comforting her as an old lady, and her eyes were slightly moist behind her reading glasses. All the children from that time have grown up, and now the youngest, You Mian, has also grown up, Miao Li said with a smile. You Mian looked down at the photo, pointed at a young man sitting next to Miao Li, and asked, Aunt Miao, who is this person? Miao Li's smile faded slightly and she sighed softly. His name is Song Zheng, and he is the first director of Angxin Orphanage. When I first met him, you were held in his arms. You were so young at the time, only about 4 or 5 months old. You Mian was startled, then he is me. Miao Li knew what You Mian wanted to ask, so she shook her head. No, Song Zheng said your last name is You Mian, and he raised you to fulfill his responsibility as a friend. He may know your biological parents. Pei Weiji immediately asked in a deep voice, then where is this guy named Song Zheng now? Miao Li stroked the blanket on her knees. Didn't I mention earlier that the orphanage was on the verge of closing down once? That was because there was a big fire in Angxin Orphanage. Song Zheng went in to save the children in the fire and never came out again. Once Song Zheng passed away, the funds supporting the orphanage were cut off. You Mian felt confused and blank after hearing this. Could it be that the only person who knew who his biological parents were left just like that? Pei Weiji frowned and asked, didn't Mr. Song tell you about You Mian's parents at that time? Miao Li shook her head. He was very reluctant to talk about it, but he often hugged You Mian. Little You Mian is very smart. He showed amazing mathematical talent at the age of 2. His perception of colors is also beyond the ordinary. Miao Li looked at You Mian with a gentle smile in her eyes. You were very young at that time, but you always liked to climb high and sit on top of the bookcase to do math problems like addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Song Zheng said something at that time. You Mian's eyes tightened instantly. What did you say? Miao Li thought for a while and said, I only remember Song Zheng saying at that time, it turns out that Mian, you are also a natural adventurer. Chapter 98. Miao Li is a talkative and cheerful person. Seeing that You Mian was very curious about the past days in the welfare home, she spread out the photo album and started explaining them one by one. But You Mian only stayed in the welfare home for 4 years in total. Miao Li quickly finished flipping through the photo album. Facing the boy's expectant gaze, she pursed her lips and said, I know Song Zheng's father is still alive. If you still have something you want to know, maybe you can ask him. Just when he thought he had reached a dead end, there was an unexpected turn of events, and the lost thread appeared in front of You Mian again. You Mian's eyes lit up instantly, and then he said in a soft voice with mixed emotions, Thank you, Aunt Miao. Miao Li smiled kindly and reached out to pat the back of You Mian's hand. During the time that Miao Li and You Mian were chatting, Pei Weiji had been sitting quietly by the side, so Miao Li, who was a little intimidated by the other person's height at first, couldn't help but relax. After You Mian thanked him, Pei Weiji suddenly followed suit and said in a deep voice, Thank you very much. Although Pei Weiji deliberately restrained his cold aura, Miao Li was still stuck for a moment when she turned her head to face him. Miao Li waved her hand lightly, It's just a piece of cake. Well, this is the address. Miao Li said as she handed it over. You Mian took it and looked at it, and found that it was a cemetery not far from the outskirts of Huajiang City. Miao Li took the initiative to explain, Song Zheng's father works there, you can find out by going to the security department. You Mian put away the business card and smiled gratefully, Thank you Aunt Miao, I'm sorry to bother you today. Miao Li frowned slightly and complained lovingly, "What do you mean by disturbing me? It's not disturbing me at all." She raised her hand and hugged You Mian, then gently patted the boy's shoulder. "Go ahead," Miao Li said with gentle eyes. Before leaving, You Mian promised to sweep the snow in the yard for her tomorrow, but Miao Li just gently held the blanket and smiled. "You're just wasting time staying in an old man's house like mine. Come on, kid. You don't have to come to see me specially, as long as you think of me sometimes." Miao Li took off her reading glasses, and the blue clouds in the distance reflected in her eyes. She said softly, "Because I will think of you often." If longing could be materialized, You Mian had no doubt that at this moment he and Miao Li were already entangled by the bonds of longing. You Mian could understand Miao Li's expectations and hopes without words. Miao Li is such a good person. She believes that she has not fulfilled her obligation to support You Mian. Now she is not qualified to ask You Mian to make time to do something for her. As long as they miss each other, Miao Li feels that she has enough to continue to be a happy old lady. Miao Li stood by the fence and waved to You Mian and Pei Yg in the car window. "Go ahead, kid," she said again, smiling. Looking at the rear of the car going away, Miao Li prayed for You Mian in her heart, "Poor child, may happiness be with you from now on." The winter snow scene is withered, and the steel buildings divide the white sky into squares. The atmosphere in the back seat of the car was a little depressing, but You Mian's smiling voice soon broke the dullness. The boy smiled and said, "Even if I can't find them, I have met two people who are very nice to me." You Mian's tone was calm, but it made Pei Yg, who was sitting next to him, feel his heart tighten. Pei Yg glanced sideways and noticed You Mian stroking the address on the business card. He knew in his heart that You Mian was not as indifferent and calm as he seemed at the moment. Finding someone who is related to you by blood is never something that needs to be described with ease. Pei Yg chose to support him as always and became his solid and unbreakable wall of spears. "We will definitely find it," Pei Yg said in a deep voice. In the 50-50 uncertainty situation where You Mian had the chance to find the answer, Pei Yg whispered in his ear with such certainty that he would definitely find it. You Mian's eyes trembled suddenly and his lips pursed tightly. Pei Yg chose to become the 100% among the uncertain and slim chances. "I never say anything to coax people." Pei Yg lowered his eyes softly and said, "Trust my judgment." Pei Yg, who had never been used to restraining himself in front of other people, now found that he could put on an uncontrollable smile so skillfully in front of You Mian. The black Maybach stopped at the gate of the cemetery. The driver, Xiao Li, lowered the partition and signaled with his eyes. You Mian raised his eyebrows, and when he looked up again, his smile became more genuine. "Boss Pei is quite good at coaxing people." Pei Yg imitated his expression and raised his eyebrows. The ends of his sharp eyebrows lifted slightly, his deep eye sockets contained a handsome look, and his high nose bridge was full of heroic spirit. "Really?" Pei Yg said with a smile, "then it seems that this specialty will also be included in my introduction column." You Mian said, "I'll go tell Vivian in a moment." Pei Yg hissed in distress when he heard this. After teasing Pei Yg, You Mian opened the car door and walked out. The lawn of the cemetery in front of me was trimmed cleanly and tidy. There was almost no snow to be seen. Everything was beautifully tidied. You Mian stopped in front of the stone gate. Pei Yg walked past him. His dry and strong left hand instantly grabbed You Mian's hand, then clenched it and held it. "Let's go," Pei Yg said in a deep voice and pulled You Mian forward. Pei Yig's palms were hot, and his big hands easily held You Mian's hands, holding them tightly without leaving any space. You Mian fluttered her eyelashes and her heart beat faster than usual. He let Pei Yg hold his hand and followed him up the stone steps. Bang, bang. They held hands and registered at the security office, and bought a bouquet of white daisies from the flower shop at the door. When You Mian hugged Hua, she let go of Pei Yig's hand. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but at that moment, You Mian saw Pei Yig's eyebrows slightly raised, which seemed to reveal his emotional fluctuations at the moment. "Let's go see Mr. Song first," Pei Yg said. You Mian nodded, and the two of them found Song Jung's tombstone according to the location they had just learned from the security department. The cold winter wind blew on You Mian's cheeks. He stood in front of Song Jung's tombstone and saw clearly the photo of Song Jung pasted on the cold tombstone. This is a man who smiles very freely, with sharp black hair, bold eyes, and lives a life of high spirits. It is not difficult to guess Song Jung's personality from the photos. You Mian placed the white daisy in front of Song Jung's tombstone. The moment he bent down, he easily felt a sense of sadness. His memory is so good, but he has forgotten all the memories before the age of 4. He forgot all his memories about Song Jung, and even couldn't remember that such a person appeared in his life. Pei Yg stood behind You Mian, his tall and sturdy figure straight and sharp. "Hello, Uncle Song." You Mian greeted him with a smile and said, "I'm You Mian. If you still remember me, long time no see." A gust of wind blew, blowing the scarf on You Mian's chest. You Mian's mind was filled with the idea that the person on the stele might be a close friend of his biological parents. Their past was hidden here by the stele and no one could hear it anymore. Suddenly, an old voice questioned from the cold wind behind me. "You are the ones looking for me." Song Weiping, who had just returned to the security department after patrolling, heard his colleagues say that someone was looking for him. Since Song Jung's death, Song Weiping has not seen anyone except the cemetery staff. Today, when he suddenly heard that someone came to see him, Song Weiping was very confused. You Mian and Pei Yg both turned around. The two of them nodded politely and greeted each other. You Mian said, "Hello, we are looking for you. Are you Mr. Song Jung's father?" Song Weiping lost his son in his prime, and his temperament and character changed a lot since then. He is no longer a calm person. So when he faced You Mian and Pei Yg, he straightened his neck and raised his head, frowning tightly. "Why are you looking for me? My son died a long time ago, and the group of friends he knew are all gone." Pei Yg noticed that Song Weiping's attitude was different from Miao Li's, so he immediately stepped in front of You Mian and said in a deep voice, "Sorry to bother you, we just want to know something about when Mr. Song Jung founded the Angsan Welfare Home." As soon as the words, "Angsan Welfare Home," appeared, Song Weiping's expression changed instantly. "Who are you?" No matter how bad-tempered Song Weiping was, he reconsidered his behavior when he saw Pei Yg, a tall and strong man with a cold aura. You Mian tried to explain his purpose as gently as possible. "I was adopted from the Angsan Welfare Home. I heard from Ms. Miao Li that it was Mr. Song Jung who took me to the welfare home when I was a few months old." You Mian paused for a few seconds, his amber eyes firm and sharp. "So I want to ask you, do you know my origins, and why Mr. Song Jung brought me to the orphanage? Mr. Song Jung, does he know my biological parents?" After several explanations, Song Weiping's stubbornness and resistance faded slightly, but his face still showed cold hostility. The old man turned and left, not caring at all about You Mian and Pei Yg who were standing in front of the tombstone. You Mian wanted to speak up to stop it but didn't know where to stand. Just as the cold wind blew again, Song Weiping, who had already walked down a few steps, suddenly turned around and said coldly, "Song Jung doesn't like white daisies, he likes sunflowers." You Mian blinked, only to see Song Weiping turn around and leave quickly after saying this. The boy instantly understood why Song Weiping suddenly turned around and left, and why he turned around and mentioned the flowers that Song Jung liked. You Mian immediately exchanged glances with Pei Yg, and the two quickly caught up with Song Weiping. Song Weiping, who was walking in front, raised his chin slightly and his expression relaxed a little when he heard the footsteps coming from behind him. You Mian and Pei Yg followed Song Weiping for more than 10 minutes until they walked into the woods and saw a low gray house. Song Weiping took out the key from his pocket and turned the door open in a few seconds. The old man walked in first, turning his head and staring at You Mian. You Mian took this look as a reminder and followed him. The space in the cabin was cramped and the living conditions were very simple, but the items on the desk were neatly arranged and clean. Song Weiping picked up the same bunch of keys and opened the drawer of the desk. Then You Mian saw him take out something like a thin diary and put it on the square dining table in the middle of the cabin. With a snap, after Song Weiping put it down, he turned around and sat on the bed, with his back to You Mian and Pei Yg, facing the wall and said coldly, "This is the only diary I have, I don't know anything else." The scattered threads were gradually woven into a dense web. You Mian thanked him softly. The old diary with a severely damaged surface was sealed in plastic. The content and handwriting inside were not damaged at all. The two words, Song Jung, were clearly written on the title page. The pen strokes were sharp, and the feeling was the same as that of Song Jung in the photo, and they fit very well together. You Mian opened the thin diary in his hand with extremely complicated emotions. The first line of the first page contains the weather, longitude and latitude coordinates, and a bunch of English professional terms. You Mian was stunned for a moment, then he read out that this was a special term used in geological exploration. The 127th frozen soil and 198th rock blocks at the Everest observation station showed obvious signs of rock expansion, flow, and deformation. The deep soil structure sequence needs to be further explored. The 218th rock block and the 57th ice layer permafrost at the Mount Everest observation station have detected obvious plate activity, and exploration will continue. The 478th frozen soil at the Mount Everest observation station detected intense deep plate activity, and the 100,789th deep sampling test began. The few thin diaries were about to be finished, but You Mian didn't see any other content except these test reports. Just as his brows gradually frowned, the report content ended, and the diary that truly belonged to Song Jung began to appear. The sentences were very short, and compared with the geological reports that often had several thousand words, it was so short that it was outrageous. There are many foreigners on this side of the border. I recently met a green-eyed German foreigner named Wagner. He is too handsome, so the pretty girls don't talk to me much. German, green eyes. You Mian lowered his eyes slightly, his heart moving. Wagner is a very nice man. It wasn't until today that I realized that Old Wald could speak Chinese. He was just framing me before. What a jerk. Lao Hua and I reached Camp 3. The altitude gradually increased and the supplies became less. Winter is hard. Lao Hua actually asked me if I knew his full name. It was so funny. Who could remember such a long name? Even if I was his lifelong brother, I couldn't remember it. He couldn't use this matter to embarrass me and throw the task of washing the pot to me. I give up on this bastard. He has been washing pots for 3 days. I don't believe I can't write it down today. Finally we came down. Lao Hua is indeed a scholar. His mountaineering skills convinced me. It seems like I can drink the wedding wine now. I'm looking forward to it, ha ha ha. You Mian turned the page and found that the diary seemed to have been interrupted for a long time. A string of German names was written fluently on the mostly blank page. The handwriting was gentle, gentlemanly, smooth and confident. Valentine Wagner. Turning over again, You Mian's pupils suddenly shrank. In memory of Yu Daijin and Lao Hua, I will live a good life with Xiao Mian and raise him to adulthood. I will tell him that he has the bravest parents in the world. Yu Daijin. Yu Mian was stunned, holding the diary in shock. Pei Yg beside him approached worriedly. You Mian. Song Wiping, who was sitting on the bed facing the wall, suddenly turned his head when he heard the sound. When he saw Yu Mian's pale face, he couldn't help but show a trace of emotional fluctuation. Yu Daijin. Yu Mian's eyes were red. His voice was uncontrollably dry, and he said hoarsely, I know her, I know her. The female architect who has left her name in modern history has explored most of the mountains and rivers of our country. Yu Daijin's name occupies half a page in the art history textbook. One of her famous words of encouragement is still hanging on the wall of the first floor of the teaching building. Yu Mian read it for 4 years, memorized it for 4 years, and studied it for 4 years. The gilded font stands proudly above the heads of the students from University A, embodying the dashing posture with which it was written. Sail out of the warm harbor, bravely face the storm, don't sigh, take risks. The lines on Yu Mian's profile were tense. The bond spans mountains, rivers, glaciers, and the ruthless river of time and is connected at this moment. Death is not the end, forgetting is. Yu Mian couldn't control the trembling of his fingers. It turns out that my mother was there every early morning, every late night, and every moment of carving without sleep or food at University A. Yu Mian's eyes suddenly became moist. Chapter 99. In the small and warm house, you can hear the whistling sound of the wind outside the window. Song Wiping stood up with his hands on his knees. He looked at Yu Mian's red and tearful eyes and suddenly felt that he and this young man had the same feelings for a moment. Have you found what you wanted? Song Wiping asked in a weathered voice. Pei Yg stood silently beside Yu Mian, silently holding Yu Mian's right hand that hung by his side. The warmth of the dry palm conveyed to Yu Mian the support from another person at this moment without reservation. Yu Mian blinked and held back his tears, but his eyes were still a little red. Yu Mian smiled and said, found it. He found out the names of his biological parents, and learned a little bit about their past lives. He also unexpectedly discovered that he had touched, influenced, and inspired them as if by fate. You Mian was not disappointed, instead he cried with joy. Yu Daijin and Wagner became the solid soil for him to take root in this world. This world is not empty. He has a past and he will have a future. His birth was expected, and he was not abandoned. It was just that fate played a little joke on him, causing him to temporarily go off track. Yu Mian calmly put the diary back on the table with a smile. He looked at Song Wiping and smiled, saying, "As long as I know they existed and came to this world, I have no regrets." When he heard this, Song Wiping's eyes trembled violently. Song Wiping walked slowly to the table, picked up the diary with his wrinkled old hands and smoothed the cover. The two words, Song Jung, are sharp and uplifting. That fire, Song Wiping started to speak but couldn't continue. The father who lost his child in his prime seemed to have aged visibly at this moment. "I blame him." Song Wiping held the diary against his chest, looked at Yu Mian with his mottled eyes, then raised his eyes slightly to look at Pei Yg. He only cared about the children in the orphanage, not me, his aging father. Song Wiping's lips trembled slightly. He held the diary tightly and said, "He didn't even leave me a word." Song Wiping has worked in the cemetery for more than 10 years, sweeping every day. He swept the cemetery clean, but he could not sweep away the dust in his own heart. Until just now I saw Yu Mian's relieved smile. Song Jung died in a glorious way. Song Wiping choked up, held his forehead and couldn't continue speaking for a while. Hot tears fell down his old cheeks. "So are your parents." Yu Mian held Pei Ygi's hand tightly, his heart still pounding from the excitement just now. Whatever they were thinking before they died. "We are still alive," Song Wiping said while taking a breath. "We miss the lives of the dead. They came to this world once and saw the mountains and the sea." Song Jung traveled to various high mountains, and the parents of Yu Mian recorded in his diary must have done the same. It was not a wasted trip. Song Wiping said these 3 words in a sonorous and powerful voice, and then smiled calmly. This kind of expression didn't seem to appear often on his dark, wrinkled face, so he was not very skilled at it. But Song Wiping's eyes gradually became clear from mottled, as if he had put down some heavy burden. Song Wiping stroked the words, "Song Jung," with his fingers, sighed softly in the cold wind outside, and explained, "The child passed away too suddenly, I couldn't accept it at the time. This diary was wrapped in his belongings and handed to me by the police station, but I never opened it to read it." The cold hostility that Song Wiping had always shown was softened by the hot tears. "It was not until I looked through it that I discovered a baby that was entrusted to Song Jung." Song Wiping looked at Yu Mian and stared at him. "But you had already been adopted by a rich family at that time. I am just an old widower. Rather than letting you grow up with me in this cemetery, I would rather let you live a life of luxury." Song Wiping turned his face away. "I have never told anyone about these things, and Miao Li doesn't know either." Out of kindness, Song Wiping made the same choice as Miao Li. He did not disturb the child who had been adopted by a wealthy family. In fact, if Yu Mian had not taken the initiative to look for him through Miao Li, Song Wiping would have planned to be buried with this diary. Because in Song Wiping's opinion, Yu Mian has already lived a good life, and some things are happier not to know than to know. But now that Yu Mian has taken the initiative to come looking for his relatives, it proves that the facts Song Wiping believed may be wrong. You are now. Unlike Miao Li, who often goes to Angsan welfare home, Song Wiping stays in the cemetery and rarely interacts with others. He can't keep up with many changes in the outside world. He stumbled and asked, "Your current family?" Yu Mian smiled calmly, "They are not my family." As soon as this sentence appeared, Song Wiping understood it instantly without Yu Mian saying anything more. The old man's face showed an extremely complicated expression, but he looked carefully at Yu Mian's condition again. The boy was full of vigor and had a bright smile. Even his red eyes could not hide his determined look. Song Wiping was not good at speaking, so he raised his hand and patted Yu Mian's shoulder heavily. This pat on the shoulder is full of expectations and comfort from the elders, and there is no need to say more. Before leaving, Song Wiping sent them to the gate of the cemetery. The neatly trimmed lawn was blown into light waves by the cold winter wind. The distant skyline was pale. On the tombstone under the dead tree, Song Jung was smiling unrestrainedly. Song Wiping didn't say goodbye or even speak a word. He waved at Yu Mian with a calm look in his eyes. The scenery outside the car window quickly crossed the white plain and the square sky cut by the steel buildings. In just one day, Yu Mian experienced more emotional fluctuations than in the past few months. The boy's eyes looked a little tired, but strangely, he looked energetic. The rear seat panel was raised, and Pei Weiji's deep, magnetic voice rang out. The man asked, "Are you happy?" You Mian turned sideways to look at him, squinting his eyes and nodded. Pei Weiji's lips curled up into a barely noticeable smile, his posture restrained and steady. "Go home?" Pei Weiji asked. You Mian did not answer, but Pei Weiji understood the other person's eyes. The Maibach stopped in front of the sculpture warehouse in the night. You Mian picked up the remote control, opened the door, and went in as skillfully as usual. The cold air was completely blocked outside the warehouse door. Pei Weiji watched You Mian turn on the ceiling chandelier. Inside the spacious and huge warehouse, there stood a giant plastic platform 7 meters high and a cross-iron frame. The bright light shone on their heads. You Mian took off his heavy coat, and his tired eyes showed a lazy and comfortable expression in the warm air-conditioned temperature. Pei Weiji walked to the long table piled with draft papers, stood still, smiled solemnly, and said, "I don't recommend drinking after a violent emotional fluctuation." After the boy took off his coat, he revealed a loose light blue long-sleeved shirt. The cold white skin of his wrists attracted a lot of attention under the light. When You Mian heard Pei Weiji's words, he turned around and smiled helplessly. "Didn't I expect that in Mr. Pei's mind, I'm actually an alcoholic." Pei Weiji narrowed his handsome dark eyes upon hearing this, and raised the corners of his mouth as if he was amused. "No." You Mian knew that Pei Weiji didn't mean that, but he just wanted to tease him. The introverted and quiet man is not good at defending himself. Even if You Mian deliberately teases others, he will just say, "No," lightly. You Mian raised his eyebrows cheerfully, and soon he heard Pei Weiji, who was not far behind him, ask him again, "Don't you need to rest?" Because Pei Weiji saw that You Mian had already lifted the plastic cover of the plaster bucket, and it looked like he was going to continue his creation. You Mian put on disposable gloves and said, "Sculpture is my way of taking a break." Pei Weiji stared at You Mian's back without missing a beat, watching the boy climb onto the elevated platform, watching him raise his hands to spread the mud and shape his body. While mending the mud, You Mian recalled everything that had happened in the past 2 days. He turned his back to Pei Weiji and whispered, "Pei Weiji, thank you." Pei Weiji's voice came from behind, and the man asked, "What are you thanking me for?" You Mian bent down to dig the mud, then swiped it skillfully. His voice was soft, but it echoed loudly in the spacious warehouse sculpture room, enough for both of them to hear it clearly. Under the bright light, You Mian slightly leaned sideways and lowered her eyes, looking at Pei Weiji from above with crooked eyes. Her amber eyes sparkled. "Thank you for staying with me these 2 days," You Mian said with a smile. Pei Weiji is a person with extremely stable emotions. He is rational and calm. He never makes mistakes in his judgment on all things. He can always choose the best answer and is always reliable. This calm emotion gave You Mian firm support, supporting him through the ups and downs of his emotions over the past 2 days. But You Mian discovered that in the relationship between the two, Pei Weiji seemed to have always been the one who supported and depended on. Being constantly asked for things is the beginning of the collapse of a relationship. You Mian has not yet accurately positioned the relationship between them, so he absolutely does not want to let it run wild in the direction where one side draws while the other is drawn away. But when You Mian just said this, Pei Weiji said solemnly, "Then I should thank you too." You Mian was suddenly stunned. He kept turning around and paused for a while, staring straight at Pei Weiji from above. "What are you thanking me for?" Pei Weiji sat behind the table. The man who took off his long black coat rolled up his shirt sleeves to his forearms, revealing his strong muscles. His shoulders were broad and straight. He looked back at You Mian seriously and said, "Thank you for always letting me be the first viewer of your work. Thank you, too, for accepting my sculpture studio." Pei Weiji's eyes were gentle, as if he was not trying to please You Mian on purpose, but he really thought so. It's great to see the entire process of a talented sculptor carving his work at such a close distance. Pei Weiji tapped the table lightly with his fingers, making a tapping sound. The handsome man smiled softly and said in a low voice, "It's my pleasure." Time went backwards through Pei Weiji's eyes, and You Mian seemed to have returned to the day when the first episode was recorded in the cabin. Under the dim street lights below Hong Sheng's workplace, Pei Weiji's tolerance and concessions towards talented people are still vivid in people's minds. Business cards that were sent out and then regretted, the idle JL sculpture room, speaking out again and again, holding hands in the cold winter wind. I'm a little curious. You Mian smiled brightly. Pei Yg raised his eyes and asked, what are you curious about? You Mian, I'm curious about the line you wrote on the program card. I'm curious about what the confession is. Pei Yig's fingers on his knees trembled slightly, and his ears gradually turned red. As they are enjoying their leisurely and ambiguous time alone, the official Weibo account of the Matching Heartbeat program team released a new blog post, and the third episode of Matching Heartbeat was officially launched on major online platforms. Fans and viewers rushed in all at once, and comments flooded the screen like a tide. Ah, where is the Heartbeat House this time? It's hard to tell from the trailer. It seems to be an ice sculpture town. Can we see Mian skiing? The sisters in the Cultivating Cotton Super topic really only posted a picture and didn't reveal anything else. I am so anxious waiting. Let's eat. Director Hong, you've made me wait so long. Look forward to Brother Mian becoming a god. Chapter 100. Accompanied by the cheerful drum beats BGM unique to the love variety show, Matching Heartbeat, the third episode of the show was officially launched. The second episode happened to stop at the part where everyone was competing for the right to date at the Japanese-style hut shooting range. The ending was so heartbreaking that the audience wanted to get into the screen, grab Hong Sheng's collar and ask him to finish editing the selection process. But Hong Shengji remained calm. Even though countless people wailed on the official Weibo of the program team for several days, he still insisted on putting the selection process at the beginning of the third episode. So the audience who came in saw the exciting shura field selection process as soon as they arrived. At the end of the last episode, Huo Yanji got full rings, right? Who did he choose? Bai Lin wasn't there again. Damn, forget about that legal guy who was almost caught for cheating. If his scenes hadn't been edited, the third episode wouldn't have been released so late. Huo Yanji knows that he is not here but still works so hard, he just wants to choose Mian. No. I am crying my ass off. I don't want to see Huo Yanji and Mian in the same group. Where is my chair brother? Chair brother heard that he couldn't choose his roommate, so he missed the target 10 times. Ah, Director Hong, I want to put a knife on your neck. Why can't I choose my roommate? Amidst the various comments in the barrage, the main film played step by step. It was not until the staff reminded Lily of the Valley that the guests could choose their own that the layers of comments suddenly stopped for a moment. Amid all the speculation, Huo Yanji really did what the comments said. He stood in front of You Mian and said confidently, I choose You Mian. Ah, no. Amidst the wailing, the CP fans of Huo Yanji and You Mian who were active in the first episode were no longer seen. The audience's attitude was surprisingly unanimous, and they were all against it. Amidst these opposing and helpless voices, everyone heard You Mian in the screen ask calmly, Director, since this is an invitation and not a team, can I refuse? The post-production editing put a thumbs up emoticon on the screen, and the next second You Mian said calmly and coldly, I reject your invitation. Oh my god, can you still play like this? Unexpectedly, the famous shura field scene was broken by You Mian himself. What about the Iris party guest who is waiting obediently to be selected? You Mian is clearly the sharp and domineering evil dragon. This scene instantly caused the barrage of comments, which had just been in a sluggish state, to scream wildly, and countless incoherent remarks flashed across the screen. Ah, I feel great. I just want to refuse. Why do you want to go on a date with Huo Yanji? I won't allow you to. After seeing the true colors of some people, I really don't want to see Mian interact with other people in this love show. I still prefer Brother Chair. Reject beautifully. Damn, I originally thought that Mian would have to go on a date with one of the three of them, but I didn't expect that Brother Mian was so smart and actually managed to get away with it. Huo Yanji's confused and dazed expression was captured completely by the high-definition camera, which even zoomed in on it for a few seconds, causing a lot of laughter. Next to Huo Yanji, Yan Guanqing appeared on the stage. Compared to the audience who had strongly rejected Huo Yanji just now, their opposition became slightly lighter when facing Yan Guanqing. In the show, Yan Guanqing did not hesitate and said, I want to choose You Mian. This time, You Mian still spoke without hesitation, I refuse. I want to laugh, but I can't help it. Sorry. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yan, please accept my good guy card, D. Just when all the audience thought that Yan Tingxuan would choose You Mian in the end, he actually nodded at Shen Nanzhao and extended a date invitation, saying, "I choose Shen Nanzhao." This guy didn't lose out. Shen Nanzhao looked confused, ha ha ha. Alas, why drag others into this? In this situation, no one knows who Yan wants to choose. In the hilarious and eventful Shura field date selection session, only one group of guests was successfully paired up in the end. Perhaps the production crew themselves knew that there was no spark between Yan Tingxuan and Shen Nanzhao's date, so their date on the second day only lasted 2 minutes. Following a few seconds of beautiful aerial shots, 8 commercial vehicles from the program crew drove into the gate of the ice sculpture town one after another. The scene changed, showing the handsome and attractive guests, each in their own way, standing under the giant ice sculpture arch. Licking the face. Boss Pei has such long legs. As soon as Mian arrived, she went straight to Boss Pei. Ha ha ha. The two of them have a good relationship and have become close. What a cotton worker, I'm not convinced. They were clearly sleeping on the same bed, how could they just become close? Ha 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 ha. After Hong Sheng finished explaining the house selection rules, all the audience members were nervous. There are 4 rooms and the number of people is less than 3, so the probability is still very high. Amitabha. Amen. Please let Mian and Chair Brother sleep together. Guan Tong came with her pink hair flying and said, "I want the biggest one." The lively and quirky appearance caused a lot of laughter to float through the barrage. Shen Nanzhao and Bai Lin, who was edited out, chose their favorite houses one after another, and in the end, only You Mian chose the smallest one. Small is good, smaller is better, it would be best if it is so small that MI can only stand close to the chair. Tisk, tisk, tisk. My heart is dirty, everything I see is dirty, hee hee. Chair Brother, I'll tell you the answer. You choose the smallest one, shouting. As the sled dogs that had pulled the 4 guests from the Irish group came back, the few people from the Lily of the Valley group who were waiting came forward. Pei YG, who always appeared calm and reserved in previous episodes, actually showed his brilliance in front of the camera for the first time this time. The man took a big step and walked to the option in an instant. Upon seeing this, young Guanqing and others immediately followed. Damn it, let's fight. I don't mind watching the fun, haha, let's fight. Seeing that the others were also very enthusiastic, Pei YG took a step back and said calmly, "You choose first." Young Guanqing. Ha 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 ha. General Pei is familiar with the art of war and uses retreat as a means of advance. Brother Yun wanted to follow President Pei in the election, but he was discovered. Ah, don't interfere with our world, don't. Not even young Guanqing. Go away. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Yan Tingxuan was the first to step forward and make a choice. I'll go with the small one, he said. Oh. Huo Yanji glanced at Pei YG, then at young Guanqing. In the end, when the stalemate could not be resolved, he took the initiative to step forward and said, "Then I'll choose the largest one." Oh. No, these two still can't keep their cool. Is young Guanqing really going to force his way into the young couple's world of 2? Pei YG turned his head and glanced at young Guanqing coldly, only to see young Guanqing with his arms folded across his chest, looking very calm. "Mr. Pei, choose first." Time passed little by little, and Pei YG felt the cold wind blowing on his face. He was not sure whether You Mian could go into the house to warm up first since the guests for the Lily of the Valley group had not been selected yet. We can't wait any longer. So Pei YG pursed his lips and said, "I'll choose the smallest one." Upon hearing this, young Guanqing immediately said, "Then I will choose the smallest one too." Young Guanqing clearly stated his desire to be in a group with You Mian. He did not even think about what the audience would think when they saw this scene. He just waited patiently to see Pei YG's choice and guess where You Mian might choose. In the end, he did choose the answer he wanted. "Brother Yun, do you know how bright you are? Ah, I'm going to assassinate young Guanqing woo. The sled dogs sent young Guanqing and Pei YG to the designated door of the ice house. The two people sat up neatly, which made You Mian, who had just walked out of the door to greet them, subconsciously stunned. The camera even took a cruel close-up of him, his beautiful amber eyes full of surprise. A lot of barrages of comments flashed across the screen, ha 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 ha. You Mian's expression was shocked, ha 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 ha. You Mian, what's going on? My brother Mian was frightened. Ah, how can someone be so handsome and so cute? The ice house is so beautiful. Hong Sheng released the footage of You Mian promoting the ice sculpture house without any cuts. This pure audiovisual feast made the audience's speed of posting comments much slower. Mian seems to have had a promotional mission with JL from the beginning. It seems that Mr. Pei won too much at the beginning. Has no one noticed that my brother Mian has a very solid foundation? Awesome. I discovered from the first episode that Mian is also very knowledgeable about architecture, and her insights are quite unique. Wow, little curly, hehehehe, drooling, wiping saliva. Then the lively group date started one by one, eating hot pot, visiting the ice sculpture exhibition, and playing flying chess together until late at night. The close-up shots of each person's expression, which are deliberately slowed down, allow the audience to feel the tense and exciting atmosphere of the shura field. Especially during this kind of group dating session, the barrage of comments became crazy and lively, with everyone guessing what each shot represented. But in this episode, Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji secretly glanced at You Mian so often that it was impossible not to notice. This action caused counters to appear spontaneously in the barrage, counting the number of times Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji looked at You Mian. In just 20 minutes, the number of times the two looked at You Mian had accumulated to over 100. The sour and refreshing scene made countless viewers exclaim that it was exciting. Fuck, that's it. Yan Tingxuan is looking again, he is peeping again, the counter is adding 1. Amidst a sea of focused and refreshing comments, the cotton workers' style remains fresh and unique, as they silently deduct sweets from the group date scene. Boss Pei has been handing hot tea to Mian since he sat down. It's so delicious. The leather gloves that Mian wears belong to Chair Brother. They are so big. Ha 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 ha, flying chess is not a set, but it needs to be posted. Boss Pei always forgets the camera. Don't think no one is watching you. He likes to sneak up on Mian. Boss Pei's eyes are glued to Mian. There is no need for a counter when cultivating cotton, because the Chair Brothers' eyes never leave Mian, ha ha ha. Damn, this kind of thoughtfulness from a mature man is really a killer move. Skiing. Where is the skiing? I want to watch this part. My sister spoiled half of it before, and I can't wait any longer. Amid the collective cheers from the barrage of comments, the 8 favorite guests in the main film finally gathered at the ski resort. The guests, wrapped in black ski suits, stood together, each of them looking handsome with long legs. When everyone in the comments heard Hong Sheng say that this time the date competition was conducted by Iris and only the first place would have the right to invite, they started shouting wildly. The cotton workers, who had been looking forward to it in advance, seemed particularly excited at this moment. They used sign language to understand each other, which prompted other spectators to keep asking questions. Is it here? It must be here. Fuck, brother Mian, go ahead. I'm ready to record the screen. I'm so nervous. Iris Fang guests took the cable car directly to the top of the mountain. The scenes in the feature film were simply a dimensionality reduction attack compared to the shots taken by the crowd watching at the foot of the mountain with their mobile phones. The drone landed beside You Mian, capturing his sharp expression and the movement of raising his hand to hold down his goggles clearly. As the staff standing beside him blew a whistle, You Mian leaned down, lowered his head and shoulders, and instantly rushed down the foot of the mountain wrapped in the snow wind. The high-definition camera captures every time the boy makes an extreme turn clearly. The snow was swept aside by the 2 boards, and the all-black figure did not brake at all, but dived madly at the current maximum speed. What the hell? What the hell? I feel like I can hear screams at the foot of the mountain. This pose is so beautiful, absolutely professional. The drone was flying rapidly behind You Mian, but for a moment it couldn't keep up with the other party's speed. Damn, this shot is so cool. Even the sound of the wind sounds so realistic, but the angle of view is a bit scary. So fast. Mian doesn't break. This cornering technique is so amazing. I finally understand why so many newcomers came to the cotton base that day. Who wouldn't love this? Who wouldn't love it? The boy sped through the 4 bends set up by the program team, and showed no sign of slowing down until the last moment. His majestic momentum multiplied with his black-wrapped body, giving a strong sense of oppression and looking so cool and handsome that it was crazy. Fuck, which word is more handsome? My brother Mian, my god Mian, I kneel down to you. Conferred the gods. Who can not say this is the best scene in a dating variety show? Amid the increasingly excited comments, the program crew's camera captured the crowd at the foot of the mountain retreating together. Then, You Mian slid sideways and landed steadily in front of the guest from the Lily of the Valley group. Someone who knew about the situation sent a message with shaking hands, "It's coming. It's coming." In the close-up high-definition camera, You Mian reached out and lifted up his goggles, revealing a pair of breathtakingly beautiful amber eyes. The uncontrollable excited remarks in the barrage and the screams and shouts of the onlookers at the show strangely reflected each other. Pei YG. Fuck, I'm crazy. Everyone heard You Mian smile and say, "Do you want to go on a date with me?" The comments stopped in unison, as if frozen in silence, and then exploded with carnival-like screams. Ah, ah. The moment the three words, Pei YG, were pronounced from You Mian's mouth, the topic instantly became a hot search. Hashtag You Mian dating invitation hash. Chapter 101. The audience holding the Reuters videos who had been patiently restraining themselves for many days subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief the moment they saw the trending search terms rise. Then, this group of people happily released all the videos in their hands among the overwhelming army of people who were shipping the couple. Finally, the ban has been lifted. The director said that it can be released after the feature film is released. I am dying of holding back. Ha 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 ha, I also recorded a lot of videos. Can you believe there are thousands of photos in the album? I fixed the filter long ago and have been waiting for this day with great anxiety. All of a sudden, countless Reuters photos and high-definition videos appeared in the super topic of the cotton breeding base. The shooting angles were so diverse and the content of the pictures was so wonderful that it was like sugar being sprinkled from the sky. All the cotton workers drove their tractors directly into the sugar factory. What good day is today? I'm going crazy. It would be impolite if you don't eat some more. I'll go first. Jumping into the candy pile. Moto moto. Ah, twisting wildly, drooling, shaking hands, give me a little more, ooh. Mian is so amazing from this angle. He is so different from the handsomeness in the show. The girls who posted the Reuters video also actively interacted in the comments, and their emotions were extremely high. The whole ski resort was filled with our screams that day. Many passers-by came to watch, ha ha ha, and they all asked who Mian was. Brother Mian is awesome. Brother Mian is awesome. The popularity of the Matching Heartbeat program team has skyrocketed since these hot searches. Now that You Mian's name appears with the entry, countless passers-by have also flocked in. Skiing guy. Cool. What is this, a romance show? Director Hong's new love variety show. I haven't had time to watch it yet, but just looking at these clips, the little brother is so handsome, I think I can pick him. In the extremely lively atmosphere of CP, because the skiing photos and videos released were of too high quality, in just half an hour, not only did they become a hot search, but the videos were also forwarded by all kinds of handsome guys bloggers and marketing accounts. A steady stream of people clicked on the video through various channels, and followed the tag, hollow square, below the video to enter the hot search terms. Countless people saw and thought of the name You Mian tonight. Afterwards, two popular science bloggers and fan fiction bloggers with over 500,000 fans reposted a skiing video at a cotton cultivation base that received over 10,000 likes. Another group of passers-by who were not originally part of the vertical audience portrait planned by the Matching Heartbeat program team were attracted. At this point, the name You Mian completely broke out of the circle and quickly became known in various fields that were originally unrelated. This guy is really good at skiing, his name is You Mian. My wife's new food brother is so handsome, wow wow wow. PR. I greeted confidently, hi. Dog holding a rose. I'm a little confused. Isn't You Mian the A student who participated in the Xingchen Cup? How come he has also participated in variety shows? But his skills are really amazing. I came here from the sculpture circle. Is the sculpture circle so hot now? Not slowing down on the curve, my god, he is really brave and really handsome. The skiing guy is called You Mian. He participated in a dating variety show called Matching Heartbeats. Passers-by who are interested can go and watch it. It is guaranteed to be worth it. Dating variety show. My sculpting master is going to fall in love. Damn, who stole my master? I can't believe it. Why do I feel like two different circles are broken together, ha ha ha. Hao Jie just posted a video on D Station detailing the disassembly of You Mian's second round sculpture. I have to say my jaw dropped when I saw it. I will definitely support the Great Gods Love variety show. Where to watch it? Oh my god, I can't be the last one to know this, right? Mr. Pei from JL is dating the sculpture master I just fell in love with. This show has already aired its third episode, and you guys don't know. How can I resist watching this? I'm going to go first. How dare you compete with Mr. Pei for someone else's job? Ha 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 ha. This is my first time watching it, but I still want to say it's a good match. Good vision. The cotton cultivation base is recruiting workers, providing food, accommodation and sugar. As the hot searches continued to rise, a large number of viewers flocked to the program, and the number of online viewers of the variety show instantly broke the highest record of the network platform, and was directly pushed to the front page by the algorithm adjustment. The popularity index broke through the circle and became the first phenomenal variety show of the year. At that time, countless people were searching for the name You Mian. To visualize this huge amount of attention, someone counted the number of fans of You Mian within 3 hours. It was found that the number of fans of the amateur college student, who originally had only about 80,000 fans, suddenly increased to 800,000 in 1 hour. In the second hour, the number of fans was 1.5 million. Even before the statistics were completed, You Mian's number of fans had reached 3.6 million. Halfway through the third episode, the first thing that passers-by who had just clicked in saw was the scene of You Mian and Pei YG dating at the horse farm. The barrage of comments continued to swipe by with great enthusiasm. Boss Pei is so elegant when riding a horse. Ha 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 ha, why do I see a hint of pride in the chair guy's actions? Chair brother said, run for Mian to see. Boss Pei has the words, look at me, written all over his body, ha 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 ha. The owner of the stable said that this black horse was very wild. I didn't expect that Mr. Pei would actually dare to ride it. Many passers-by were still rational and waiting to see what was happening until they saw You Mian walking out on the show wearing breeches and riding boots. Then Pei YG was seen holding the reins for You Mian with black leather gloves. Good. Yeah, it's a good match. A tall, broad-shouldered and straight man was walking in front, leading a horse. You Mian was sitting on a white horse in a beautiful posture. The boy was smiling with his eyes curved, looking comfortable and not at all nervous. Pei YG's usually cold and silent face surprisingly showed a gentle smile. He walked slowly on the lawn, gently holding the reins. The wind blew in front of him. You Mian bent down from time to time to pat the white horse's back. Whenever this happened, Pei YG would hold the reins more seriously. Even though the man had his back to You Mian, he was always paying attention to the movements of the person behind him. These expressions of Pei YG were invisible to You Mian, who was sitting on the white horse at the time, but now they were all exposed under the camera of the program crew. The smile in Pei YG's eyes and eyebrows and his serious expression when he held the reins all revealed a strong sense of ambiguity. The already exciting barrage of comments became even more exciting with this scene. So this is when we started talking, right? I said that private encounter was special. It must be a date. Kiss. Kiss. The group of new viewers who clicked in also left a few comments after feeling the strong impact. Well, it seems to be quite delicious. This is not the Mr. Pei I saw in the interview with the financial magazine. This oncoming fragrance of love. After the more than 20-minute date between the two of them ended, the production team immediately released the footage of the two people staying in the heart-beating house. Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao were seen killing time by doing a food column, while Yan Tingxuan was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine, but the man didn't turn a page until the camera passed him. It was even more obvious for Yan Guanqing, who had been sitting by the balcony window watching the situation outside. Yan Guanqing's eyes were fixed on the door, as if he would be the first to rush out if there was any movement. Brother Yan, tisk tisk. Yan Guanqing really likes Mian. I remember that when he checked into the cabin this time, he brought a gift for You Mian. The emperor's crown is not dead yet. Brother Yun, come on, woo woo woo. So strong, Yun Jie was kicked out of the 3-person cabin by Mian, but he still managed to keep going. Don't mention kicking the room, it will hurt forever. Aren't two beauties sweet? I want to see them. But the interaction between Yan Guanqing and You Mian is not good. It's always one-sided on Yun's part. Mian doesn't seem to be too interested in him. This couple has always been lacking in something. Brother Yun is too sharp-tongued. Mian Bao didn't seem to like him from the beginning. The emperor's crown was heartbroken from the moment he was kicked out of the room. While the comments were on, the camera of the cabin turned and You Mian and Pei YG walked slowly into the courtyard. Sure enough, Yan Guanqing stood up and went out to greet him. Seeing this, the other people in the cabin immediately turned their attention over. In particular, Yan Tingxuan's nervous expression was captured clearly by the high-definition camera. The eyes behind the lenses were deep and sad, as if he had given up, yet still seemed to retain a trace of unwillingness. Yan is not doing well. Is anyone still supporting this couple? It's completely over, and Huo Yanji and Mian's couple is also over. You Mian walked through the cold wind and saw young Guanqing already standing in front of the entrance and opening the door. During post-production, the camera was specially filmed to capture the pair of black leather gloves that You Mian was wearing. Oh, hiss, it hurts. Tisk tisk tisk, Mian's attitude is very clear. I laughed out loud accidentally. It's just that I don't wear the plush gloves given by young Guanqing, it feels a bit better. It seems that this one-sided shura field is coming to an end. Mian's attitude represents everything. As the barrage of comments passed by, young Guanqing's eyes in the screen drooped, and his whole body instantly fell from his previous excited state to a dazed look. You Mian and Pei Yg nodded politely to him and walked into the cabin together. Amid the lively greetings, young Guanqing frowned and for the first time looked dazed and confused. Just as everyone was preparing dinner around the table, a little girl arrived. Young Guanqing and Yan Tingxuan successively asked You Mian about the content of their double date, their tone full of gunpowder. Young Guanqing asked You Mian, "You don't know how to ride a horse. Did he teach you? How is your learning going?" Yan Tingxuan smiled and said, "He always learns things quickly." Along with the synchronized excited reactions of the guests in the observation room edited together by the program team in post-production, the barrage of comments all started to wow as if watching the excitement. Everyone thought that what would happen next would be another famous scene where You Mian would be cold and aggressive towards others, but what they didn't expect was that Pei Yg, who had always been silent and introverted, actually spoke up and fought back this time. Especially when facing Yan Tingxuan deliberately showing off his familiarity with You Mian, Pei Yg sounded the clarion call for counterattack for the first time in the show. "Next time we go to the racecourse, we can have a competition," the man said with a deep smile. Pei Yig's counterattack was calm and clever. A word of, "next time," and a word of, "we." Especially Pei Yig's gaze and topics of conversation were always on You Mian. Unlike young Guanqing and Yan Tingxuan, he did not put his shield on each other, but kept his attention on You Mian. It is easy to draw a line between yourself and others with this intimate and natural attitude. You are you, and You Mian and I are us. This is Pei Yig's attitude of counterattack. Boss Pei's natural sincerity cannot be learned, no one can learn it. And Mian only buys into this. Fuck, I feel like I've seen the light. Boss Pei, go, go, go. Cultivating cotton is the best thing. Cotton workers will never admit defeat. Please drink this vinegar in big gulps, Mr. Pei. An old house on fire is more mature and hot-tempered than a young person. The evening's heart-warming text message segment was re-edited by the program team, and only 3 guests appeared on Iris' side. This time, Hong Sheng finally stopped keeping the audience in suspense and chose to directly release the segment of sending text messages to each other. I saw that You Mian's text message was connected to Pei Yg, who was sitting next to him by a dotted arrow. Pei Yig's heart-warming text message was also connected by a dotted arrow and headed towards You Mian beside him. Pure love, pure love. Although this is not the first time these two people have texted each other, this time I really heard the sound of their hearts beating. What's being posted? Hurry, hurry, I want to see what's being posted. Watch together with the barrage and the guests in the observation room in the main film. As countless people waited anxiously and nervously, 3 seconds later, 2 cursive characters with the same font but different colors appeared next to the images of You Mian and Pei Yg respectively. The crackling sound of burning firewood can be heard quietly in the igloo. The beautiful and light piano BGM slowly rises in the winter night. The low bass and guitar are cleverly added to the drum beats, and the beat is filled with a heart-warming atmosphere. Next to You Mian was a sentence with a heart-beating arrow from Pei Yg, "Let's play a game next time." Congratulations, genius. Next to Pei Yig's picture is a sentence connected by You Mian's heart-beating arrow, "Thank you Mr. Pei for your careful guidance." The moment the cursive characters appeared, the drum beats of the background music started beating just as perfectly as a heartbeat. Bang, bang. The barrage and the guests in the observation room howled wildly in sync. What kind of young couple is this? What kind of exquisite treasure is this? One called me Teacher Pei, the other called me Genius. All kill me to cheer you up. Am I the only one who thinks these two names are so ambiguous that they are about to explode? Hey, President Pei calls Mian a genius, he dotes on her and loves her so much. Fuck, this sentence from Mr. Pei and Genius really killed me. Thinking of Mian's major, does Mr. Pei also like sculpture? I don't know if Mr. Pei likes sculptures, but he definitely likes Mian. I made a lot of money, woo, I want to cry. I was twisting my body in the dorm like a twist who would understand. Fuck, I'm not kidding, Mian, I want to see you kissing the chair guy right now. Right now. Damn, I really want to fall in love. This atmosphere is awesome. Who can not love? I just want to ask who can not love in this situation. The cursive characters on You Mian's side slowly disappeared, and the camera suddenly showed images of the other three guests from the Lily of the Valley group. The images of Yan Guanqing, Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji pressing the send button were edited together. The next second, You Mian's phone rang 3 times without stopping. Damn, this episode is really full of excitement. Director Hong is awesome. The real Shura Field turns out to be here. Although Shura Field is late, it has arrived. The text messages of the other 3 people were also placed on the left side of the screen. A sentence of, Shaobi Lake of a University, a sentence of, this is a gift from me, a sentence of, I'm sorry. Seeing this, the barrage began to guess again. Wearing the gift I gave you, this must be Yan Guanqing, no doubt about it. What the hell is a big and small bihu? Is it still as beautiful as it was a few years ago? Yan Tingxuan, right. Ew, I won't comment on this sentence, tisk tisk. By process of elimination, this apology can only be attributed to Brother Huo. Alright, got it. Let's carry Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji away. Looking at it this way, this dating show really has brought together all the people in Shura Field, ha ha ha. Director Hong probably didn't expect this. The cotton worker is only interested in eating candy, and doesn't care about anything else hee. Smirking, trying to hug Mian, scared away by Boss Pei's cold eyes, continues to eat candy foolishly. After the heart-warming text message session, there was a group date at the handicraft workshop the next day. After the 7 guests finished making handmade chocolates and cards, the 3rd episode came to an end. At this time, there was only one identical message left in the barrage. Sorry, adjusts his tie, the winners this time are us cotton workers again. Ha 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 ha. Just a few minutes after the show ended, Hong Sheng sat in the studio and kept answering calls from advertisers. The original advertising department of 5 people was understaffed, so all the public relations team members went out together to communicate with advertisers who wanted additional investment. With the audience's carnival and the rising enthusiasm, the production building of the Matching Heartbeat program team was brightly lit all night long, but there was no trace of fatigue on everyone's face. Instead, they all had excited and crazy smiles. Matching Heartbeat is really a hit this time. Countless related hot searches topped the list, and even the online broadcasting platform specially prepared an exclusive page for the Matching Heartbeat program team. The next morning, Hong Sheng, who had been up all night, finally hung up the phone, his face filled with an uncontrollable smile. As of just now, we have reached new advertising cooperation agreements with more than 10 parties in the last episode. With sufficient financial support, Hong Sheng smiled and opened the champagne takeaway that his colleague had just ordered, and held a small celebration with the staff during lunchtime. Amid the sound of toasts, Hong Sheng made up his mind to turn the last episode of Matching Heartbeats into a dating variety show carnival, and put a beautiful end to this heart-warming winter show. But just when everyone was caught up in a busy and fulfilling state, several hot searches about Shuming were slowly climbing up like a warm-up. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yu Jiwan held a press conference on behalf of Shuming. In the video, the press conference venue was clean and spacious, and the seats were full. It seemed that most of the media in Huajiang City were present. Hashtag Yu Jiwan apologizes hash. Hashtag Shuming stands for high-end quality hash. Hashtag Shuming advanced customization hash. Hashtag Yu Jiwan Bai Lin hash. In the video of the press conference, Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin were sitting on the stage, both looking extremely tired, with their heads down in repentance. Yu Jiwan's gray temples made him look more than a little older. He nodded solemnly to the camera of the press conference and said hoarsely, "On behalf of Shuming, I would like to make a profound apology to the public. My son Bai Lin cheated and colluded with the judges in the Xingqian Cup. I really don't have the face to show up here again. You Jiwan lowered his eyes tiredly, like a serious father who loves his son deeply. He sighed and said, but I am still the chairman of Shuming. I can't just fall into self-blame and abandon Shuming. I hereby express my deepest regret to the public. You Jiwan wiped away his tears and said, I hope the public can continue to supervise Shuming. I will also teach Bai Lin a lesson. I implore everyone to give Shuming a chance. Bai Lin, who had taken off her gorgeous jewelry, was wearing a plain white dress in the camera. She looked clean and gentle. She frowned and followed Yu Jiwan to apologize to the camera. Bai Lin did not forget to hold the back of Yu Jiwan's hand and patted it gently. The two people showed their immense affection in front of the camera, and their deep love for each other almost instantly aroused the sympathy of the public. Yu Jiwan sobbed towards the camera, his attitude like a strict father, while Bai Lin had a sad face, and looked elegant and weak like a kind mother. As countless reporters rushed to take photos and record the scene, Yu Jiwan sighed and mentioned You Mian's name in public, saying, You Mian, it is wrong for Zhaolin to damage your work. Lin loves his son dearly and wants to do his best to compensate your brother who has been away from us abroad. What's there to be said as a family? Yu Jiwan frowned and said earnestly, after all, we have raised you for more than 20 years and regard you as our own son. Whatever misunderstandings there are between us, we shouldn't post them online for others to laugh at. Shuming is my father's life's work. Yu Jiwan almost cried, do you really want to involve Shuming for the sake of those interests and money? The extremely eye-catching news made the cameras present unable to stop filming. Even if Dad begs you. After Yu Jiwan finished saying this, he actually stood up and walked to the long table and knelt down in front of the video. With a thump, he knelt down cleanly and neatly. In the camera, he looked so pathetic while kneeling. Bai Lin immediately faced the camera and covered her mouth with a surprised expression. She quickly stood up and went over to stop him. Jiwan. Bai Lin cried, what are you doing? Yu Jiwan knelt on the ground, staring at the camera, as if the person he was calling out to was such an unfaithful and unfilial son. He shouted in a hoarse voice, choking with sobs, Xiao Mian, even if Dad begs you. As Bai Lin cried, Yu Jiwan pleaded in front of the camera, word by word, very seriously, for the sake of our 20-year relationship. Let Zhaolin go, let Shuming go. Chapter 102. In the venue filled with reporters, flashlights flashed non-stop and the sound of shutter clicks continued to capture the posture of Yu Jiwan who was kneeling on the stage. Assistant Dong, who was standing beside the stage, glanced up and saw that the time was almost right, so he put on a panicked expression and stepped onto the stage. Following Bai Lin, he easily lifted Yu Jiwan's arm and pulled up the grieving father. Assistant Dong smoothed the hem of Yu Jiwan's suit, and then faced the reporters in a very professional manner and said loudly, sorry, everyone, it's best not to send out the photos just now. Yu Jiwan covered his face and coughed a few times, his eyebrows drooping, and he said in a deep voice, I lost my composure. Assistant Dong and several other staff members who rushed to the stage helped Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin to sit back at the long table. Then, at the prompt of Shuming's staff, the press interview session finally began. Several entertainment reporters who had been arranged in advance raised their hands first and directly asked the explosive questions that had been decided in advance. Mr. Yu, is the continuous plunge in Shuming's stock price today related to what you just said? Or can I ask if it is because of your son You Mian that Shuming's corporate trust crisis this time? The young assistant Dong stood up and said in a reprimanding tone, I'm sorry, sir, this kind of question. Before he could finish, Yu Jiwan, who was standing beside him, put on a friendly look, nodded tiredly, and confirmed on the spot, yes. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense again. In the chaos, the emotional reporters no longer asked questions one by one in the pre-arranged order, but directly threw a lot of doubts and threw them heavily on the stage. You Mian posted an agreement online not long ago, with your signature and Shuming's seal on it, confirming that he no longer has any connection with the Yu family. Excuse me, you are aware of this, right? Yu Jiwan's pupils shrank, and before he could react, sharp questions came to him one after another. An insider revealed that your biological son Bai Lin received an elite education abroad and attended a prestigious school. He paid for his personal oil painting exhibition while in school at a cost of tens of millions, but as far as everyone knows, Bai Lin had not yet been recognized by the Yu family at that time, and Bai Lin did not have any nominal adoptive parents. So was the money he squandered given by you. The microphone was held high. So you have been secretly providing financial support to Bai Lin before we met. Why didn't you acknowledge him as your biological son when you knew you had him? You were biased between You Mian and Bai Lin. Please answer directly. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, You Jiwan and Bai Lin looked at each other hurriedly. The chairman's assistant who stood up beside them had already raised his hand high in panic and made a gesture of pressing down to signal silence. We understand everyone's emotions. We are holding this press conference today to answer everyone's questions. We beg all media friends to give Xu Ming a chance to clarify. We will ask them one by one. Yu Jiwan raised his hand towards the security guard standing next to the stage, and several burly men in black suits approached the side of the venue, causing the reporters who had been extremely excited just now to sit down instead of standing. Assistant Dong had a smile in his eyes, and he no longer pretended to be a snake. He just pointed from a distance and called the reporters who had been arranged in advance. The man stood up and immediately changed the subject, asking, "Mr. You just emphasized the 20 years of raising me, and every word was heart-wrenching. I'm sure you felt sad when You Mian directly released that recording and video, emphasizing that you no longer had anything to do with each other, right?" The situation was finally brought back to normal. Yu Jiwan breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I believe that I have not treated him unfairly in terms of property in the past 20 years. Xiao Mian has lived a superior life in the Yu family that ordinary people cannot achieve. I have provided him with the best environment for growth and the best educational resources. I have a clear conscience about this," Yu Jiwan said in a sonorous and powerful voice. The sound of shutter clicks rang out wildly, and one after another, questions that had been arranged in advance were asked in public. After the press conference that lasted more than an hour, Yu Jiwan walked out of the hotel lobby and stepped into the back seat of a luxury car. Bai Lin and Dong Zhu were already sitting on the leather sofa. Yu Jiwan swept away the humble look he had just shown in front of the camera, and became fierce and ruthless again the moment the car door closed. "Have all the reports been sent out?" Yu Jiwan asked after taking the tablet handed to him by Assistant Dong. Assistant Dong nodded and said with a smile, "The copywriting was all written in advance by our public relations team. They agreed to publish it according to what we wrote. Now public opinion has begun to gain momentum. This is the first batch of articles that have been published. Mr. Yu, please take a look." Yu Jiwan followed his words and clicked on the article link on the tablet in his hand. Bai Lin smiled happily, took out a bottle of champagne from the small refrigerator in the car, clinked the glass with her lotus-pink nails, and asked with a smile, "Are you celebrating Xu Ming's resurrection?" The three people present had no doubt that after today's press conference, even if Yu Mian had hundreds of mouths, he would not be able to wash away this dirty water. What PR tactic is more powerful than a father kneeling down and crying? Bai Lin felt that they had made a brilliant move and couldn't help but want to celebrate. But just as she unscrewed the champagne glass and the bubbles started to pop, Yu Jiwan, who was sitting next to her, frowned and asked, "Why is the internet so slow in the car?" Yu Jiwan stared at the buffering words on the tablet for about 5 or 6 seconds. Upon hearing the sound, Bai Lin and Assistant Dong leaned over to take a look. 3 seconds later, the page that had been in the buffering stage was finally refreshed. "This content involves spreading rumors and has been deleted. Please correct it." The three people gasped at the same time. The internet army had been sent out, but the articles did not follow up. This was a major mistake. Yu Jiwan's fingers clenched the tablet so tightly that they turned white, and wrinkles formed at the corners of his eyes. He shouted loudly, "What's going on? Give me an explanation." Assistant Dong was so scared that his hands were shaking. He quickly took the tablet from Yu Jiwan, picked up his phone and started making a call. Before the call was connected, Assistant Dong looked at Yu Jiwan and said soothingly, "Don't worry, Mr. Yu. They must have encountered some banned words that were scanned by the platform's machine. This happens all the time. Just change it and it will be fine." Bai Lin held the champagne glass with her heart pounding, thinking that this was not a good sign. She was not in the mood to drink champagne, so she quickly took out her phone and opened Weibo and several other news platforms. She looked through the hot search list from top to bottom, only to find that several entries related to Xu Ming that had been hyped up before the press conference had all disappeared. Bai Lin tried to type the word, Xu Ming, in the search bar, but apart from some show reports from half a year ago, she could not see any news about this morning's press conference. Her breathing rate began to quicken and her fingers began to tremble. She immediately tried to search for You Mian and Bai Lin's names again, but the results were the same as before. She could not find any blog post with the word press conference written on it. Bai Lin's expression was too ugly. You Mian frowned angrily when he saw it. What? The entries have also been removed. This kind of publicity PR had been discussed in advance. Unless the platform went back on its word, it would be impossible for JL to suppress it all even if they wanted to. You Mian had guessed this and decided to hold a press conference, so his question was just a casual one as a joke. But after You Mian finished speaking, Bai Lin did not respond for a long time, but stared at him in a daze. A feeling of being out of control suddenly weighed down on the heads of the three people in the car. If they couldn't even send out the articles and entries, today's press conference would become a joke like playing house. You Mian swallowed his throat and asked again, was it really taken down? Bai Lin nodded hesitantly, all gone. At the same time, Assistant Dong also called the contact number of an entertainment newspaper that spent the most money on this press conference. The other party seemed to know what he was going to ask. Before he could open his mouth, he shouted, sorry, you guys have run into a tough guy this time. We will return the money in full and not take a cent. We can't take this job anymore. The assistant turned on the speakerphone, and You Mian could hear what was said on the other end clearly. He leaned over and snatched the phone that the assistant was holding to his ear, and shouted at the other end, I want an explanation. What's going on now? You Mian yelled a few times, is it because the money is not in place, or is it something else? Is JL putting pressure on me? No matter how big JL is in Huajiang City, it is at most a company, and its influence is limited. This press conference was well prepared and eye-catching, and the reporters who came were all expecting to get something big, which proved that they were prepared to be pressured by JL from the beginning. Now the water has suddenly receded. You Mian feels extremely unbelievable. The person on the other end of the phone sighed leisurely, it's not just JL, the scope is even wider than this. All the public relations teams in Huajiang City and even the national public relations teams are collectively putting pressure on us. Some online broadcasting platforms are also ordering us to remove these rumor articles. It's the general trend. The contact of the entertainment newspaper said, anyway, we can't take this job, so we advise Mr. Yu to stop, because no one can take this job. How is that possible? You Mian asked in surprise. The person on the other end of the phone really seemed to not want to get involved in this mess, and hung up immediately after saying that. You Mian listened to the beeping sound in his ear, and the assistant finally found out the reason. The young assistant said, Boss Yu, it's because Matching Heartbeats was a huge hit last night, and its popularity has broken through the Circle Index. Many advertisers and platforms have new cooperation with them. From last night to just now, there have been official announcements of new sponsors. You Mian immediately snatched the tablet from his hand and scanned it. From top to bottom, densely packed blue-labeled official Weibo accounts popped up like mushrooms after a rain, and the top 10 on the hot search list were all talking about the show, Matching Heartbeat. A huge crowd poured in, and all the comments were positive and active under strict regulations. More than 100 advertisers made interactive comments on the Matching Heartbeat program's Weibo account, participating in the heated discussions with a spirit that went beyond the circle. The attention level was completely off the charts, making it a true national variety show. The assistant said nervously, all these new sponsors joined in the pressure, and our reports were all taken down in a matter of seconds. We couldn't send out any of them. Driven by their own interests, the financiers who have just made additional investments will of course eliminate any false reports that would prevent them from making money. Hundreds of public relations teams from all kinds of brand companies patrol the internet endlessly. Especially the articles Xu Ming had just published, every word of which was directed at You Mian. They immediately attracted the attention of all public relations teams and were directly contacted and taken down in less than 2 seconds. Bai Lin dropped her arms in a daze, while You Mian asked angrily, with such high popularity and such a big event, how could it not be discovered before the press conference? The assistant said nervously, because all of Xu Ming's PR teams are busy with the press conference, and some have been contacting Bai Lin's fans. This was indeed our mistake. I'm sorry, President Yu. Another reason why Shuming PR didn't notice it was because You Mian's popularity explosion this time was too fierce. Who would have thought that a variety show that had only been slightly popular for 3 episodes would become as popular as it is now because of a few skiing videos before the last episode? No one can predict the future. They all underestimated the impact of the feature film aired last night, and didn't even put this incident on the list of things that needed to be prevented. Yu Jiwan was so frustrated and furious. Sorry is useless, just quit and get out. The turnaround they carefully planned not only failed to bring Shu Ming back to life, but instead made her a laughingstock in the circle. It really was a slap in the face and a dud. Unlike Yu Jiwan and the other 2 in the car who already knew the current situation, Bai Lin's fans who had been mobilized on the internet were charging against the current. They jumped up and down under various entries related to the romance variety show, waiting for the situation to turn around, as the private fan said. But after a morning and a whole day, all we got was official announcements from several brands about additional investments. And the fan who revealed the information that could turn the situation around suddenly deleted his account and ran away, leaving a group of fans who had foolishly charged forward staring blankly at their phones. Even if the die-hard fans, who numbered only a few thousand, continued to insult, it would not cause any ripples. In fact, they would be crushed by the revelry crowd within just a few seconds until nothing was left. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the official Weibo account of the Matching Heartbeat program, which has over 8 million fans, released the recording time of the last episode, and announced amid the excited and joyful voices of fans that the last episode will be jointly broadcasted in conjunction with the online broadcasting platform Matching Heartbeat, at You Mian, at Guantong, at Shen Nanzhao, at Pei YG, at Yunguanqing, at Yan Tingxuan, at Huoyanji, Dream Lake House, 48 hours of non-stop live broadcast, the final confession day of love. Waiting for your arrival. Stay tuned. A few seconds later, You Mian's Weibo also reposted this live broadcast message. The chaotic online public opinion did not affect him at all. In the cold night wind, You Mian wrapped in a scarf walked into the first floor of a university. His chestnut brown curly hair swept across his amber eyes. The thin and clear-looking boy stepped into the stairs and looked up. The gilded encouragement hangs high on the wall, unimpeded by wind or rain. You Mian raised her head, and the joy, admiration, and longing in her curved eyes turned into a very complex emotion, and finally into a gentle smile. He went upstairs and returned to the classroom to organize all his tools and books. When leaving the teaching building again, You Mian, carrying his bag, did not look back but walked forward firmly. Under the moonlight, the gilded font was reflected with gentle colors, reflecting You Mian's elegant back like a veil. Chapter 103. In the dark night, as soon as You Mian walked out of the school gate, he saw Pei YG standing by the car door waiting. The man was wearing a camel coat with a brown vest showing a little edge. His dark blue tie was neatly buttoned to the top. He looked solemn and handsome. Pei YG heard the footsteps, turned his head and looked over, his cold and dark eyes instantly softened. You Mian approached him with her chin buried in her scarf. "Why are you here?" You Mian asked. Pei YG opened the back door for You Mian, and said in a deep voice with an indescribable charm, "I went to the sculpture studio to look for you, but you weren't there, so I came to take you home." You Mian got into the car and the heater blew on his face. Pei YG also bent down and sat on the spacious back seat sofa, and the car door was slammed shut. The driver had already separated the back seat of the car with a partition. You Mian realized belatedly that he was already accustomed to being with Pei YG in such a closed space without feeling any embarrassment. You Mian lowered his eyes. The lights on the roadside passed over his profile as the car speeded up, and the light and dark quickly overlapped. You Mian took the warm coffee handed to him by Pei YG, holding the cup while without looking into his eyes, but lowered her head and smiled, as if looking for a topic to talk about. "Director Hong should have told you that the last episode of the show will start recording tomorrow, and the whole process will be live broadcast." When You Mian mentioned the words, live broadcast, his voice softened a bit. On weekdays, he was not used to facing a large number of cameras when recording the show. Now that the last episode has been changed to a live broadcast, You Mian really didn't know if he could hold on. Pei YG hummed solemnly, "He told me." You Mian took a sip of coffee. Pei YG asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Hearing the voice, You Mian turned his head to look at Pei YG. The street lights outside the opposite car window were reflected in the boy's eyes, which were bright. Will you feel uncomfortable? You Mian asked back. You Mian has not forgotten how all the cameras were hiding from Pei Yg during the first episode of recording in the cabin. Although it has not been so obvious since the second episode, You Mian knows that Pei Yg does not like such occasions. But Pei Yg said, "Not bad." You Mian felt the bitter taste of coffee on the tip of his tongue, and after the bitterness passed, it was followed by waves of sweetness. In the spacious back seat, which was dimly lit, the breathing of the two people was barely audible. "This is the last issue." Pei Yg suddenly said this. The man's eyes fell on You Mian and he didn't say anything else. It seemed that there were more words he didn't say, emotions hidden in his heart. You Mian pursed her lips in understanding and agreed, "Yes, it's the last issue." An ambiguous atmosphere suddenly arose in the smoothly moving car, and both of them knew exactly what they meant by mentioning the last issue at this moment. You Mian fluttered his eyelashes, lowered his eyes jokingly and said, "By then, there will be cameras everywhere in the cabin, and live broadcasts will probably be everywhere. It will be difficult to have such a pleasant chat." Pei Yg still hummed solemnly. "Will you not be used to it?" Pei Yg asked again. Without waiting for You Mian to answer, Pei Yg said, "I can ask Hong Sheng to give you some space to be alone." You Mian smiled and curved his eyes when he heard this. Boss Pei is being special. Pei Yg looked at him deeply and admitted frankly, "Yeah. You just came back from the sculpture room. Did you see the half-carved piece I'm working on?" Pei Yg said, 7 meters high, it is more spectacular than I imagined." You Mian raised his eyebrows and smiled brightly, "Really?" Pei Yg nodded, his voice low and hoarse, "I will sit in the first row and watch you hold the gold medal." You Mian's heart skipped a beat and his fingers suddenly began to feel numb. The boy lowered his eyes to avoid Pei Yig's gaze and said softly, "You seem to have always had so much confidence in me." Pei Yg said, "Yeah." The man's eyes were deep and gentle, "Because you are my genius." Bang, bang. You Mian could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Is President Pei so tolerant of all talented people? You Mian joked with his eyes curved. A topic that would normally be lightly touched upon is put on the podium under the interweaving of light and shadow tonight. Pei Yg looked at You Mian seriously and said without hesitation, "No." You Mian's expression was smiling, but as he kept looking into Pei Yig's dark eyes, the relaxed smile on the corners of his mouth gradually faded until it was pursed into a straight line. You Mian did not dodge, and neither did Pei Yg. They stared at each other for a long time, and in silence, some emotions that had been suppressed for too long suddenly burst out and became uncontrollable. It's like magma surging in a volcano, or more like a crack in the ice that's about to burst. There was a clicking sound. You Mian heard the glacier in his heart breaking. The man's dark eyes are always gentle and reliable, but when he is cold, he will have an extremely strong and domineering aura, showing his edge. Pei Yg is handsome, and You Mian recognized this from the first time she saw him. Pei Yig's tough facial features are full of sharpness, which is the type of male facial features that You Mian liked most when he first came into contact with sculpture. You Mian had drawn countless portraits, but none of them was as handsome as Pei Yg, with every detail being just right. You Mian noticed that a few strands of Pei Yig's hair fell slightly in front of his left forehead. The man's breath was like the cold water of a pond, just like the biting winter outside the window at this moment. The coffee cup was put aside, the back of Pei Yig's hand began to turn red, and the restrained and patient emotions in his eyes reached their peak. Pei Yig's suppressed emotional expression made You Mian's breathing tighten. The atmosphere became heated. It was not until Pei Yg grabbed her wrist that You Mian realized how strong the other party was. When You Mian came to his senses, he found that he was very close to Pei Yg, almost touching him. Pei Yig's eyes were trembling violently, and You Mian clearly saw his Adam's apple rolling heavily. The man's palms were burning hot. At this moment, Pei Yg in front of him seemed to be about to tear off his gentlemanly and noble side, finally revealing his other side as a thug in a suit. Due to her posture, You Mian sat higher than Pei Yg. The chestnut-brown curly hair had swept across Pei Yig's nose many times, but this time was different from the previous ones. You Mian's right hand was restrained by Pei Yg, his knees were kneeling beside Pei Yig's thighs, and the other foot was supported under the seat. Accompanied by a heartbeat so intense that it was about to suffocate him, Pei Yg saw the pair of amber eyes in front of him getting closer and closer, until he could clearly see the incomparably gentle and submissive look on You Mian's face as she lowered her eyes. Pei Yiji seemed to be still restraining himself until You Mian's nose touched his. The bright eyes are filled with strong smiles and affection. Veins bulged on the side of Pei Yiji's neck, and he raised his big hand to press down hard on the back of You Mian's neck. But before he could move, the steadily driving Maibach stopped, and the driver Xiao Li's voice was like a basin of untimely cold water poured heavily on Pei Yiji. Xiao Li called out from the partition, "Boss Pei, Mr. Yu, we're here." You Mian blinked and gently struggled against Pei Yiji's hand, but easily broke free. Pei Yiji heard the sound of the car door opening and watched You Mian get out and leave. Pei Yiji sat in the back seat in a daze. Did You Mian just leave like that? He tilted his head and happened to meet You Mian's gaze through the car window as she looked back downstairs at the apartment building. The Maibach's door was opened again and slammed shut. As the clothes rubbed against each other, You Mian was pushed against the wall of the apartment. There was no street light here, and everything was dark except for the stars and the moon above his head. You Mian smiled and asked knowingly, "Why did Mr. Pei get off the car?" Pei Yiji tightly grasped You Mian's wrist and said in a hoarse voice, "You turned around and looked at me." You Mian raised his eyebrows. The man's eyes in front of him made him look unclear, but the cold aura had enveloped him. "Is there?" Pei Yiji said confidently. "Yes, you looked back at me." Pei Yiji was tall and could easily block You Mian here with just a wave of his hand, preventing even a trace of wind from reaching him. So, You Mian narrowed his eyes slightly. It turns out that President Pei can't stand it. For the first time, Pei Yiji felt that You Mian had turned back into that slippery fish, teasing him wantonly with its beautiful tail. Pei Yiji held You Mian's waist and raised his other hand to press against the back of the boy's neck. The palms of his big hands were burning hot. Without waiting for Pei Yiji to speak again, You Mian kissed him first. The boy's lips were soft and cool. He touched her lightly and then left. He was not very good at kissing, so You Mian just pecked at him little by little like a puppy. Pei Yiji pinched the back of You Mian's neck hard, and the other party trembled for a moment as before. Pei Yiji suddenly lowered his head and pried open the other person's tightly closed lips as if he had learned it by himself. The sound of kisses could be heard in the quiet moonlight of the night. You Mian was pushed against the wall and kissed wantonly. His eyes were filled with moisture, his lips were kept open and the root of his tongue began to feel numb. Pei Yiji's kiss was too strong and obsessive. The man's desire for control reached its peak at this moment and was completely revealed, which frightened You Mian. The close contact after enduring for so long made both of them tremble with excitement. You Mian's ears were red and her eyelashes were trembling. Pei Yiji was exerting force as if he wanted to swallow You Mian up. His shoulders covered You Mian's body, blocking almost all light sources for You Mian. As a result, You Mian could not see the surrounding situation even with his eyes wide open. When his vision was deprived, the sense of touch became more obvious. Pei Yiji's lips were thin, and the taste of coffee lingered between them, with a green bitter taste followed by a sweet aftertaste. You Mian felt that his brain was beginning to lack oxygen. After a few more minutes, Pei Yiji finally let him go. But before You Mian could breathe a sigh of relief, Pei Yiji asked with a hoarse voice and a smile, "Have you rested enough?" You Mian smiled helplessly and put his hand against Pei Yiji's strong chest. "No." But when Pei Yiji bent down and kissed her again, You Mian still opened her mouth affectionately. As their lips touched, You Mian heard Pei Yiji's violent heartbeat. After another deep kiss, You Mian's breathing became completely disordered. The boy said hoarsely, "Do you know when was the last time I wanted to kiss you?" Pei Yiji raised his hand and wiped the water stains on You Mian's lips. "When?" You Mian said, "By the Wa River." Pei Yiji's Adam's apple rolled. "Then do you know when was the last time I wanted to kiss you?" You Mian raised his eyes. Pei Yiji said in a deep voice, "Now." The sudden live broadcast disrupted all of You Mian's plans. He didn't want the progress of their relationship to be exposed in front of the camera, so You Mian let his selfish desires grow. This was their first secret kiss with each other before the final taping. Chapter 104. Pei Yiji's kiss was as strong as he was, with a cold aura, a deep kiss that seemed to be determined to pry open You Mian's tongue. You Mian was pushed against the wall, squinting his eyes as he looked at Pei Yiji, whose outline was not clear in front of him. Pei Yiji's hands were very strong, pressing on You Mian's lower back to hold him tightly. You Mian couldn't help but raise his head, but he didn't expect that this posture made Pei Yiji's attack more smooth. The other person's kissing skills became more and more proficient rapidly during these few brief encounters, and You Mian was a little overwhelmed. Pei Yiji wiped away the water stains on You Mian's chin with his thumb. The man's voice was so hoarse that it made You Mian's spine tingle. Pei Yiji said, "I kissed you before I even hugged you." You Mian leaned back against the wall and looked up. His rosy lips and watery eyes made the boy look lazy and intoxicated that no one had ever seen before. Pei Yiji's breath enveloped him again, but this time there was no kiss, just a tight hug. You Mian rested his chin on Pei Yiji's left shoulder, and his whole body was completely enveloped in Pei Yiji's arms. This was a very safe posture, as if Pei Yiji used his broad shoulders to withstand all the wind and snow. You Mian felt the warmth on Pei Yiji's arm and thought that it was indeed the case. Their chests were pressed together, their hearts connected. After more than 10 seconds, their heartbeats had become completely consistent, beating at the same rate, feeling the same surging emotions. "Mian Mian." You Mian's eyes trembled slightly. Pei Yiji called out again, "Mian Mian." An obvious smile appeared on Pei Yiji's lips. The strong sense of uneasiness that had been plundering just now gradually disappeared in this hug, and he began to let the electric sparks crackle in his nerve endings at this moment. All the sensory emotions that had become blurred by the intense joy gradually returned, and under the cold night wind, Pei Yiji finally regained some rationality. Pei Yiji let go of You Mian, and watched with very gentle eyes as the dark night fell on You Mian's forehead, nose bridge, and profile. The boy's eyes were as bright as ever, his chestnut-brown curly hair was slightly messy, and he exuded a lazy air, which made Pei Yiji feel warm in his heart. "I like you." Pei Yiji closed his eyes lightly, and when he opened them again, his eyes were calm and serious. He fluttered his eyelashes nervously, and said in a very hoarse voice, "I like you very much." You Mian's amber eyes trembled violently. It turned out that even though they knew each other, he still couldn't control the surging emotions when he heard such a confession. You Mian raised her eyes and smiled, her voice even hoarser than Pei Yiji's, "How much is the suit?" Pei Yiji paused and said, "It's not expensive." Before the man finished speaking, You Mian raised his hand, grabbed his collar and pulled him down. This time, You Mian's kiss was no longer a gentle peck like a puppy. Who said Pei Yiji was the only one who learned it? You Mian raised her teeth and bit the thin lips that were so close to her. A slight pain accompanied by shock, joy and helplessness filled Pei Yiji's chest. After the subconsciously driven closeness just now, Pei Yiji was calm this time, with heavy emotions in his mind. Every kiss he gave was filled with great care. Pei Yiji's kiss fell on the tip of You Mian's nose, and then jumped onto his eyes as the dusk fell. "You like me too," Pei Yiji stated. You Mian rested her forehead on Pei Yiji's shoulder. "Yes, I like you too." "When did you start to like me?" Pei Yiji asked. You Mian met Pei Yiji's dark and deep eyes. Facing this question, You Mian was rarely stunned. "Yes, that's when I started to like Pei Yiji." You Mian held Pei Yiji's hand, and the two of them held their fingers tightly. The winter night wind blew You Mian's nose tip and earlobes red, and the boy smiled with his eyebrows curved into a very beautiful arc. "I don't know." You Mian smiled like a cat stealing some fish, or even more like a slippery fish. "Maybe it's because the red wine you gave me just happened to suit my taste, or maybe it's because we were in the aquarium after all. The longnose fish is really cute, or maybe it's because every time I see you, my love for you increases a little bit." Pei Yiji's throat tightened and he trembled at You Mian's open love at this moment. "I am the first person to receive the sculpture with your name engraved on it, right?" Pei Yiji asked. You Mian raised his eyes, looking serious. "Yes. I am also the first person you were willing to rely on." You Mian smiled casually. "Yes." Pei Yiji recalled the return bus trip a long time ago. The street lights flickered on You Mian's profile. The boy was in a very low mood at the time, staring out the window, with the documentary volume in his headphones very loud. Pei Yiji whispered, "I am also the first person who made you cry in front of me." You Mian seemed to recall the same memory as Pei Yiji, and the flower-shaped iron sculpture of the street lamp appeared in his mind. Looking back, I found that the boat had passed thousands of mountains. You Mian was confident, and let Pei Yiji's fingers stroke the corners of her eyes. "Yes. There is no need to ask too much about some things, as they already have a mutual understanding at this moment." Pei Yiji took You Mian's hand and walked out of the dark and quiet place. The lights in front of the apartment were brightly lit. The vision gradually became clear, and You Mian found that Pei Weiji's collar was torn into pieces by his previous action. There was an obvious smile in the boy's eyes, which made Pei Weiji laugh as well. You Mian shrugged and said, "See you tomorrow." Matching Heartbeats is extremely popular and has become a variety show watched by almost everyone. It is not difficult to guess how grand the live broadcast will be like. There will be countless spotlights shining on all of their heads, exposing every move of each of them under the camera. You Mian began to feel grateful for this kiss tonight, which no one knew about except them. Pei Weiji lowered his eyes and looked at him, and the man pursed his lips. You Mian blinked, and suddenly saw Pei Weiji turning his face away with some hesitation. This expression was rare. Just as You Mian felt a little puzzled, he heard Pei Weiji say in a low voice, "Actually, there is one more thing. Something that was interrupted by tonight's kiss." Pei Weiji took out a document from the car and turned around and walked closer. "It's about Ba Quan and Sheng Zhonggang." Pei Weiji flipped through the file and said softly, "It's quite thick." You Mian raised his eyes and smiled, raising his eyebrows casually, "Then we can only invite Mr. Pei to come in and talk." Pei Weiji pursed his lips and said, "Excuse me." You Mian smiled brightly. Pei Weiji's collar was still messed up by You Mian. He didn't tidy it up and just walked into You Mian's apartment. You Mian's room is very clean. There is a vase of lilies on the coffee table in front of the sofa. The bright decoration is warm and quiet. Through the balcony glass, Pei Weiji saw a small plastic table placed there. You Mian poured Pei Weiji a glass of water and said with a smile, "Sit down." Pei Weiji is tall and has long legs. When he sits on the sofa, his legs extend beyond the table. The man took off his suit jacket, leaving only a brown striped shirt. The light of the late night made his handsome eyes dim slightly, and his facial features became even more handsome in the shadows. You Mian sat next to him and flipped through the information Pei Weiji handed over. Although neither of them spoke, the atmosphere was full of ambiguity. Pei Weiji picked up the water that You Mian placed in front of him and took a sip. The clear water rolled down his throat, and his hot mood finally calmed down a little. Pei Weiji tried hard to focus on the documents in You Mian's hand, rather than You Mian himself. He watched You Mian flip through the pages one by one, and explained in a low voice, "Sheng Zhonggang has no children, no daughter, and no wife. He jumped 17 years ago and has nothing left. But this Ba Quan has a divorced wife and son." Pei Weiji's voice was deep, and You Mian's wandering emotions gradually became absorbed in the information in front of him during this serious explanation. "Hasn't his son been missing for a long time?" You Mian wondered. "Yes," Pei Weiji said, "but I found his wife and asked her about some old stories. Ba Quan's wife is a very bold woman, straightforward and outgoing. The people who came to the door did ask some questions. Ba Quan and Sheng Zhonggang cooperated with Yu Jiwan to set up a garment factory. The profits were good in the first 2 years, but after a period of time, the returns showed a clear downward trend. Yu Jiwan proposed a branch factory, but he was unwilling to take any workers with him. Hundreds of workers were facing unemployment. You Mian raised his eyes and said, "This garment factory is the predecessor of Shuming." Pei Weiji said, "Yes, they broke down and the two groups had a big quarrel. It happened at Ba Quan's house, so his wife knew it very well. Later, Sheng Zhonggang and Ba Quan took the initiative to propose going south to introduce funds from outside the city. I don't know what agreement the three of them reached, but the factory was temporarily handed over to Yu Jiwan, who was in charge of it for 3 months. During this period, Ba Quan's wife was driven out of the factory by Yu Jiwan's men, along with thousands of other workers." Yu Mian's heart sank, and then he heard Pei Weiji say, "Yu Jiwan ran away with the equipment and all the backbones of the garment factory. And the workers?" Pei Weiji said, "They can't chase Yu Jiwan, who has already left his hometown to ask for money. They can only wait in the town until Ba Quan and Sheng Zhonggang come back and ask them for an explanation." Ba Quan's wife also divorced Ba Quan at this time. Yu Mian could already guess how excitedly the workers were blocking Ba Quan and Sheng Zhonggang at that time. "So how did they solve it in the end?" You Mian asked softly. Pei Weiji glanced at him under the light, his eyes heavy and deep. Sheng Zhonggang jumped off a building that was under construction at the time. You Mian flipped through the document in his hand and saw the words, "slipped and fell from the building." Ba Quan's wife said that Sheng Zhonggang chatted with Ba Quan all night before he jumped. Later, Sheng Zhonggang was found to have fallen from the building accidentally, and the real estate company paid several million in compensation. It was enough to pay the workers' overdue wages and rent the factory and equipment. You Mian's fingers gently stroked the lines of words on the paper, and he lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Ba Quan was imprisoned for 5 years for intentional injury. When he was released, he immediately went to find Yu Jiwan. You Mian thought for a while before saying, he wants money and an explanation. Pei Yg nodded. It's natural that some people are jealous of the millions of dollars in compensation. Some of the workers who were very noisy asked for a lot of money, thinking that they could get more money by hanging banners and making a scene. Ba Quan hit someone and blinded him. He was imprisoned for 5 years. Yu Jiwan has done too many bad things, so he sent the newborn Bai Lin abroad and let you replace the identity of Yu family's biological son. Pei Yig's voice was very light when he said this. There are too many people who hate Yu Jiwan. Yu Mian blinked. Maybe Yu Jiwan himself doesn't know how many enemies he has made, so he is so worried. Ba Quan died 9 years ago in the unfinished building where Sheng Zhonggang jumped off. Could the person who kidnapped me so many times be Ba Quan's son? Yu Mian closed the information and sighed. Pei Yg lowered his eyes and said, it's possible. Yu Mian fluttered her eyelashes, thinking that the key clue now lies in Ba Quan's son. If she can find him, the truth about Yu Jiwan's child swapping may be completely revealed. We can also expose this vicious and selfish villain who caused other people's families to be broken up and separated from their wives and children under the sun and make him get the punishment he deserves. This time, Pei Yg did not stand by silently as he did before. Instead, he raised his hand and gently rubbed Yu Mian's hair. The boy raised his eyes and looked over. Pei Yg smoothed his frowning brows with his big hands and said in a deep voice, don't frown. Pei Yg was qualified to be able to comfort the other party frankly, and also qualified to be his strong arm. Yu Mian tilted her head and kissed the inside of Pei Yig's wrist, a smile in her amber eyes. Boss Pei has started to manage people. Pei Yg raised his eyebrows and said in a seductive voice, is it not possible? The documents were closed and placed on the coffee table. Yu Mian turned sideways and Pei Yg kissed the corner of her lips. Pei Yg stretched out his hand and gently pulled Yu Mian closer to him, letting the boy sit astride him. The distance between the two people is so close that it cannot be closer. When Yu Mian leaned over, her hair fell on Pei Yig's nose, making the man feel itchy. Yu Mian proved with his actions that Pei Yg could certainly control him. In the dark night, the cold wind howled outside the window and the floor lamp emitted warm light. They kissed each other in the howling winter night, enjoying their private love without any cameras. After the kiss, Pei Yig's heartbeat hadn't yet calmed down when he heard Yu Mian suddenly say, we're going to start recording the show tomorrow. Pei Yg didn't understand yet, and replied calmly, yeah. Yu Mian rested her arm on his chest, slightly distanced him, and the boy pursed his lips, you have to pretend you don't know each other. Pei Yg was startled, huh? Yu Mian blinked, the show hasn't finished recording yet. Pei Yg. Yu Mian added, we also signed a contract. Pei Yg. Yu Mian raised his eyebrows and smiled beautifully, just pretend to be the same as before. Pei Yg caught the loophole in Yu Mian's words, and his deep eyebrows sank, is it different now than before? Our relationship. Now it was Yu Mian's turn to blink nervously. Pei Yg raised his chin, placed his palm on the back of Yu Mian's head, exerted light force, and gave her a lingering kiss. I'll do whatever you say. Just as Yu Mian breathed a sigh of relief, Pei Yg said, there is one thing you may not have known before. I get jealous very easily. Yu Mian, really? He really doesn't know. Pei Yg bit Yu Mian's thin lips lightly and said solemnly, so, you are not allowed to go out on a date with other people. Chapter 105. The news that the last episode of Matching Heartbeat would be broadcast live on all platforms in real time immediately set off the entire network as soon as it was released. Therefore, as soon as the program staff turned on the live camera, the number of viewers increased like crazy. In just 5 minutes, it exceeded 10,000 people and maintained this high momentum and continued to rise. For the last live broadcast, Hong Sheng specially set up 3 live broadcast cameras. Each camera would follow the movements of the guests in the cabin in real time, but would not follow them closely like the program PD. The original photographer of the program team will continue to complete the shooting work that was originally scheduled, and will send out the shooting content in the form of a positive version later. This design not only gives the most exciting guests the greatest freedom, but also prevents the audience watching the live broadcast from feeling that they are missing out on too much information. Where are the people? Am I here too early? Still debugging the lens. Hiss, hiss, I want to sleep so badly. Where is my Mianbao? Along with the anxiously waiting comments in the live broadcast room, a business car with a large pink logo of the program team on the body slowly drove over and stopped right in front of the live broadcast camera in the middle position. A staff member came forward with a microphone in hand. As the car door opened, You Mian, wearing a bright orange down jacket, walked out. The hood of the down jacket was surrounded by a circle of soft white fur, making You Mian look several years younger. The boy's eyes were bright, and the warm sunlight fell into his eyes. He smiled gently, raised his cold chin slightly, waved gently at the camera, and said softly, "Hello, everyone." The staff rushed forward to help him put a microphone on his lower back. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room has already flown into a ball. "Ah, good morning, Mian. So cute. How fresh and energetic, I feel like I am alive again. It looks so good. I was the first one to arrive. The white fur on the hat is so cute, I want to rub it. Staff sister, please be bold and lift it higher. Woo woo woo." The last episode of the heart-stirring house is a bamboo house in the lake. As the camera shifted to the cabin, You Mian asked in confusion, "Has everyone else not come yet? Am I the first one?" The staff smiled at him and said, "This is a little Easter egg specially prepared by director Hong. You are indeed the first one to arrive." The other party raised his hand in the distance and said, "The Mai is ready, you can go in." You Mian blinked, and guessed in his heart that Hong Sheng should have maintained the order in which all of them appeared in the first episode in the last episode. It has a beginning and an end, and it is indeed a little Easter egg. You Mian nodded politely to the staff standing behind the machine, turned around and dragged his suitcase onto the soft lawn in front of him leading to the heart-beating house. It seems that the designer of the cottage put a lot of thought into laying such fresh artificial grass at this time. The temperature was extremely low in winter. As soon as You Mian stepped onto the Beishi Bridge, he saw that the lake surface around the bridge had frozen. After crossing a long stone bridge, a small emerald green house on the lake appears before your eyes. Amidst the withering of all things, a touch of bright color suddenly appears. Taking into account the cold winter, the designer specially built transparent glass walls around the cabin. The bright sunlight shines through the glass onto the bamboo house inside, making the colors even more vivid. There was a burst of admiration in the barrage, and everyone was praising how beautiful this episode's heart-beating house was. You Mian did not forget his publicity mission, but when he turned his head, the person behind him was holding a live broadcast camera. You Mian blinked gently, and after half a second of adjusting, he smiled and said casually, "When I saw this bamboo building in front of me, the first thing I thought of was its evergreen characteristics." You Mian retracted his gaze and slowly walked towards the heartbeat house. People use bamboo to symbolize the tenacity of life, and often use it to praise the noble and upright temperament of a gentleman who would rather break than bend. The heart-beating house uses bamboo as a material in the cold winter, which just highlights the idea that everything else is withering but the tree is still green. I have seen some bamboo paintings, and as long as there is bamboo in the paintings, the strokes are often sharp, upright and unrestrained, so the first impression that this building in front of me gives me is also the word tenacious. You Mian walked to the door of the heart-beating cottage and raised his hand to gently touch the bamboo wall in front of him. He lowered his eyes thoughtfully, but the curve of his lips became deeper and deeper, and finally he raised a brilliant smile. The architect used tools to cut, trim and arrange these bamboos, which would rather break than bend, into a row of walls. The sunlight was dazzling, but You Mian's eyes were even brighter at this moment. But they eventually broke through these neat shackles and grew outwards wantonly, with young leaves sticking out from the original wall frame. You Mian shook a bamboo leaf lightly and said with a smile, "What an ingenious idea of the architect." The bamboo house in the frozen lake symbolizes the elegance and tenacity after a storm. All things are declining, but I am still green. You Mian patted the thick bamboo wall and said to the camera seriously, "I like this building very much." Amid the exclamations from the comments, You Mian suddenly blinked again, and his serious expression slightly subsided. He said softly, "The heart-beating houses in the 4 episodes were all created by the JL team. It's worthy of being called JL, with so many talented people. Ha 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 ha, is Mian advertising for President Pei? It's so obvious." This is pampering. You Mian, don't love me too much. Have I lost my memory? I remember that I didn't mention this sentence when I introduced the heart-beating house in the previous episodes. Is it because the show is about to end? No. One by one, the cotton workers typed earnestly in the barrage. Because Mian is advertising for her boyfriend. Because the money is not going to outsiders, Brother Mian is saving Mr. Pei advertising fees. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Mian smiled a little too indulgently just now. After watching the skiing episode, is there anyone who can still question the two-way relationship between Mian Bao and Chair Brother? No one. They must have secretly kissed behind our backs. The cotton workers are all imaginary masters. I started the rumor first. I was under the bed. Amid the cheerful comments on the screen, You Mian pushed the door open and walked in. The cabin had plenty of light, and the glass cover blocked all the cold wind outside the door. The heating in the house was turned on very high, so You Mian took off his coat as soon as he put down his luggage. The boy was wearing a dark blue long-sleeved shirt with a loose round neckline, which revealed his thin collarbone as he moved sideways. There was a lot of noise from the barrage, but You Mian couldn't see it. He was only paying attention to the interior decoration of the cabin. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a spacious living room. Behind a Chinese screen is the kitchen. The bamboo-built glass skylight restaurant is on the balcony. 7 plates are neatly placed on the long table covered with a clean white cloth. Scented candles and iris lily flowers are swaying slightly. The air was filled with a pleasant, fresh green grass smell. You Mian took a quick look and found that this batch of cabins still had 2 floors, with plenty of rooms, probably 1 per person. As soon as You Mian guessed it, the audience in the barrage also guessed it. 1 room per person. No. Director Hong, you are too cruel. Young lovers want to cuddle and kiss, why don't you give them this opportunity, you are so cruel. Just as You Mian was sitting comfortably on the sofa, lively laughter was heard outside the door. You Mian's brows softened in an instant. Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao walked in, laughing and talking. Guan Tong wore a bright red leather jacket, her pink hair was styled in an exquisite style, and she still had her lip gloss and foundation in place, looking gorgeous. Guan Tong, who never lacks show material, threw the suitcase in his hand exaggeratedly when he saw You Mian, ran up to hold You Mian's hands, his eyes wide open, and asked, "You are so handsome, are you Iris or Lily of the Valley?" Shen Nanzhao picked up Guan Tong's suitcase that had fallen to the ground and smiled helplessly. You Mian turned his head to greet Shen Nanzhao, then pointed at Guan Tong's forehead with his index finger and pushed it. "You guess." Guan Tong covered his face and wailed, "Brother, you are very much in my aesthetic point, don't you like me?" The boy blew a kiss in an exaggerated manner, and the room instantly became lively. You Mian squinted his eyes and shook his head mercilessly, "Sorry, it's not my cup of tea." Guan Tong cried out, and continued to act funny while clinging to You Mian's arm. There have already been a lot of barrages, ha ha ha. Shen Nanzhao was wearing a light brown coat, and his temperament was still as gentle as jade, and a modest gentleman. The 3 people had a good aura, so You Mian enjoyed the last episode comfortably until the sound of a door opening was heard again at the entrance. This time, Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan walked in together. Seeing this, Guan Tong stopped playing the first meeting game with You Mian and instead cleared his throat seriously. Brother Huo and Brother Yan are here, Guan Tong greeted them with a smile. Huo Yanji was wrapped in a black down jacket, and Yan Tingxuan wore a chocolate-colored coat. One was muscular and strong, while the other was tall, with a romantic and amorous temperament revealed behind his gold-rimmed glasses. After recording 3 episodes, everyone's mood had undergone a drastic change. Yan Tingxuan put down his luggage and raised his glasses, smiling elegantly, "Isn't it not late this time? It's still early." He no longer avoided her gaze, but looked directly at You Mian. Huo Yanji was so hot that he took off his coat as soon as he entered the room. His solid muscles bulged under his long sleeves, causing Guan Tong to exclaim, "Brother Huo's game has started again, right? I remember it was called WEP. Huo Yanji nodded cheerfully and corrected, "It's WPE. The new season has started and I've been training recently." It seemed that Huo Yanji had gone to get a haircut again, and his previously long short hair became a short one again. Guan Tong smiled warmly, "When Brother Huo makes it to the finals, we can go and support you." Huo Yanji was not so confident for the first time. Instead, he wiped his nose and said, "Let's get in first." Guan Tong patted his chest and said, "It will definitely be fine." Yan Tingxuan sat on the sofa not far from You Mian and poured a few glasses of water like a gentleman. Just as he was about to hand them to You Mian, he heard movement outside the door again. Everyone looked towards the entrance, knowing that the person walking in must be Yan Guanqing. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, a good-looking man with shoulder-length hair walked in. Yan Guanqing was wearing huge sunglasses that almost covered most of his face. His chin was raised high with an arrogant look. Yan Guanqing pulled his sunglasses with his index finger until it touched the bridge of his nose, and he and Guan Tong unexpectedly had a first encounter scene with each other, as they had similar interests. "Hey, you all know me, right?" Yan Guanqing asked with a raised eyebrow. Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao laughed unceremoniously. "What are you doing?" Huo Yanji sighed, while Yan Tingxuan kept his eyes calm and said nothing. Yan Guanqing walked forward a few steps, looking intently at You Mian who was sitting on the single sofa. The boy's chestnut-brown curly hair looked extremely gentle under the sunlight, and his beautiful amber eyes were now a little tender because of Guan Tong's laughter. Yan Guanqing had not originally intended to do something so funny, but he did not expect that Hong Sheng would make the order of appearance in the last episode the same as that in the first episode. The moment he walked into the door, Yan Guanqing suddenly felt a surge of complex and turbulent emotions. It's regret and unwillingness. If he really had the chance to do it all over again, would he have any chances? Yan Guanqing took off his sunglasses and looked straight at You Mian, smiling and raising his eyebrows. "This guest is really good looking. What's your name?" Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao's laughter became louder and softer. Yan Tingxuan pursed his lips when he heard that, and Huo Yanji's expression also became a little ugly. "I can actually see the shura field in the last episode, haha. Brother Yan, let's go for it." Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji have ugly expressions. I don't know what they are thinking. I can't guess what they are thinking, but I am thinking about Yan Guanqing, this eye-catching guy. Ha 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 ha. You Mian nodded politely, his attitude was polite yet distant, without any room for ambiguity. "You Mian." Yan Guanqing blinked, his narrow eyes drooped, and his laughter was deliberately amplified for a few moments. "What a good name." Yan Guanqing's expression was slightly solemn, as if he was trying to hide his disappointment. Suddenly he turned around and asked Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao the same question. "Can this game ever be over?" Guan Tong laughed and dodged Yan Guanqing's question, lying on You Mian's arm. Yan Guanqing put his sunglasses on his head and asked, "Do you understand the program material?" Guan Tong said happily, "The actor is right." Yan Guanqing. As everyone was chatting and laughing, the last sound of footsteps was finally heard at the door. You Mian, who had been sitting calmly and steadily on the single sofa, suddenly pursed her lips and blinked frequently without even looking at him. "Mr. Pei," Guan Tong greeted with a smile. The sound of suitcase wheels rolling was heard, followed by the dull thump of leather shoes stepping on the floor. Following the natural and casual greetings from other people around him, You Mian finally looked up. Who would have thought that when he raised his head, he would look directly into Pei Weiji's eyes? The man was wearing a double-breasted suit. The hem of his dark blue jacket drew a casual arc. His collar was buttoned tightly, and he felt restrained and abstinent. His big hands were strong, with veins bulging on the back of his hands, and his watch shone with a cold light. Pei Weiji's hair was neat and tidy, and his whole body was written with the word, dignity. He was like a cold glacier or a deep lake. Pei Weiji nodded gently to everyone. You Mian blinked nervously, and then he heard Pei Weiji looking at him and said seriously, "Long time no see." You Mian. Something is wrong. Something is wrong, very strange. Brother Yizzy is still so special to Mian. If this isn't love, what is it? Why are you being so polite? Ha 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 ha, it's like you don't even know me. Like an underground love affair. The man who had kissed him deeply until midnight yesterday was now standing in front of him and saying, "Long time no see." You Mian didn't know how other people felt when faced with such a situation. He just felt out of control, very out of control. Pei Weiji simply didn't know how to pretend to be unfamiliar. You Mian just blinked, and the next second he saw Pei Weiji put down his luggage and walked over, trying his best to complete the task assigned to him by You Mian. Pei Weiji glanced at You Mian. Although he used a nonchalant tone, he didn't realize how abruptly he said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Your hair has grown a lot longer." There was silence in the cottage's living room. Guan Tong held the water and looked at You Mian, then at Pei Weiji. You Mian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Shut up, Pei YG. Chapter 106. In an instant, the atmosphere in the cabin became tense, and this tension was caused by Yan Tingxuan and others. Guan Tong was still unaware and laughed and complained, "Why is Mr. Pei so weird today?" You Mian pursed her lips, blinked, and said nothing. Pei YG had no idea what he had just done. He just walked over to You Mian and sat down. His eyes were calm, and his every move exuded a domineering aura without any restraint. Yan Tingxuan took the water cup and quickly glanced at You Mian, then glanced at Pei YG. If one were to use one word to describe the current state of these two people, Yan Tingxuan would definitely say, the more you try to hide, the more obvious it becomes. You Mian's frequent blinking and scratching of the thin calluses on his hands were so familiar. He would only do this when he was nervous or at a loss. On the other hand, although Pei YG was still cold and steady, Yan Tingxuan could see a hint of showing off an uncontrollable joy in him with a very keen and hostile perspective. It was like he had received some reward that made him very happy. Young Guanqing stood in this atmosphere with a gloomy look in his eyes. He suddenly let out a breath and suggested, "The scenery here is so beautiful, why don't we go out for a walk?" Everyone became interested after hearing this. After all, this was the last recording of the show, and the whole process was being broadcast live. They all felt a little reluctant, especially Guan Tong. So Guan Tong was the first one in the group to respond to the call and said, let's go out for a walk." You Mian stood up and put on his coat. Everyone else headed for the door, except Pei YG, who stayed where he was, standing behind You Mian and gently pulling the white fluff on his down jacket. The live broadcast camera was fixed not far away. As the attractive guests walked out one by one, the last scene in the screen flashed by was You Mian and Pei YG, who were still there. Pei YG's eyes were calm, but his movements were not. You Mian was gently pulled by him and looked back. Her amber eyes were full of smiles, but there was also an obvious complaining look. Pei YG didn't know what he had done wrong. He stroked the circle of white fluff with his palm, gently pulled off a tuft, and said, "It's cold outside, zip up your pants." You Mian pursed his lips, and finally obediently zipped up his coat. His cold white jaw was hidden in the collar, and he looked very warm. Why did the camera turn to the outside of the door? I want to see what Mr. Pei and You Mian are doing inside. They must be kissing secretly. I'm going to make a scene. You're alone and didn't see it. Without waiting for the barrage of comments to start, You Mian and Pei YG finally walked out a few steps behind the crowd. The air outside the cottage is fresh, and there are emerald green bamboos everywhere. The building stands in the middle of the ice lake. Except for the stone bridge connecting to the front of the gate, it is easy to walk to the surface of the ice lake from other locations. As soon as You Mian walked out, he saw Guan Tong had already run onto the frozen lake. Be careful, You Mian reminded. Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji found out from somewhere the 3 or 4 ice sleds and skates that the program team had arranged in the corner. This is quite interesting. Young Guanqing picked one and wanted to sit on it. He turned around and asked You Mian, who was standing beside him, "Can you skate?" You Mian nodded calmly, "A little bit." "Ha ha ha ha, I know a little bit of this devilish whisper. Mian's meeting is completely different from mine." Crying. Huo Yanji unceremoniously took an ice sled and admitted, "I'm not very good at skating, so I'll just sit on this." The ice sled is a skating tool that you sit on the ice and use 2 poles to propel it forward. There is no easy way to get started, you can just sit on it and play. Guan Tong, who had been running laps like crazy on the ice in the distance, ran back excitedly when he saw this. "Do you want to play this? This is good, suitable for people like me who can't skate." Guan Tong followed Huo Yanji enthusiastically and got on an ice sled. You Mian and Pei YG were sitting beside the wooden planks of the cabin putting on their skates. In the distance, Shen Nanzhao was throwing bait into a small hole specially opened by the program crew, apparently trying to fish. In the busy atmosphere, Yan Tingxuan put on his skates and stood beside the hut, leaning against the bamboo wall and smiled faintly. "It seems that there are only 3 of us skating. Let's go for a spin together." You Mian tied his shoelaces tightly without raising his head. Yan Tingxuan knew that Pei YG's calm personality would not allow him to do anything abrupt or confrontational before the final confession day, so he made the invitation so blatantly. Here it comes again. Will President Pei refuse? Boss Pei usually respects Mian's ideas and is unlikely to disagree directly. Brother Chair, you have to be strong sometimes. Mian doesn't like this guy named Yan. But just when Yan Tingxuan was full of confidence and even the barrage audience was anxious, Bai Lin, who had never shown strong offensive power in the show, actually said coldly, "I don't know how to skate, Mian has to teach me." Yan Tingxuan opened his eyes wide, unable to hide his surprise. You Mian lost his strength in the last step of tying his shoelaces, and they got tied hard. You Mian. Bai Lin called out the name, Mian, so calmly that Yan Tingxuan instantly realized that a change might have occurred. Bai Lin made no secret of his possessiveness over You Mian, and he fell towards Yan Tingxuan with even greater force and momentum than in the previous episode, like a lion protecting his territory, looking at him coldly with a sense of oppression. Yan Tingxuan laughed with a sour and complicated mood, then turned to look at You Mian. He knew that You Mian never liked people who were overly strong. Didn't Bai Lin's behavior make You Mian feel uncomfortable? Yan Tingxuan opened his mouth and said, "You Mian, what do you think?" When You Mian heard Bai Lin bring up the same excuse he made last time when skiing, she just felt amused for a long time. You Mian stood up lightly and responded, "Well, just like Bai Lin said just now, I want to teach him how to skate." You Mian stretched out his hand towards Bai Lin, and the man pulled her, and the two of them slowly slid on the ice towards the lake. Yan Tingxuan's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and his guess became more and more certain. "Ah, we're holding hands," I cried and asked Mr. Bai, "are Mian's hands soft?" "Damn, Mian is so cute, President Bai is very different today. I'm rooting for you. Go, go, go." Boss Bai is a little different now, he seems more domineering, a bit like he was in the first episode, cold and a little scary, Chair Brother finally raised his alarm bells to face the other guests of the Lily of the Valley group. This is a good jealousy, the possessiveness is too strong. Yan Guanqing and Huo Yanji were sitting on the sled and sliding forward with a grunt when they suddenly saw You Mian and Bai Lin walking to the side. The two of them were skating slowly hand in hand. From time to time, they could hear You Mian's voice. It seemed that the boy was teaching Bai Lin how to skate. Bai Lin's movements were a little clumsy, but at least he could maintain basic balance. You Mian held his hand, their hands touched and their bodies were very close. Originally, You Mian thought that Bai Lin's excuse for not being able to skate was the same as the last time at the ski resort, but she didn't expect that the man in front of her really couldn't skate, and his seemingly steady steps revealed obvious unfamiliarity. The frozen lake was far away from the live camera, and You Mian no longer worried about whether to pretend or not. He smiled gently and asked quietly, "You really can't skate?" Bai Lin held You Mian's hand, pursed his thin lips, and raised his handsome eyebrows slightly. "Well, it really won't happen." You Mian laughed a few times, "I thought you were pretending." Bai Lin followed You Mian's footsteps, and the two of them slowly took turns moving forward. Half a second later, You Mian heard Bai Lin say, "I thought you guessed that my disguise skills were not very good." You Mian instantly remembered Bai Lin's performance in the cabin just now. The smile on her face became more obvious, and her amber eyes were curved and bright. "It's hard for you." Bai Lin lowered his eyes calmly, his voice magnetic, not angry. Bai Lin's fingers once again pinched the circle of white fluff hanging on the hat behind You Mian, and he seemed to like the touch very much. You Mian took Bai Lin's hand and quickened his pace. "Don't embarrass someone who can't lie." Bai Lin felt the cold wind blowing on his face and could hear You Mian's breathing clearly in his ears. The two of them were skating on this white ice surface. It seemed that everything around them had gone away and only they were left. The atmosphere between You Mian and Bai Lin seemed to have undergone subtle changes. But this change made it difficult for others to catch it for the time being. Yan Guanqing looked at the two people skating together in the distance, and suddenly felt that he had lost too much. Yes, he doesn't know how to skate either, so why didn't you think of asking You Mian to teach him? Huo Yanji sat on the chair in a daze, his eyes following the two people in the distance. He hadn't seen You Mian for a long time, and at this moment, a sense of strangeness was already rising in his heart. It seems like the time we spent together in the past was a long, long time ago. Huo Yanji was almost forgetting about it, and he also felt that he would never have the chance to get along with You Mian as happily as friends again. The intense sense of loss enveloped him, causing the man's brows to furrow tightly. You Mian and Bai Lin slid to the left side of the lake. Bai Lin's movements and postures had become proficient. The two stopped near Shen Nanzhao and Guantong, and Pei Yiji did not let go of You Mian's hand. Shen Nanzhao was just about to lift the pole when he saw them and couldn't help but smile and asked, "Are you two skating?" Guantong's gaze fell on Pei Yiji and You Mian's hands holding together, and his eyes widened instantly. You Mian blinked and struggled slightly, but failed to break free. Pei Yiji calmly explained, "I don't know how to skate, You Mian is teaching me." Guantong and Shen Nanzhao pulled the lever and said, "Oh," in sudden realization. They easily believed Pei Yiji's words. As a big fish was fished out from under the frozen lake, You Mian struggled gently again. Pei Yiji didn't let go but held it tighter, and said sideways, "Teacher Yu, if you let go, I will fall." You Mian said helplessly, "You have already learned it." Pei Yiji said objectively, "It will take some time to practice. You brought me to the ice, which is full of dangers." Pei Yiji said calmly, "You have to be responsible for me." Guantong and Shen Nanzhao were busy putting the big fish into the bucket and only heard Pei Yiji's last words. Guantong, Shen Nanzhao. You Mian stopped struggling and instead gently scratched Pei Yiji's palm with her fingers. "In that case, just hold the hand for now," You Mian said helplessly. Pei Yiji's ears turned red because of You Mian's actions. He raised his chin slightly and hummed. You Mian looked at Pei Yiji, who had already revealed most of his talent, and thought that it was a good thing that it was already the last episode. Shen Nanzhao caught lunch, and just as everyone left the ice and approached the bamboo house, the task card for the last episode of the program was delivered. But except for Pei Yiji, the guests from the Lily of the Valley group all looked very heavy, as if they had suffered a blow or realized some fact, and they looked sad. I watched the whole show of young couples skating hand in hand, and I felt very satisfied, ha ha ha. The live broadcast camera was too far away, so I don't know what they were talking about. Chair brother is the most dio. Boss Pei holds someone's hand and won't let go, ha 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 ha. The other guests looked so gloomy. I like this kind of shura scene. I didn't expect that there would be a shura scene in the last episode. Hong Sheng's voice came from behind the camera. "Please pay attention, the last double date in the Heartbeat House is coming soon." As soon as You Mian put on his shoes, he saw 2 rows of wooden stakes standing in front of the cabin. The stakes on the left and right were tied together with ropes. The ropes were tangled in a mess, and it was impossible to tell which stakes were tied together. Amid the excited discussion on the barrage, Hong Sheng said, "Please ask the guests from the Iris and Lily of the Valley parties to stand on the left and right sides of the stake and each choose a stake rope. After you have made your choice, we will untie the rope wrapped around the middle. The guest who finally chooses the rope that is connected together will go on the last double date in the Matching Heartbeats program. The date will last up to 12 hours. Yun Guanqing's eyes lit up, a 12-hour date for 2. It's almost possible to turn the tables. Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji also became interested instantly, and their eyes were sharp. You Mian stood up leisurely and walked to the wooden stake on the left and stood still. Pei Yiji stood opposite him and looked at him from a distance. 12 hours. That's a whole day. Ah, I pray so hard. Let Mian and Chair Brother be in the same group. Please, I want to see the last episode of Mian and Chair Brother's double date. Please, please. Pei Yiji had never felt so nervous before. The 12 hours mentioned by Hong Sheng should not be a variable that he should be afraid of, but once people fall in love, they will worry about gains and losses. Pei Yiji changed from an indestructible and confident person to a hesitant person. He lowered his eyes and observed the 4 ropes in front of him, imagining in his mind how they would be connected after being taken apart. When Pei Yiji saw You Mian choose the 3rd wooden stake on the left, he felt for the first time that his observation ability was such a useful weapon. While the other 3 were still confused, and the barrage hadn't reacted, Pei Yiji walked forward and grabbed the rope of the 2nd wooden stake on the right. Holy crap, you picked so quickly. You didn't just pick one at random. Chair Brother, don't be impulsive. I'm so nervous that I'm going to puke. Believe in President Pei. Pei Yiji didn't see those doubts. He just raised his eyes to look at You Mian in the distance and frowned domineeringly. I thought, he must have made the right choice. Chapter 107. Everyone can start making choices. Seeing that everyone was reluctant to take action, Hong Sheng sat behind the camera and gave them a reminder. Pei Yiji was the first person to make a choice. He stood calmly in front of the wooden stake he had just chosen, his palm lightly resting on the hemp rope. His dark eyes were cold and stern, making it impossible for others to guess what he was thinking at the moment. Yan Guanqing turned his head to glance at Bai Yg, then looked closely at You Mian, who was not far away on the opposite side. You Mian chose the third wooden stake on the left. Yan Guanqing frowned and tried to pick out the same rope as the one in You Mian's hand from the messy ropes in the middle. But this is so difficult that it is almost impossible to accomplish. Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji, who were standing aside, also had very solemn expressions on their faces. They seemed to think that this part could only rely on God's will. Guantong and Shen Nanzhao on the opposite side also picked out the wooden stakes. Yan Guanqing hissed, walked towards the first wooden stake on the right without hesitation, and stopped. Yan Tingxuan's eyes were heavy behind his gold-rimmed glasses. He no longer had any confidence and could only pick one at random, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Huo Yanji chose the last remaining wooden stake. Who will be in the same group with Mian? Boss Pei chose too quickly. I'm not sure if he knew or just picked randomly. Guantong and Shen Nanzhao both gave up sending love messages in the last episode. Did they still have to participate in a double date according to the program group's program this time? I feel helpless. Seeing that everyone had chosen the wooden stakes, Hong Sheng reminded the staff beside him. A young staff member wearing a baseball cap came forward and stood between the two rows of wooden stakes. Start untying the ropes now, the staff member said as he took out the key from his pocket and opened the huge lock that bound 4 or 5 ropes together. With a click, the tangled rope was pulled down heavily, and then it rolled open due to inertia. 4 or 5 ropes quickly rotated in the opposite direction of their winding, and finally fell neatly to the ground. Second from the right, everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on You Mian's wooden stake. You Mian looked at the rope he had chosen that was connected to the Lily of the Valley group on the left. He looked along the long hemp rope and ran straight into a pair of dark and deep eyes. It was like fate and luck had finally favored him at this moment. There was an obvious smile in You Mian's eyes. Bai Yg looked back seemingly calmly, but only he knew that cold sweat was forming on the palm of his hand resting on the wooden stake. Fortunately, I made the right choice. Bai Yg breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes softening. Ah, President Bai is awesome. Chair brother, go ahead, the cotton workers are cheering you on. Damn, awesome, I was chosen. The cotton cultivation base is the most dio, this is fate, ha ha ha. Along with the excited comments in the barrage, the expressions of the other members of the Lily of the Valley group present were quite ugly. Yan Tingxuan watched as his wooden stake connected to the empty wooden stake on the opposite side, while Huo Yanji connected to Guantong, and Yan Guanqing connected to Shen Nanzhao. The staff of the program team knew about the text messages of the guests who were attracted to them. Faced with such a shura scene, they only explained, the guests who are connected to a group can choose the date location and date method by themselves. The program team will only provide many options this time, and you are free to choose. Hong Sheng paused and looked towards Guantong and Shen Nanzhao on the right. Of course, the guests also have the right to choose to date or not, and we will not force them to interfere. Director Hong is worthy of being Director Hong. Hurry, hurry, I want to watch the young couple's 12-hour date. Yan Guanqing lowered his brows and looked very unhappy. Huo Yanji stared at the hemp rope in the middle for a long time, still seeming to be in disbelief at the result. He once had the opportunity to date You Mian. Although Bai Yg was present on those occasions, it was still an opportunity after all. Huo Yanji regretted that he had not grasped the opportunity, and even acted very impatient at that time. Thinking about it now, he couldn't even use the word regret to describe it. When Yan Tingxuan raised his glasses, his well-dressed and gentle appearance was shrouded in gloom. Bai Yg was the first to break the silence after a few seconds, saying, "Shall we go?" You Mian. You Mian blinked, the warm winter sun fell into his eyes, amber and clear like a lake, his eyes curved into a gentle smile, the boy tilted his head and responded, "Ah, let's go." Guantong widened his eyes and raised his hand to cover his mouth, suppressing the scream in his throat. Shen Nanzhao also looked like he was really excited, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The barrage of comments has been swiping like crazy. Ah, Shanpin CP, I declare that they are already together. I'll start by spreading a rumor that You Mian agreed to Mr. Pei's proposal. Fuck, live streaming is awesome, eat it in real time. Eat it with everyone. Let's escape from here and go on a date together, ha ha ha. Pei YG took the car keys handed over by the program staff, his possessiveness not concealed at all. He walked directly to You Mian and left with his people. Everyone who cared about this scene could no longer control their expressions, and couldn't even maintain the most polite smile. Guantong just kept staring at the backs of You Mian and Pei YG, smiling and thinking that no wonder the third episode of the show was so popular. You Mian and President Pei were such a perfect match. Moreover, Guantong also watched the video of You Mian skiing several times, and forwarded and liked it. It's so cool. It's not hard to guess why it has set the whole internet on fire. The tailgate of a car sounded outside the cabin. You Mian sat in the passenger seat and watched Pei YG step on the accelerator without hesitation and drove out. He couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Aren't you a road idiot?" Pei YG pursed his lips upon hearing this, and hummed unnaturally, "There is navigation." You Mian's eyes curved with laughter. The boy was holding the small live broadcast camera that the program crew had just handed to him. However, he did not notice that the camera was completely tilted towards his knees and could not capture any scene of the two people in the car. Why is it dark? Mian, please don't shoot the camera at the clothes. I want to see what you two are doing. Intentional. This kid definitely did it on purpose. The car stopped by the roadside, the live camera was focused on the white down jacket on his chest, and Mike's voice was not clear. Pei YG held the steering wheel with his left hand, but his whole body was leaning towards the passenger seat. His straight and broad shoulders blocked the sunlight in front of him, and he held You Mian to his chest and kissed her gently. You Mian raised her hand and gently grasped Pei YG's hair on the side, then allowed Pei YG to kiss her deeply, skillfully and intimately. The kiss was very short, only a dozen seconds. Because You Mian also guessed what the audience in the live broadcast room were shouting at the moment, he wanted to remind Pei YG. But the boy didn't expect that when he raised his hand to push, he inadvertently rubbed Pei YG's Adam's apple with his fingers. You Mian's pupils shrank. Pei YG instantly tightened his jaw and groaned hoarsely. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Fuck, what the hell? Is this Mr. Pei? I want to see what you two are doing. How dare you? I'm going to complain to Director Hong. Is there anything that our family cannot watch? I'm going to make a scene. The car restarted, and the live broadcast screen, which had been pitch black, lit up again. You Mian's chestnut brown curly hair rested softly above her eyebrows. The boy blinked and explained with a smile, "This lens is a little hard to hold. I accidentally dropped it just now. Mian, your lips are so red. What is Mr. Pei laughing at? What is he laughing at? Yo. Tisk tisk, who would believe it if I told them that?" You Mian raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose, trying his best to ignore the barrage in the live broadcast room. After all, today is a date for two people. When they arrive at the date location, they can put the camera aside and fix it to try not to affect the date atmosphere. The dating map given by the program team is in Pei YG's hands, so You Mian doesn't know where he is going with Pei YG. The cold wind was howling outside the window. As I walked out of the recording range of the heart-beating house, the surrounding streets became bustling again. There was no longer the quiet and leisurely feeling of the paradise just now, but a completely different atmosphere of fireworks. Although Pei YG was a person with poor directions, with the help of the navigation system, he still drove the car along the stone street and into a secluded literary and artistic bridge corridor. Pei YG stopped the car, got out and stood in front of the store. He lowered his eyes slightly and glanced at You Mian, then smiled and said with a magnetic voice, "I wanted to choose this place when I saw it on the map. You should like it." Pei YG took the live broadcast camera from You Mian's hand, and the boy pushed open the glass door and walked in. I saw that this was a handmade pottery shop. There were very few people in the store, with only a young, artistic boss standing behind the counter. He had already been informed by the program crew that the only people who could come to the store today were the guests of the Matching Heartbeat program, so he immediately went to greet them. Pei YG and You Mian were arranged to sit next to each other. After the boss briefly explained the steps of making pottery jars, he left the space for the two. The live broadcast camera was placed in front of the table. You Mian and Pei YG rolled up their sleeves and no longer paid attention to the live broadcast screen. Pei YG rolled up his sleeves to his forearms, revealing his solid muscles. The skin on You Mian's forearms was cold and white, and the muscles were neither excessive nor weak, revealing a smooth, lean, youthful feeling. The pottery wheel at the base rotates very quickly, and even You Mian couldn't avoid ruining it several times. The boy's hands were covered with clay at this moment. He just wanted to raise his arm to sweep away the loose hair hanging in front of his forehead, but unexpectedly Pei Yiji beside him said in a deep voice, "I'll help you." You Mian raised his eyes and turned sideways, only to see Pei Yiji wiping his hands clean, then taking out a small black rubber band from somewhere. The man grabbed a strand of hair from You Mian's forehead and pushed it behind his head, then tied it around You Mian's head with a small black rubber band he had prepared. Pei Yiji's movements were very unskilled, as if it was the first time he had done such a thing. But You Mian didn't feel any pain in his scalp. Until the chestnut-brown curly hair was tied up by Pei Yiji and stood on You Mian's head to form a standard apple head. It was so cute that Pei Yiji's breathing paused. Screenshots, crazy screenshots. Mian Bao. You are so cute. Whose nickname keeps jumping back and forth between Mian Jie and Mian Bao? It's me. Damn, Mr. Pei is really smart. He is not a conservative old man at all, he knows a lot. You Mian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Boss Pei, you treat me like a kid. Pei Yiji raised his hand to his lips and coughed lightly. I saw you tie your hair like this often in the sculpture studio before. When You Mian heard this, he was slightly stunned. Pei Yiji was right. He would indeed lift his hair up and tie it into a small bun when he was immersed in creation, but he also did not ask other people to help him do this, so it was rare to have such a strange feeling. Thank you very much. You Mian smiled casually and asked, where did you get the rubber band? Pei Yiji took credit calmly, I think it will be useful. You Mian smiled so well that her eyebrows and eyes curved into beautiful arcs, and her eyes were bright, which warmed people's hearts. How thoughtful. You Mian said lovingly. Pei Yiji raised his thin lips slightly, unable to hide his smile. But after a while, the man's eyes inadvertently fell on the live camera placed on the table in the distance. His eyes were heavy. Pei Yiji thought that if it wasn't a live broadcast, he would have received a thank you kiss from his boyfriend at this time. Maybe more than one. Pei Yiji frowned, blaming Hong Sheng. Chapter 108. Highlight the key point. Before. In the sculpture room. Ha 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 ha, the truth is revealed, who said, long time no see. The more you try to hide something, the more obvious it becomes. There is something fishy going on. Trying to cover it up. Mian looks so cute with a bun on her head like this. Without saying anything else, I declare the cotton workers the winner. The soft and sticky clay was spinning rapidly along with the bottom of the wheel. You Mian bent down slightly and supported the edge of the unformed pottery jar with both hands. However, if the strength was lost slightly, the whole clay would be distorted and deformed, turning into an ugly pottery jar. You Mian looked at the broken pottery jar in his hand and frowned helplessly. But just as he was about to regain his shape, Pei Yiji, who had been sitting quietly beside him, suddenly moved closer. The man's voice was low and hoarse. I'll help you hold on. Pei Yiji said and put his hands on the clay in front of him. With the support of another person, You Mian can shape the clay more easily without worrying about the clay being deformed by the fast-spinning bottom wheel. Pei Yiji's palms were very big, and he could indeed hold the entire small pottery jar more easily than You Mian. The gray mud soon covered Pei Yiji's hands, staining his big, bony hands with color. When You Mian lowered her head to shape her figure, she would inevitably touch Pei Yiji's hand, sometimes the back of his hand, sometimes his fingers. Both of them couldn't help but blush at their ears under such blatant contact. You Mian once again wrapped herself in cool clay and touched Pei Yiji's hand, gently pressing the man's big hand from the outside, and together they performed the final shaping. Ah, I am speechless, really, this is what a young couple looks like. The fragrance of love. Boss Pei is awesome. I got a chance to be intimate with Mian. You Mian's ears and cheeks were slightly red. He kept his current posture and tilted his head to look at Pei Yiji, saying softly, you did it on purpose. Pei Yiji followed suit, his handsome eyebrows slightly raised, his sharp dark eyes filled with a possessiveness that made people blush when they looked at him. Is it not possible? Pei Yiji lowered his voice again and again, so that the distant barrage camera could not hear it. He said, you allowed it. You Mian held Pei Yiji's hand, and their palms and backs of hands were pressed together, as if they could hear each other's violent heartbeats through the touch of their skin. You Mian blinked, and there was a helpless smile in her beautiful amber eyes. What are you whispering about? I want to hear it too. Are you whispering openly? Tisk tisk tisk. Please put the microphone between the two of them, we want to participate in the whole process. Pei Yg coughed lightly, and his voice returned to its normal pitch. This is the first time we have made a small sculpture together, said Pei Yg. There was a hint of joy in the man's eyes. You Mian smiled when he heard it, a clay pot counts as such. You Mian tilted his head and looked up at Pei Yg, do you really want to make sculptures with me? Although Pei Yg often went to the sculpture studio to see him, You Mian didn't know that Pei Yg actually wanted to do it with him personally. Pei Yg opened his thin lips and said, I am honored to be with a genius no matter what I do. You Mian's men almost lost their strength again, but fortunately the inner layer was held tightly by Pei Yg and was not broken. Pei Yg noticed You Mian's emotional fluctuations, and his handsome eyes drooped slightly, revealing a restrained smile with mature charm. My genius. You Mian pursed her lips and couldn't help but smile, no whispers this time. Ah, I've been screaming, who can understand me? Fuck, I can eat candy this sweet all day long. For a whole month. The cultivation of cotton is officially tied up, and the cotton workers declare victory. No matter how many times, every time I hear or see the title of My Genius, I get so excited that I pass out. Mr. Pei, don't be too good. Brother Yizzy really loves you, and so does Mian. You two should get together as soon as possible. I'm so looking forward to confession day, I'm going crazy. Don't whisper. Pei Yg turned his head and raised his eyes coldly towards the live camera, let them all listen. You Mian doubled over with laughter. Boss Pei's possessiveness really refreshes my cognition again and again. Chair brother is too domineering. Speak more, we are listening attentively. Half an hour later, they handed the 2 clay pots to the boss to be fired, and returned the aprons and gloves that were splashed with mud. While Pei Yg was putting on his watch, he heard the owner of the pottery gallery say that he could only come back to pick up the pottery jar in 2 days. No problem. Pei Yg said solemnly, I'll come get it when the time comes. You Mian turned around and heard Pei Yg's words. Pei Yg noticed his gaze and asked with a smile, put it in my office. You Mian thought of the 2 little sculptures with the word, YG, engraved on them, and guessed that there might be 2 ugly but cute pottery jars placed next to them. For some reason, his heart suddenly felt fulfilled. Okay. After the 2 came out of the pottery museum, Pei Yg was still driving. You Mian sat in the passenger seat and looked out the window from time to time, not forgetting to hold up the live broadcast camera in his hand and turn to the scenery outside. It's snowing again, You Mian said as he looked at the thick snow outside the window. You Mian wanted to ask where they were going next, but Pei Yg was leading the way for everything today, so he gave up his curiosity and decided to just follow Pei Yg. Pei Yg stared at the navigation carefully. After hearing You Mian's words, his brows relaxed slightly and he said, it snowed a lot this winter. It should also snow heavily on the day of the Xingqian Cup final. When the Star Cup was mentioned, the comments in the barrage became much faster. By the way, have you all grabbed your tickets? I just found out a few days ago that there is a channel to buy tickets for the finals on the Xingqian Cup official website. I am so sad, I can't buy any at all. Don't mention it, it's totally unavailable. It seems that the ticket purchase channel was sold out soon after it was released. The Star Cup is very popular. Many students and people in the art circle will go to watch it. It has been difficult to get tickets since the past few years. Is the finals venue the Rubik's Cube Pavilion at the Art Center? Hey, I got it. Ah, I'm so jealous. Except for the special internal seats arranged by the organizer, there are only 6,000 seats available for purchase. It is indeed difficult to grab one, but I managed to grab one. I look forward to seeing Mian offline hee. The snow on the driveway had been cleared cleanly, and Pei Yg drove steadily. After a not too long not short 10-minute journey, You Mian finally realized where her next date was. Huajiang Song and Dance Theater. The 2 men who had just sat in the clay pile for more than an hour were still not nervous as they stepped onto the wide steps in front of the opera house. Pei Yg was wearing a long coat, a double-breasted suit and a tie, all of which revealed his noble aura. His pair of dark and sharp eyes sank, and soon someone came to greet him. The waiter obviously knew Pei Yg, and he came up and said with a smile, Mr. Pei, the seat is set as you requested. You Mian followed Pei Yg, and the 2 walked into a garden restaurant next to the opera house. Along the way, they could hear the sound of symphony from time to time. They were specially arranged in the most spacious private room. The sun was shining brightly, and through the glass windows they could see overlapping mountains in the distance, with green clouds lingering among the mountains. The scenery was magnificent. As soon as You Mian sat down, he realized that he was indeed a little hungry. They quickly ordered the food. The waiter did not leave with the menu, but took out another order book from the drawer beside him. "Hello, do you two need accompaniment? It is the unique hospitality style of the Opera House's garden restaurant." You Mian flipped through the music scores and found that there were indeed a few pieces that he really liked. The live broadcast camera was placed next to a table covered with soft off-white cloth, and the barrage of comments at this moment were all saying, "Wow, wow, wow." I couldn't even understand the sheet music, so I cried, ha ha ha. Not to mention the music score, I didn't understand the menu just now either. Marseille fish soup, foie gras and chicken saffron, and a Christmas pudding. I'm hungry. You Mian flipped through the music sheet and looked up at Bai Lin, asking, "Is there anything you want to hear?" Bai Lin shook his head slightly, and You Mian ordered Mendelssohn's A Midsummer Night's Dream according to his own preference. The waiter left with the menu and soon returned with a violin in its intact case. You Mian didn't see the performer, and the waiter put down the violin case, bowed politely and turned to leave. Just when You Mian was feeling a little doubtful, Bai Lin, who had been silent and had no objection when the music score was being ordered, suddenly took off his long coat and stood up. You Mian widened his eyes slightly. Bai Lin looked at You Mian and smiled handsomely, then he opened the violin case and took out the violin in a cool manner. The missing performer turned out to be here. The man was wearing a brown shirt with his collar buttoned tightly, and his temperament was cold and ascetic. But when Bai Lin placed the violin beautifully on his arm and looked down at You Mian, all the cold aura dissipated and turned into a gentle smile. Mendelssohn's Midsummer Night's Dream, dedicated to my Mr. Yu. Bai Lin's brows relaxed, and the sunlight fell on the end of his eyebrows and the bridge of his nose, accompanied by the melodious and romantic violin sound that unexpectedly broke into You Mian's ears. It was a premeditated surprise gift. You Mian was stunned and helpless as her heart beat violently. The boy couldn't help but smile, his pretty eyes were unspeakably gentle. "Ah, Mr. Bai, you are a romantic guy. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the table. The sweetest love variety show I've seen in recent years, so sweet it's going to explode. Ah. Mian's eyes are so doting. Love you too." Halfway through the song, there was a sudden slight bang and the live screen went black. Fine. Fuck, I guessed it. The sound of the violin in the live broadcast room was intermittent, and it was obvious that the player was very emotional. The black screen quickly returned to normal, and You Mian, with slightly red lips, smiled and apologized, "Sorry, I accidentally knocked you down just now." You Mian looked at the group of disbelieving viewers in the barrage and smiled heartily, his eyes bright and he looked like he was in love. The live broadcast camera was rearranged, and You Mian continued to listen quietly to Bai Lin playing the violin. The man had slightly messy hair on his forehead, long legs and a narrow waist. He stood beside the table, his face slightly pressed against the violin, and the arc of the swing of his big hands as he played the violin could be described as perfect. When the song ended, You Mian gave the warmest applause. Bai Lin put the violin back into its case, and when he sat back in his seat, he and You Mian inadvertently exchanged glances, and then they both laughed softly. The ambiguous atmosphere instantly exploded. "Okay, I am glowing now, right? It's not just you, we are all shining collectively. What a big light bulb. How many light bulbs are there in the live broadcast room now?" Report. 120,000 light bulbs. Ha 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 ha. After a leisurely meal, it was almost afternoon. The sunlight outside the window gradually became less glaring, and the exterior lights of the nearby opera house also lit up. Bai Lin led You Mian to the entrance of the opera house as if they were taking a walk after dinner. The man whispered, "The last stop of the 12-hour date." You Mian saw the repertoire of the Huajiang City Song and Dance Theater's performance tonight. A large sign the same height as the head of the hall was placed at the entrance, with photos of the performance on it, which was gorgeous and beautiful. You Mian raised her eyelids, stood beside Bai Lin in the bustling night, and asked with a smile, "Puccini's Tosca? Italian opera?" They walked slowly into the theater, and Bai Lin nodded, "I remember your Italian is great." You Mian raised an eyebrow. Bai Lin held the ticket and asked quietly, "Did I make a mistake?" You Mian smiled and said, "No, the lines from the Italian mafia movie should be enough for me for now." The joke made Pei Yg smile handsomely. The two walked into the inner field side by side, and the full-height signboard behind them was illuminated clearly by the night wind and lights. Italian opera composed by Puccini, Tosca. For art, for love. Chapter 109. The gorgeous arias of Italian opera still seem to linger in my ears. At the curtain call, the actors stood together on the podium, and the audience applauded gracefully. Because filming was not allowed in the theater, You Mian turned off the live broadcast for a while, and only turned it on again when he followed Pei Yg out of the hall. There was a lot of noise all around, and the crowd was rushing towards the exit. You Mian was holding the camera and just lowered his head to adjust the shooting angle when someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. As soon as You Mian turned around, she found a young couple. They looked at her with enthusiasm and excitement. She lowered her voice and screamed, "You Mian. Is that you? Are you coming to see Tosca too? What a coincidence." The overly excited tone and expressions of the two made You Mian subconsciously take half a step back. Pei Yg immediately turned around and walked to You Mian's side, saying in a deep voice, "Sorry, we are filming a show." "Ha ha ha ha, I met a fan." Mian looked a little surprised, maybe she was frightened. Mian probably didn't expect that she would be so popular now. She can be recognized by the audience even when watching the opera. You Mian blinked and nodded as Pei Yg said, "Yes, we are filming the show." Fortunately, the two young men were easy to talk to. They immediately waved to You Mian and Pei Yg and said, "I didn't expect to meet you here by chance. I won't bother you anymore." You Mian smiled and nodded. After leading You Mian out of the theater hall, Pei Yg glanced at the live camera with a serious look, and his previous guess became more certain. The show became so popular that passers-by on the street would recognize You Mian. But this kind of fame is a double-edged sword. Pei Yg is worried that the overly radical black fans on the internet will encounter You Mian by chance, and may even deliberately find You Mian's address to look for him. The security issue must be put on the agenda. Pei Yg frowned slightly and thought. Huajiang Opera House is next to the Huajiang River, across the brightly lit river where You Mian and Pei Yg had their conversation that night. You Mian gently scratched Pei Yig's palm from a position that was not visible to the live camera, interrupting the man's frowning motion, and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" Pei Yg blinked and said softly, "Nothing. Our 12-hour date is over. Do you want to go home?" The boy's voice was soft and lazy. Pei Yg looked along the sparkling Huajiang River, and behind him was the waltz playing during the intermission of the opera house. The man held You Mian's hand and walked towards the railing by the river. Pei Yg lowered his head to look at his watch, and his eyes, which had been sharp just now, had become extremely gentle. "An hour and a half left," he said. Pei Yg tilted his head and lowered his eyes. His handsome eyebrows raised and he invited You Mian in a very magnetic voice, "Can you dance with me?" You Mian was startled when he heard this, and he also noticed the melodious waltz playing behind him amid Pei Yig's invitation. But half a second later, the boy shrugged, and his handsome eyes and eyebrows were brighter than the moon in the night. "Of course," You Mian replied with a smile. He placed the live broadcast phone under the horizontal railing and aimed it at the footsteps of the two people. Open black lens bracket. What a strange angle. Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter, because there is no place to fix it on the railing by the river, so I can only put it on the ground. Ah, I want to see them dance. Just be content as long as you have legs. It's good enough that Mian still remembers us. What a truth. I laughed so hard that I cried. Boss Pei is really awesome. I am raising the banner of cultivating a cotton base. Who wouldn't be interested? It must have been discussed. Boss Pei is really romantic. I am convinced. Dancing waltz by the Hua River, President Pei is awesome. Pei Yg stood there waiting, and You Mian turned around and walked back to him after a while. Just as Pei Yg lowered his eyes to think, You Mian took the initiative to put his hand on his shoulder, and took Pei Yig's hand and put it on her waist. You Mian smiled, his eyes bright. What are you waiting for, Mr. Pei? Pei Yig's big hand was placed on You Mian's waist, and it looked like he could almost hold it in one hand. The height difference makes the two people standing face to face at the edge of Huajiang River at night look particularly well matched. Accompanied by the rhythm of the waltz, they embraced each other and danced to end their date in the moonlight. The white fluff behind the boy's hat would brush across Pei Yig's lips and chin as he turned around, causing waves of numbness. Pei Yg held You Mian's hand with gentle eyes. The waltz came to an end in the cold winter wind, and he hugged You Mian, who fell into his arms. Fuck, just looking at the feet is so ambiguous. Who is the CP that supports this? It's the CP that I support, PR. I won't say much about this fairy product. I have a long story in my mind, hee. Me and Jay can make us daydream. On this day of dating, the screen is always black, and only half of his body is always exposed. Now, just looking at his feet makes me scream repeatedly, ha ha ha. The atmosphere was amazing. The lights from the opera house behind them were reflected on them, and their shadows under the street lights were also very beautiful. Oh my god, look at the shadow. I'm hugging you. Ah. You Mian's ears turned slightly red, and she tilted her head back with a smile. Sorry, I stepped on your foot. You Mian had never danced the female steps and was not very skilled. Pei Yg frowned and said, no need to apologize, Mian. The moonlight reflected in Pei Yg's eyes, and You Mian only felt that the love in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. If someone had told You Mian 2 months ago that you would be in a relationship with one of the guests on this show, You Mian would never have believed it. Pei Yg, You Mian said softly. Pei Yg hugged You Mian tightly with his arms, and nodded when he heard the sound, indicating that he was there. You Mian smiled and looked up. In the twilight, Pei Yg clearly saw You Mian open his mouth and utter 4 words word by word. I like you. The live camera was still filming. You Mian spoke softly, but it sounded deafening to Pei Yg's ears. This confession came suddenly, but not unexpectedly. The man only felt a burst of sparks rising uncontrollably from his mind, crackling and exploding into balls of brilliant fireworks. They kissed secretly in front of thousands of live cameras. You Mian drove the car on the way back, because Pei Yg no longer had the calmness to look at the navigation carefully, and his lack of direction took over again. Pei Yg held up the live camera and filmed You Mian. During the entire 40-minute journey, Pei Yg kept filming You Mian, as if he was staring at You Mian. Pei Yg had an obvious smile on his face, and the surging love in his eyes was unconcealed. Pei, don't love me too much. Chair guy really makes me completely confused about him being the president of JL. He looks a bit silly. Chair brother said, I'll show you now, you won't have a chance later. Ah no. The hatred of being deprived of sleep is irreconcilable. Boss Pei is still filming. He's been filming from the same angle for 40 minutes. Ha ha ha. But from this angle, my Mian is really handsome and beautiful. How come my eyelashes are so long? How come my skin is so beautiful? His profile is so handsome, cool and cute. As a live audience at the ski resort, I can only say that brother Mian is 10 times more handsome than in the camera. The camera often only captures his upper body, which makes the audience think he is cute, but if you look at him offline, brother Mian is 1.8 meters tall, super cool, super handsome. The kind of handsomeness of a young boy. Seeing him smile at you with your own eyes, the impact is indescribable. Pei Yg was distracted and glanced down, suddenly seeing the words discussed in the live broadcast room. In a second he turned the camera to the outside of the car window. I want to see Mian. Ah. Boss Pei, please curb your possessiveness and stop being so stingy. For the rest of the journey, the stingy Pei Yg kept the camera pointed out the window until the 2 people stopped the car and got out, and the picture started shaking again. Pei Yg followed You Mian closely, and his clingy attitude reached its peak the moment You Mian said the words, I like you. The 12-hour-long date ended, and as soon as the 2 of them approached the bamboo house, a staff member came and took away the live broadcast phone. You Mian bent down and waved at the camera with a smile. It's great to spend a day with you all, see you tomorrow. Pei Yg also waved his hand in cooperation. Wow, goodbye, Mianbao. Goodbye, chair brother and Mian. The staff closed the live broadcast room amid the barrage of reluctant goodbyes. Hong Sheng sat behind the camera and smiled at Pei Yg and You Mian, you 2 are the last to come back. When Pei Yg turned around, he became the superior with a cold and sharp aura again, and said lightly, we didn't exceed the 12 hours you said. Hong Sheng. After talking for 12 hours, this guy actually didn't waste a single second. Thinking of Pei Yg who coldly asked the camera to move away from him before the recording of the first episode, Hong Sheng suddenly found it funny. It's amazing that Pei Yg, such an offensive guy with extremely low emotional intelligence, can find love in the show. Hong Sheng snorted and complained about the sour smell of love in his heart. Hong Sheng waved his hand at Pei Yiji rudely, and Pei Yiji frowned, acting like an old friend. As soon as You Mian and Pei Yiji walked into the heart-stirring house, they saw 5 other guests sitting inside. They were actually the last group to come back. After being out of contact for a day, You Mian really had no idea how Guantong, Shen Nanzhao and the others spent the day. As always, Guantong was the first to rush over when he saw You Mian, his flamboyant pink hair bouncing. Without waiting for You Mian to ask, Guantong smiled and said, "The 5 of us were playing together. We finished in the afternoon and came back. I didn't expect you two to come back so late." Guantong smiled teasingly, "I can't wait to ask you what you guys are doing." You Mian took off his down jacket and put it on his arm, and said casually, "According to the map given by the program team, President Pei chose 3 stations." Guantong covered his mouth in surprise and asked, "3 stations?" They went to a roller skating rink and came back, and Guantong didn't have enough fun. While the two were talking, they saw 3 people sitting at the dining table behind the Chinese screen. They all came out after hearing the noise. They are Yan Tingxuan, Huo Yanji and Yan Guanqing. Yan Guanqing leaned against the screen, frowned, and said, "You're back so late." Yan Tingxuan smiled and pointed upstairs. "We divided the rooms among ourselves first. Now there are 3 rooms left. You two can choose where you want to live in later." You Mian nodded calmly, and just as he was about to turn around to pick up his luggage, he didn't expect Pei Yiji to have already picked up the suitcase in his hands before him. "You choose first," Pei Yiji said solemnly. You Mian tilted his head and asked, "Where do you want to live?" "I can live next door to you." Pei Yiji's brows relaxed when he heard this. "Okay." The two of them chatting as if they were alone made everyone present, except Guantong, look gloomy. It was as if all the pursuit and competition came to an end at this moment, the dust settled, and any struggle was of no avail. Yan Guanqing smiled unconvinced, and refused to turn back until he hit the wall. He looked at You Mian's back and suddenly spoke loudly, "Hey, You Mian." You Mian stopped and turned around, and heard Yan Guanqing say, "I haven't seen you all day, do you want to go out and chat later?" Chapter 110. Yan Guanqing looked straight at You Mian. This big movie star who always had a proud and complacent smile on his face finally gave in and completely let go of his pride. You Mian turned his head and glanced at Pei Yiji. The man was carrying a suitcase in both hands, his eyes dark and gloomy. You Mian recalled what the other party had said about being very jealous. Regardless of what others thought, he looked directly at Pei Yiji and asked with a smile, "Is it okay?" You Mian is seeking Pei Yiji's opinion. Everyone present held their breath unconsciously after hearing You Mian's voice. This is really the last episode. This thought appeared in their minds at the same time. Yan Guanqing seemed to hear the sound of his head hitting the iron wall hard. His unwilling mood was shattered to the ground, and he looked embarrassed and miserable. Pei Yiji is the undisputed winner at this moment, and he has You Mian's love. Yan Guanqing rolled his Adam's apple, and heard the man behind him say solemnly, "The evening wind is very strong, come back early." Yan Guanqing faced You Mian and clearly saw the boy's eyelashes tremble gently, and his eyes were filled with an unspeakable smile. As the biting cold wind blew, the frozen lake outside the cottage reflected the pale and bright moonlight, illuminating You Mian's profile with a bright and cold white. Yan Guanqing and You Mian walked slowly to the lake and stopped. From this position, the camera could only capture the backs of the two people but could not pick up any sound. Yan Guanqing watched You Mian bury his chin in the collar of his down jacket, and mist rose gently along the tip of the boy's nose. "What do you want to talk about?" You Mian spoke first. Unlike Yan Guanqing's hesitation, boys are always so frank and do not hesitate. Yan Guanqing tried hard to clear away everything he had just seen and thought, took a deep breath, smiled, and said, "I really admire you, You Mian." You Mian turned his head to look at him and said nothing. The cold wind whistled beside his ears. Yan Guanqing turned his eyes away and looked at the ice surface in the distance. "I thought you were hard-hearted before. No matter it was Yan Tingxuan or Huo Yanji, you really walked forward without any hesitation after you made sure you would not look back. I felt very happy at the time, but at the same time I sincerely admired your choice. I didn't expect that it would be my turn now. This feeling is really not good." Yan Guanqing took a breath, and his nasal tone gradually became heavier. "Why don't you ever regret it?" Yan Guanqing's last words floated lightly in the wind and were quickly blown away. You Mian's hands in his pockets gradually changed from vigilant fists to relaxed ones. How do you know I haven't regretted it? You Mian noticed Yan Guanqing's relieved attitude and his tone became much more relaxed. It is because I regret it so much that I don't allow myself to make any wrong choices now. Wrong choice. Yan Guanqing repeated with a smile, for example. You Mian turned and looked directly at Yan Guanqing. For example, I was too soft-hearted to accept your apology. But you didn't. Yan Guanqing, but you didn't accept my apology. You Mian nodded, and indeed showed some of the hardness that Yan Guanqing had just mentioned, so I made the right choice this time. Yan Guanqing only understood half of what was said and didn't understand what You Mian meant by, now, and, this time. A snowy wind blew across the ice. Congratulations. Yan Guanqing didn't understand, but he was still happy for You Mian. Congratulations. You Mian pursed her lips, and a rare smile appeared in her eyes because of Yan Guanqing. It's the last episode. Yan Guanqing didn't look at You Mian's eyes. He looked into the distance and asked softly, is there anything you want to tell me? You Mian **, what do you want me to say? Yan Guanqing lowered his eyes sadly and smiled, I don't know what I want you to say to me. The two of them stood in silence by the icy lake. After a few seconds, Yan Guanqing seemed to have recovered from his previous state. He turned his head to look at You Mian and raised his eyebrows, you really like PYG. Yan Guanqing heard his uncontrollable heartbeat and he was nervous. Even though the facts were already before him, he was still nervous about the answer he would hear from You Mian next. You Mian nodded. The boy was also very frank when expressing his love, smiling and saying, I like it very much. A touching and gentle look appeared on You Mian's face, because of PYG. For the first time, Yan Guanqing understood firsthand what the script lines meant. The protagonist collapses in pain due to the permanent loss of his loved one. No wonder the director always called out, cut, when he was howling hysterically on the set. It turns out that when the pain reaches this extreme, people will be stunned and unable to react. Yan Guanqing is extremely self-centered and has never experienced the feeling of loving someone, so most of the scripts he receives do not contain any emotional scenes. This movie is an exception. This variety show is also an exception. And You Mian. This was an exception among exceptions in his life, and it was also an exception that only happened once. Yan Guanqing looked at the boy in front of him, his eyes gradually turning red. You Mian was clearly standing in front of him, but Yan Guanqing already felt that there was too much distance between them. Yan Guanqing raised his head, swallowed the words, I like you, that he was about to say, and said in a hoarse voice, congratulations. Is it because I spent a long time with him? Yan Guanqing wanted to get a correct answer. He is the one who got the question wrong, so what would be the correct answer? You Mian pursed her lips and said calmly, Yan Tingxuan has been my good friend for more than 10 years. Yan Guanqing was slightly stunned. You Mian added, Huo Yanji and I have known each other for quite some time. Yan Guanqing understood what You Mian wanted to say. Time is just time itself to me. It won't bring love out of thin air. You Mian blinked and said, if there must be a reason, it's because he is PYG. Yan Guanqing took a deep breath, but his shoulders drooped uncontrollably. When the two people stood facing each other, another male voice suddenly sounded behind them. Are you done talking? In the cold wind, Yan Tingxuan took off his glasses and held them in his hand. He found You Mian from the blurry silhouette in front of him, tried to look straight at him, and asked with a smile, can you give me 10 minutes next? Yan Guanqing turned around and gave Yan Tingxuan a fierce look. He had already suppressed his turbulent emotions. Yan Guanqing left with his head down. Yan Tingxuan and You Mian walked to a shelter. The whistling wind stopped suddenly here, and their bodies became much warmer. Yan Tingxuan wiped his lenses and put them back on his nose. This is the last issue. Yan Tingxuan said. You Mian listened to this routine greeting in silence and did not answer. Mian. Yan Tingxuan smiled gently. The well-mannered and exquisite man did not look embarrassed at all at this moment. He was unrestrained, romantic, and high-spirited, as if time had gone back to the past. It seems like we have said everything we can say to each other. Yan Tingxuan said self-deprecatingly, most assumptions are meaningless. I no longer want to think about what-ifs, nor do I want to think about the past. You Mian frowned slightly, and suddenly heard Yan Tingxuan say, I will always have a guilty love for you. Having a friend like me, Yan Tingxuan smiled, his nose slightly red, is it a disaster for you? You Mian looked at the wind outside in silence. 3 seconds later, the boy hummed, it's a nightmare. Yan Tingxuan pursed his lips and frowned humbly, his Adam's apple trembling as he wanted to say something, but he had a lot to say but he couldn't utter any. It turned out that he had taken 10 minutes for granted. He and You Mian did not have 10 minutes to talk. There is nothing but silence. In the end, Yan Tingxuan just said, "Good luck to Xingqian Cup." Without waiting for You Mian's response, Huo Yanji suddenly rushed into the small pavilion in the night, interrupting the silent conversation between Yan Tingxuan and You Mian. Yan Tingxuan and You Mian looked up at the same time. Huo Yanji was seen rubbing his hands, his cheeks red from the cold. The man frowned, his expression calm but with a ripple of emotion hidden beneath it. He asked with a smile, "Would you like to chat for a while?" You Mian raised his eyes to look at Huo Yanji, watching the man come over and sit on his left. The three of them sat side by side in the small pavilion. The cold wind was howling outside and the silence here was awkward. They sat here quietly, the moonlight shining palely on their shoulders and faces. Huo Yanji stretched out his long legs, pursed his lips and smiled. The dark ink in his eyes could not be removed, but he tried to soften his tone and said, "It seems like I'm back to my sophomore year." At that time, the three of us always sat on the bench next to the basketball court. Yan Tingxuan went in to play basketball, and You Mian and I sat nearby and watched the water. Yan Tingxuan didn't say anything. Huo Yanji stared into the distance and blinked, then continued, "We often sit like this by Lake A. You Mian, you paint, and Yan Tingxuan and I stay by your side. There is also a library, a playground, and a cafeteria. There were a lot of people at noon, and I finished class earlier than you did, so I got so good at fighting for seats that I became very experienced." As Huo Yanji spoke, his voice became smaller and finally he paused for a moment, as if a piece of the chain had rusted and snapped. You Mian had already stood up and left. Huo Yanji's voice was still ringing in the small pavilion with an empty space in the middle. "Once again, the three of us went to the cinema together, but when we got there we found out that the tickets were for next week. When we asked, we found out that You Mian had stayed up all night to carve the works, and he just randomly picked one when he was still asleep in the middle of the night, ha ha ha." Huo Yanji smiled and asked, "Do you still remember Yan Tingxuan?" Yan Tingxuan hummed across an empty seat, "Remember, when he doesn't sleep well, he always gets the numbers wrong. And that final exam." Big tears fell in the pavilion. Huo Yanji's mood had hit rock bottom when he failed to draw You Mian in the morning, and then he waited anxiously for the whole day. He finally waited for You Mian to come back, but the tacit and intimate behavior between her and Pai Yg destroyed his last bit of sanity. The intense sadness that came over and over again almost broke Huo Yanji down completely. But he didn't know how to save her relationship, and he also knew that he was not qualified to keep her. When his nerves were stretched to the limit, Huo Yanji suddenly stood up and shouted towards the distance, "You Mian." Snow was blowing in the wind on the ice late at night. In the sight, You Mian was walking away in a white coat. The boy did not look back and did not stop. His steps were firm and unwavering. Yan Tingxuan sat in his original position and cast his gaze towards You Mian's back. Sometimes a back view speaks louder than any words of rejection. Huo Yanji finally realized the truth and sat back in his seat dejectedly. "I guess we won't see each other again after the show is over," Huo Yanji muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. To this, Yan Tingxuan only said, "You Mian is not a bird in a cage." Huo Yanji's arms resting on his knees were shaking. "Is it over?" Yan Tingxuan thought it should be. Their regrets, guilt, and entanglements are nothing but obstacles to You Mian. After cutting off the entanglement with this group of people, You Mian's future is bright. The snow wind on the ice surface blew violently from the side. You Mian walked forward quickly. Suddenly, when he approached the bamboo house, he saw a tightening beam of light. In the strong wind that seemed to make the heaven and earth spin, You Mian followed the light and accurately saw Pai Yg standing in the light. The man had a sturdy figure and walked towards him in the wind and snow, then wrapped him in a thick coat. "I've been gone for a long time," Pai Yg said in a deep voice. In an instant, an incomparable sense of security surged in You Mian's heart. At the same time, just as You Mian was stunned, Pai Yg suddenly pulled him into a warm hug. The turbulent emotions that had just been stirred up by Yan Tingxuan and the others gradually subsided in this tight hug. The feeling of weightlessness of walking in the void disappeared, and those endless grudges were finally cut off, and the entanglement ended. You Mian felt the scorching heat from Pai Yg, and smiled with curved eyebrows and bright eyes. Chapter 111. The first day of the live broadcast of the last episode of Matching Heartbeat received the whole network's attention. It was very popular for a while, and all the brands and advertisers were frantically inserting advertisements on various program web pages. As soon as yesterday's 12-hour-long date was broadcast, the topic #Pai Yang Mian Ji De instantly came to the forefront of the attention of all netizens. The cotton workers watched helplessly as the number of participants in the super topic increased from 100,000 to 150,000, and then from 150,000 to 200,000. It was not until the end of the live broadcast that the number stopped at 400,000. 400,000. This is an astronomical number for the number of fans of a couple in a dating variety show, not to mention that one of the couple is an amateur college student who has never appeared in public. It was not until this moment that the cotton workers had a clear understanding that You Mian and Pai YG were a perfect match. Fuck, we are really successful. Cotton workers are awesome. Advertisers, please give me more feeds. I want to see the subsequent spin-off programs. Yesterday's entire event was recorded, who wants it? I laughed so hard all day that my cheeks hurt, ha ha ha. I never get tired of watching Mianbao and Mr. Pai date. 12 hours is really too short. Let's just think about it. President Pai probably won't accept it. Damn, I won't be so happy right after I finish eating, right? Even if the show is over, please keep working for Mian and Mr. Pai. Boss Pai is so handsome. Fuck, I didn't expect a romance show to be of this quality. Director Hong is awesome. Just as all the audience were discussing enthusiastically, the live broadcast window of the Ultimate Confession Day on the second day of the last episode of Matching Heartbeat was suddenly released by the official blog. All major platforms rushed to repost and promote the program, and the 7 guests who participated in the program also took to Weibo to repost and comment. Especially the blog post just published by You Mian, the number of reposts and likes exceeded 100,000 in less than 5 minutes, and the popularity directly went through the roof. Fans and passers-by were all shocked. But the boy standing in this vortex of traffic doesn't feel any changes brought to him by this attention. You Mian still got up early in the morning and sat at the desk in his room to revise the draft for the Star Cup finals. The plaster base he had originally planned was almost completed, and now he was going to use iron carving to cover it. If he wanted to perform real-time carving and display in front of tens of millions of viewers, You Mian would not be able to choose materials such as pure plaster, because it would require polishing and pouring, and he did not have the time. So iron, copper and wood are the best choices. In the end, based on the appearance, You Mian chose iron sculpture. The 7-meter-high iron sculpture. The boy lowered his eyes and stared at the draft paper carefully. The drawing was almost complete. His eyes showed a determined smile. His confident and bold spirit made the boy's temperament exude a crisp and majestic vitality. You Mian carefully sketched the simple draft with his pen, outlining each skin texture vividly. I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly I heard the busy sound of staff setting up the machine outside the door. You Mian put down his pen and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's the last day of recording, he thought. The boy took out the winter card and handmade chocolates he had written at the end of the previous episode from the drawer and placed them on the table. The packaging was exquisite and the thought was sincere. As the sunlight shone directly into the Bamboo House glass restaurant, the 7 guests in the heart-beating house also walked out of their rooms and took their seats. After Guan Tong pulled out the chair, he flipped through his phone and laughed from time to time. He smiled excitedly at You Mian beside him and said, "Honey, I just received an advertisement for facial masks. It just happens to fit the attributes of my channel." Guan Tong sat down, propped up his chin and smiled. "Is this the first spring of my career?" "Thank you, Director Hong." You Mian was wearing a grass-green long-sleeved jacket and had chestnut-brown curly hair, which looked extremely soft when the sunlight shone through the glass onto his shoulders and head. You Mian raised his hand and patted Guan Tong's shoulder lightly, smiling. Guan Tong had specially done his hairstyle, which made him look more refined than ever, so You Mian did not rub his head. At a glance, everyone sitting in the restaurant was dressed more formally than usual. Even Pai YG wore a neatly ironed, elegant high-top gray suit, a dark gray tie tied across his chest, a long brown coat draped over the back of a chair, his watch strap shining black. The man's hair was as neat and tidy as ever, and his whole person exuded a cold and solemn temperament. When You Mian looked over, he mistakenly thought that the other person was actually nervous. "It looks like the time to say goodbye has really come." Shen Nanzhao smiled gently, his tone and demeanor always dignified. Upon hearing this, Guantong shifted his gaze to Shen Nanzhao, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Nan Xiao, your tour is about to start, right? What are you going to do after the show? Guantong asked. Shen Nanzhao looked at Guantong and nodded gently. The first and second stops are in Italy and the UK respectively. The rest has not been decided yet, but I will be busy for a while. Participating in the show was originally a vacation that Shen Nanzhao gave himself. Now that the show is over, he has to start getting busy. Guantong smiled cutely. Where are the others? Everyone, don't be so depressed. You never know if there will be another opportunity to chat like this in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became gloomy again. In the silence of the crowd, only You Mian took a sip of coffee and continued Guantong's words, saying, after the show, I will continue to prepare for the Xingqian Cup. The finals are coming soon. Everyone's eyes fell on You Mian. Guantong instantly perked up when he heard that. Yes, honey, I got the tickets. I will definitely go and see it that day. Ha ha ha. Young Guanqing and the others who had been sitting opposite the table and were relatively silent suddenly changed their expressions when they heard this. You Mian smiled gently at Guantong. Okay, if you want to shoot a vlog, I can help you record channel materials. Guantong's eyes widened, and he quickly hugged You Mian's arm. I love you so much, my dear. You Mian's eyes and brows are gentle. Guantong hissed, and after playing around with You Mian for a while, he turned his attention back to the others. Guantong said, Boss Pei will probably have to continue to be busy with work. How about Brother Yun, Brother Huo, and Brother Yan? Are you going to be busy too? Young Guanqing raised his hand and twisted his shoulder-length hair. The filming of the movie has been completed, and my agent urged me to cut my hair quickly, so the first thing I will do after the show is probably to go to the barber shop. Everyone present smiled to varying degrees upon hearing this. Yan Tingxuan lowered his eyes to hide his expression behind his glasses, and said in a calm tone, the law firm has a lot of cases piled up, and we will be busy until the end of the year. Huo Yanji leaned on the back of the chair beside him and smiled deliberately. The WPE has started. The finals will be held in a few months. I will give you stamps then. Do you have time to come and watch? Huo Yanji smiled after he finished speaking, his eyes seemingly calm but actually nervous as he glanced at the people in front of him. Guantong immediately raised his hand upon hearing this. Sure, I have plenty of time anyway, and this is the benefit of being a freelancer. Others did not give a definite answer, but there was hope in the ambiguity. You Mian remained silent. Seeing this, Huo Yanji pursed his lips, but did not ask any more questions or test her in any way as he had done many times before. Instead, he remained a bystander and respected You Mian's right to remain silent. Everyone seemed to be chatting, but in fact there was a heavy atmosphere of reluctance. Suddenly, several staff members walked in holding live cameras. At the same time, Hong Sheng's voiceover could be heard behind the camera. Dear guests of your dreams. Our last day of confession has arrived. I believe everyone has found their dream partner. After attracting the attention of everyone in the live broadcast audience, Hong Sheng continued, Confession day rules, the guests will go out one by one to make the final confession. If the match is successful, the guest will appear after the heartbeat reminder sound is sounded. But if no guest shows up after 3 seconds, it means the confession has failed. No matter what their mood was, in such an atmosphere, the 7 guests couldn't help but get nervous. Hong Sheng waved his hand and said in a sonorous and powerful tone, Now please move to the room and prepare for the final confession. Starting now. So soon. Guantong stood up nervously and stamped his feet. You Mian followed him back to the room. When closing the door, he subconsciously glanced at Pei Weiji's door. It was just such a coincidence that Pei Weiji also turned his head to glance at You Mian. Their eyes met, and smiles suddenly appeared in both pairs of pupils. Yan Tingxuan stood up silently and went back to his room, not daring to look away even a bit. Young Guanqing and Huo Yanji also hurried back to their rooms, no longer having excessive fantasies or expectations in their hearts. The sun was shining brightly on the confession day, the lake surface reflected the clear blue sky, and the frozen surface was connected to the sky as if the boundary between heaven and earth disappeared. In the vast pure blue was an exquisite confession house, and a live broadcast camera was specially arranged in front of the beautiful pink ambiguous confession wall. The audience in the barrage could no longer hold back and started commenting. Hurry up, hurry up. Can we kiss in front of the camera later? Don't tell me that Mian and President Pai didn't choose each other in the end, I will cry to death. Don't say discouraging words, cotton cultivation must be real. You Mian stayed in the room waiting. It seemed that the program crew called the guests from the Lily of the Valley group out first. It was not until 10 minutes later that he heard his name being called from the camera in the room. The boy stood up, straightened his collar and coat, took a deep breath, picked up the prepared cards and chocolates, and walked towards the confession location. The wind was howling along the way, and the ice reflected a dazzling light. Finally reaching the pink and ambiguous wall, You Mian stood still according to the program rules. Mian, it's finally my turn to sleep. The program staff followed the procedure and said, now please let You Mian make your choice. There were 7 envelope boxes in front of the confession wall, each with the names of the 7 people written on it. You Mian turned sideways to look at the mailbox, then turned back and smiled at the camera, looking very cool. Fuck, I'm so nervous that I want to vomit. Choose President Pai, choose President Pai. Mian, everything depends on today. 2 seconds later, the boy walked towards the mailbox with the 3 words, Pai YG, written on it without hesitation. Cards with confessions written on them were put into the mailbox, and chocolates were also neatly placed inside. After doing all this, You Mian walked into the small room behind the confession wall and stood there as required by the program team. All guests have completed the confession phase. Awesome. Fuck, I'll spin and jump 300 times on the spot. The verification officially began. You Mian, standing behind the wall, only heard the mechanical voice calling out Pai YG's name first. You Mian thought he would hear some footsteps, but there was only silence all around. It seemed that the sound insulation here was installed very well, and he could not hear anything except the mechanical sound inside. A few seconds later, the mechanical voice continued to sound, Pai YG is confessing. Are there any guests who can choose each other? In the howling cold wind, Pai YG, who had already walked to the confession wall, stood in front of the mailbox with his ears red. The usually confident man actually experienced unprecedented tension and uneasiness at this moment. Even though he and You Mian had a mutual understanding, even though they liked each other. But inevitably, Pai YG became nervous. The man stood there, clenching his fists slightly, holding his breath, and pursing his thin lips for a few seconds in his heart. 1, 2. Pai YG's Adam's apple rolled and he didn't dare to continue reading. There was a click, and it seemed that the door behind the wall was pushed open. Pai YG's thick eyebrows frowned and then relaxed, and then he saw the boy he loved walking out from behind the confession wall with a gentle smile on his face. You Mian smiled, and when he tilted his head, his curly hair fluttered in the wind, making him look high-spirited, handsome and cool. Pai YG's heart almost stopped beating as he watched You Mian walking towards him step by step. They had clearly confessed their love to each other and clearly kissed each other. But Pai YG still couldn't help trembling. Countless electric sparks burst out from his mind, making his fingertips and eyebrows numb. The senses of his whole body became temporarily dull due to extreme excitement. Pai YG finally realized that he had You Mian's love, truly and openly. Pai YG sent out his confession letter in front of thousands of people behind the camera with trembling fingers. The man was no longer cold and calm. He was just trying his best to hide and calm his panic. You Mian. Pai YG found that his voice was trembling as soon as he opened his mouth. You Mian took Pai YG's card and chocolates, his heart filled with love. He smiled and looked up at Pai YG. The man paused for a while and then asked with a smile, "Are you willing to be with me?" After saying the first sentence, Pai YG's voice became much steadier. "Be my boyfriend." Pai YG's charm was irresistible when he lowered his eyes. His mature temperament came across as noble and strong. "Be my lover, my lover." Pai YG made his confession solemnly, as if he had considered every word countless times. You Mian lowered his head and opened the card, only to see a line of confession written with great seriousness. "Please be my genius, and my love." You Mian's mood was equally excited, with his emotions fluctuating constantly. He blinked, closed the card, and smiled brightly at Pai YG. "I am standing here to answer." Pai YG. You Mian raised his hand and grabbed Pai YG's tie, easily pulling him to bend over. They had a fleeting kiss in front of millions of cameras. The amber eyes in front of me were filled with love, soft and gentle. You Mian whispered softly, like a love talk, I like you too, let's be together. Pai Yg held You Mian in his arms with trembling fingers. The next second, he heard the boy in his arms ask with a smile, should we change the name? You Mian said seductively, boyfriend. What the hell? What the hell? Ah, celebrate together. Damn, You Mian is so skilled. This is definitely not their first kiss. On the confession day, Pai Yg also opened the confession written by You Mian. A line of clear and elegant handwriting appeared on the card, the format was solemn, and there was strong love between the lines. To Pai Yg, would you like to be my first viewer? I will always give you the best position. As Pai Yg held his breath, You Mian raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying in an extremely cute tone, I'll always give you the first row. This is the most precious love a sculptor can give. I burst into tears. What kind of beautiful, fairy-like love is this? I'm going crazy. Please stay together forever, lock it up, I have swallowed the key. Ah, kiss, kiss, I beg you, quick, kiss me. Chapter 112. There were 3 cards and 3 boxes of handmade chocolates lying quietly in the mailbox at the end of the stone bridge. But no one will ever open all of this again. You Mian and Pai Yg walked side by side across the stone bridge amid the cheers of the program staff and the carnival comments that filled the screen. No matter who had regrets or guilt behind them, it had nothing to do with them anymore. Young Guanqing waited in the cold wind, but the person he was going to confess to did not show up. After the waiting time was up, he raised his eyes and smiled, then turned and left. The program team continued to follow the process and let the next confession guest appear. Huo Yanji stood in front of the mailbox and clenched the card in his hand. He looked at the empty bridge in silence, and the frozen lake reflected the tears in his eyes. No one will come to take away the chocolates that I have made clumsily and carefully in my arms. I'm sorry. The staff of the program team comforted him softly. Huo Yanji's confession failed. Huo Yanji suppressed the bitterness in his throat, smiled, shook his head, turned and left. The sunlight gradually became less dazzling, and Yan Tingxuan, who finally appeared, had a calm expression when he opened the door, as if he already knew the outcome of his confession today. But when he stood on the bridge and took out his confession letter from the mailbox, an incredible expectation still emerged amid such solemn emotions. Will You Mian appear? Will he walk slowly towards me from the other side of the bridge and accept my confession with a smile? The cold wind blew up Yan Tingxuan's hair, making him look elegant and romantic. The man's lenses were lightly misted, and the blocked vision made the distance even more blurry and elusive. It seemed that in the next second, someone would really come in the wind and snow. The program team's timing sound had not yet ended, and the countdown continued step by step until the moment of the end. Yan Tingxuan still found it unbelievable until the staff said that the confession failed. Yan Tingxuan lowered his head and looked at the confession card gently held in his hand with a smile. He thought he had already accepted this ending, but he didn't expect that when a probability of a few tenths of a thousandth was placed in front of him, he would still be so excited that he trembled. The expectation has not been extinguished and has always been hidden in Yan Tingxuan's heart. In the end, Yan Tingxuan realized that he had never let it go. A white daisy was sandwiched in the confession card. Yan Tingxuan closed it and put it in his pocket. When he turned to leave, he was suddenly struck by a strong sense of sadness and tears flowed down his cheeks. You Mian was the only one from the Iris group who handed over a love confession letter. Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao did not appear in the confession segment, so when Yan Tingxuan's back appeared in the camera for the last moment, Hong Sheng stood up and clapped the board, indicating that the recording of the program was over and everything was settled. Is it over? Someone asked. It's over. The staff put down their cameras and cheered for this winter sonata, no matter whether the ending was sad or happy. Is it over? Ah, I still want to watch the full episode that the program crew will release. I've seen drone footage, there must be one. Brother Yun, don't cry, you still have work to do. Devil whispers, I heard you're going to join the crew. Damn, why do I still feel so bad when Yango cries? But he should just stay single, he's not suitable for sleeping. The same applies to Huo Yanji. They can cry as they please, and we can sympathize with our own. As long as Mian and Boss Pei are of the same mind, nothing will be a problem. Ha 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 ha. Please ask the director for a follow-up program. I want to see an interview with Mian and President Pei. I can ask them to do anything, even chat. My CP will not disappear from the internet after this day. It's hard to say. The fact that Mian doesn't have a single advertisement on his Weibo proves that he has no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Brother Mian wants to pursue sculpture, so it's okay if he doesn't accept any advertisements. Congratulations on the completion of the recording. Cotton workers celebrate together. The final winner is the cotton worker, ha 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 ha. Those who bet right from the first draw are so proud. This dating variety show, which became extremely popular due to the last confession day, kept the audience discussing it for more than a week before it gradually died down. The carnival finally showed signs of ending, and the names of You Mian and Bai Lin finally dropped out of the top 20 on the hot search list. Among the 7 guests, Guantong was the one who responded the fastest and was the most active after the show ended. His beauty channel would occasionally release some behind-the-scenes footage and vlogs, which attracted fans who couldn't wait for You Mian's Weibo to come online to comment on Guantong's Weibo. Does Tongtong Baby know what Mian is doing? It's been over a week since the show ended. He hasn't even been online. I kneel down and beg for more behind-the-scenes footage. I have chewed and eaten all the candy from the last issue, and I need new candy urgently. The cotton workers are crying out for food, and a kiss from a dragonfly on the water is not enough. Shen Nanzhao is touring in the UK, Huo Yanji is boxing, Yan Tingxuan's law firm occasionally posts articles with his photos on the official account, and Yun Jie has joined the team. Look at how clear other people's work is. Pointing and gesturing. Only You Mian and President Pai disappeared, no news at all. I cried so hard. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect these 2 people to just disappear holding hands. Nonsense, doesn't JL post some beautiful architectural pictures on Weibo every day? I remember posting the architectural structure and production process of the 4th phase of Heart-Beating House. This is different. Seeing the huge fanfare under his Weibo account, Guantong picked up his phone and posted a photo of the ticket with a smile, and replied, "Where can I see You Mian?" The Xingqian Cup Finals. I won't listen to anyone who is envious. I'm going to see You Mian tomorrow. Guantong laughed heartily and had a friendly exchange with a group of angry fans, not forgetting to take a moment to glance at the cute calendar on the desk. Tomorrow is the final day. Guantong can't help but look forward to it when he thinks about it. But the next second, Guantong saw countless real-time replies, all from fans shouting that they failed to get tickets. Guantong smiled helplessly and said, "You guys grabbed it too late. It's hard to get a spot in the Star Cup Finals, but there are thousands of spots available. Someone must have grabbed it. I'll deduct 1 point." Who would have thought that after Guantong posted his comment, only 4 or 5 people typed in saying that they had gotten tickets. 6,000 seats, but fans only managed to get less than 50 tickets. Guantong frowned fiercely and immediately felt that something was wrong. Who got all those votes? In the deep winter, the trees are withered and the sunlight overhead is hazy, as if covered by a layer of white cloth. The JL building is in good order, and you can see pairs of serious eyes everywhere you look. Young employees walk quickly in and out of the building with briefcases or folders in their arms, and the sound of keyboards can be heard everywhere in the office cubicles on the floors. Pai Lin stood in front of the bookcase in the top floor office and took out 2 fired pottery jars from a beautifully packaged small box. Pai Lin solemnly placed the ugly little pottery jar, which was completely green, next to the 2 little iron sculptures, one on the left and one on the right. The bookcase, which was originally neat and somewhat cold, suddenly became more lively. Pai Lin stroked the pottery jar, as if he thought of something, and his eyes became gentle. The man turned around and walked back to the wide table and sat on the black leather chair. Pai Lin picked up the pen and opened a page of the project case to examine it carefully. A stranger's name was written on a document placed next to his left hand. Zhou Lu, male, 27 years old, registered in Huajiang City, formerly known as Baiyangping. Disappeared 8 years ago. Amid the rustling sound of the pen, Pai Lin's eyes were calm and his aura was sharp. At the same time, You Mian walked into the quiet and solemn police station door without hesitation. The streets were crowded with traffic, and the police station was even busier. A police officer looked up at You Mian and asked, "What's the matter?" You Mian handed over the information in his hand. His amber eyes were firm, and the boy said, "I want to report a case." The police officer motioned him to sit down, immediately opened the notebook, raised his eyes and asked again, "What case is it?" You Mian pursed his lips, "Many kidnappings." The police officer nodded and was about to continue writing when You Mian said, "An intentional homicide." The young police officer instantly paid 200% attention and frowned. Are you sure? You Mian put the information in his hand on the table. I'm sure. Multiple kidnappings, suspects Ba Quan, Ba Yongping. Intentional homicide. The victims are Ba Quan and Ba Yongping. The suspects are Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin. Chapter 113. A silver Mercedes was parked outside the police station. Wang Mao, the Yu family's butler, was standing next to the car door in a suit and tie and white gloves, with his chin raised as usual, looking arrogant. But when his eyes met Yu Mian walking out of the police station, he no longer had the arrogance and sharpness of the past. Wang Mao gently raised his hand to stop Yu Mian and whispered, "The master wants to see you." Yu Mian had already handed over all the information in his hands to the police station. At this moment, he had empty hands and only a black bag on his back. The boy raised his eyes and glanced at her calmly, as if he was not surprised that Yu Jiwan came to him so soon. "What if I don't go?" Yu Mian asked coldly. Then, before Wang Mao could use threats or inducements, 4 or 5 burly bodyguards wearing sunglasses walked quickly from the alleys and street entrances and blocked Yu Mian's way. The aura is so oppressive that people dare not act rashly. Wang Mao was stunned and took several steps back. He saw the word JL printed on the chests of the uniforms of these tall bodyguards and didn't know what to do for a moment. Wang Mao subconsciously turned his head, as if trying to find a solution from the dark car window. Yu Mian just stood there silently with a cold attitude. In less than 3 seconds, the rear door of the Mercedes was finally opened from the inside. Her face looked a little tired and thin, but she looked at Yu Jiwan, who was still irritable and serious, standing by the car door on the street, and said in a hoarse voice, "Yu Mian, let's talk. Some things are not what you think. Pei YG is very good at protecting people. Ever since the recording of the show ended, the Yu family has been wanting to talk to Yu Mian, but they never expected that due to JL's deliberate interference, they couldn't even touch a hair of Yu Mian. Today I finally met Yu Mian walking alone. While Yu Jiwan wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to meet Yu Mian, they never expected that they would find the police station along the route. An hour ago, when Yu Jiwan drove to the door of the police station and stopped, he was cold all over, including Bai Lin's palm which was covering the back of his hand, which was also cold and sweaty. Yu Jiwan didn't know what Yu Mian had found out, and he didn't dare to alert the enemy. If before meeting Yu Mian, Yu Jiwan only intended to use some coercion and inducement to resolve the quarrels between Xu Ming and Bai Lin, then now the situation has completely changed passively and major changes have occurred. If they were not careful, he, the Yu family, and Xu Ming would all be smashed to pieces. Once he got in touch with the police station, Yu Jiwan couldn't help but feel nervous. So he immediately made up his mind at this moment, this conversation today must be accomplished. But faced with this group of tall bodyguards standing between them and Yu Mian, both Yu Jiwan and Wang Mao showed a look of helplessness on their faces. It seemed that these bodyguards only listened to Yu Mian's orders. Before Yu Mian spoke, they had been standing in front of the boy in a defensive posture, leaving no room for others. After hearing what Yu Jiwan said, Yu Mian tilted his head, his eyes revealing a slight questioning look. Wang Mao had retreated back to the car and stood beside Yu Jiwan, just like he always had, like a loyal dog. Yu Jiwan seemed to understand something in this silence. He lowered his head and exchanged glances with Bai Lin, who was sitting in the back seat and not showing up. A few seconds later, everyone present heard Yu Jiwan change his words with a look of shame on his face, and said in a humble tone, "Yu Mian, please give us a chance to talk to us. There must be misunderstandings in these matters," said Yu Jiwan. Yu Mian waited for 2 or 3 seconds with an indifferent expression. He watched the smile on Yu Jiwan's face become increasingly stiff, until it could hardly be maintained, and then he finally nodded in agreement. A group of people arrived at Shaanxi City. A Bentley with consecutive numbers and a silver-painted Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the revolving Golden Gate. Soon, a row of people walked out of the banquet city to greet the guests. The leading manager was wearing a bow tie and had a happy smile on his face. Behind him followed 2 waiters holding fruit plates and champagne. Yu Jiwan waited for Wang Mao to get out of the car and opened the door for him before stepping out. He was very arrogant. The man's leather shoes were polished to a shine and he was wearing a well-ironed suit. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes made him look even more serious. Looking at the welcoming atmosphere in front of him, Yu Jiwan felt slightly happy in his heart, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. He thought that the receptionist came to pick him up because Wang Mao had reserved a seat in advance. But just as Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin were standing there with their chins slightly raised, looking very noble, waiting for the manager to hand over the fruit plates and champagne, suddenly they saw that none of the people in the row looked at them, but rushed past the Mercedes-Benz, walked to the door of the Bentley and respectfully called out, "Mr. Yu." You Mian wore an ordinary brown coat and even carried a bag, looking like a student. But it was this immature You Mian who left aside Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin, who were dressed in suits and looked elegant and refined. The manager smiled and handed over the champagne. "I didn't know you were coming. We have just had someone reserve the top floor private room. Just follow us up." Everyone in Huajiang City knew about Pei Weiji's serial numbered Bentleys. The moment the front desk took a glance at them, the entire Shaanxi city immediately took countermeasures. Even though the person who walked out of the Bentley was not Pei Weiji, their respectful attitude did not change at all. Yu Mian waved his hand lightly and refused naturally. "Don't bother, Mr. You should have booked a private room." The manager was stunned, and then he saw Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin standing there stupidly. When Yu Jiwan heard Yu Mian turning everyone's attention to him, he stuttered for a moment. "Yes, it's settled." Yu Jiwan gave Wang Mao a look. So, after a few words on the top floor that the manager had just mentioned, Wang Mao stepped forward and gave the number of an ordinary private room on the second floor. Upon seeing this, the manager immediately hissed with a frown on his face. He turned his head to look at Yu Mian and found that Yu Mian looked normal and didn't seem to think there was a problem. There was no more talk after the experience. He immediately walked to the side and walked into the revolving door to meet people. Yu Jiwan was extremely furious upon seeing this. He felt as if his face had been stepped on and crushed. A private room on the top floor in an ordinary room. Yu Jiwan felt embarrassed when he told others about it. Before the conversation even started, the Yu family had already fallen behind. When Yu Mian walked into the box, a smile appeared in his eyes. No wonder Pei Weiji changed his car when he went out in the morning. It turned out that he was silently supporting him. Yu Mian sat opposite the Yu family couple. After ordering a few dishes, Yu Jiwan's eyes fell on the bodyguard standing at the door and behind Yu Mian. He cleared his throat and said, "It's just a meal. Let them all go out." Yu Mian picked up the teacup and took a sip, then asked, "Mr. Yu, do you have any concerns?" Bai Lin put on a skilled face, "It's just a conversation. It's scary to have a group of tall and strong bodyguards standing here." Yu Mian raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Bai Lin with a serious look. Bai Lin pursed her lips instantly. But after a few seconds, Yu Mian turned around and asked the 3 bodyguards to leave, leaving only 2 behind. The door of the private room was finally closed. Yu Jiwan wiped the sweat off his forehead, thinking that 2 was better than the 4 or 5 just now, so he said no more. This meal was not meant to fill the stomach, so the moment the door of the private room closed, Yu Jiwan immediately started the topic he wanted to talk about. "I saw you just came out of the police station," Yu Jiwan said in a lighter tone. "Did anything happen to you?" Bai Lin also became 100% serious in an instant. Wang Mao stood behind Yu Jiwan with his head down and in silence, like a sculpture. Yu Mian was the only person present who looked relaxed. Upon hearing the words, a gentle smile appeared in her amber eyes. Yu Mian said calmly, "It's just a thing of the past." Yu Jiwan's face twisted instantly. Fortunately Bai Lin held his arm to avoid a quarrel right away. Bai Lin smiled and said, "What old story?" Yu Mian raised his eyes and said, "I think President Yu and President Bai know better than me." At this moment, Bai Lin could barely maintain her smile, and her whole back felt cold. "What did you find out?" Yu Jiwan asked in a hoarse voice. Yu Mian calmly dropped a bombshell. "Why is Mr. Yu so emotional?" "You just found your old friend. I think his name is Sheng Zhonggang. There is another one called Bakwan." Seeing that the 2 looked as ugly as pig livers, Yu Mian threw out the last name. "His son seems to be called Bai Yangping, right?" Before coming, Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin had agreed that Yu Mian would most likely record the video again, so they must remain calm and not let anything slip. But they didn't expect Yu Mian to throw out all his chips at once, catching them off guard. All the panic and shock were clearly shown on their faces. Yu Jiwan pretended to be calm. "Are they doing well? Have you seen them?" Yu Mian laughed, his voice cold. "Whether I can meet them or not, you knows better than me." Bai Lin's hands were shaking badly, and just when she was trying to hold on to the teacup to calm herself down, You Mian's words completely broke her defenses. If the police and prosecutors' procedures go fast, the arrest warrant will probably be issued in less than 3 days. Bai Lin couldn't help but scream. Yu Jiwan stood up and yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about?" This should have been a simple conversation to resolve Xu Ming and Bai Lin's problems, but it suddenly turned to the word police station and arrest. Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin were not mentally prepared and almost fell into Yu Mian's control in an instant. Sheng Zhonggang committed suicide by jumping off a building 17 years ago, and used the $1 million compensation to repay the workers' wages and factory rental fees. Baquan got into a fight with one of the workers while trying to appease them, and was sentenced to 5 years in prison for intentional injury. Yu Mian glanced coldly at Yu Jiwan and continued without stopping. 12 years ago, Baquan was released from prison. He found the Yu residence and had a serious conflict with Yu. Ms. Bai called the police for burglary. Such a mistake shouldn't happen to you guys. Yu Mian lowered his eyes and said, "Is it because President Yu wanted to stop it but failed?" With Yu Mian's words, Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin's memories returned to that rainy night 12 years ago. Baquan was wet and cold all over, with rain dripping down his short hair, and he looked in a mess. The man, who was over 40 years old, had bloodshot eyes and pointed the weapon in his hand at Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin, roaring and demanding that they get retribution. Bai Lin was frightened and called the police. While Yu Jiwan was comforting Baquan, he yelled at Bai Lin and tried to make her hang up the phone, but he was too late. By the time Yu Jiwan grabbed the phone and hung up, a record of the police call had already been left. Before the police arrived, they tried to offer Baquan 3 million to stop pursuing the matter, but Baquan refused until 2 policemen arrived. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, Yu Jiwan did not hesitate to make gestures to Baquan in front of the police. From 3 to 5, from 5 to 8. Finally, Baquan agreed, and for 8 million, he admitted to the police that he was going to steal. Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin immediately said that the matter had been resolved, stressed that there was no property loss, and let Baquan leave after receiving a warning. You knew you had committed a serious crime when Sheng Zhonggang jumped off the building. Yu Mian watched Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin collapse slowly, and continued, 17 years ago, Sheng Zhonggang died and Baquan was imprisoned. As long as there is someone in this world who knows the inside story, you will be worried. So 17 years ago, you went to the Angxin welfare home to adopt me, using me to replace your biological son to endure the extreme actions that a few people who had lost everything would take. Sure enough, the first thing Baquan thought of after he was released from prison was revenge. Yu Jiwan said with a tight throat, "Nonsense. What evidence do you have?" Yu Mian was not interrupted by Yu Jiwan, but continued, "But Baquan died 9 years ago, and the cause of death was also jumping off a building. And the period when I was kidnapped repeatedly also started after Baquan's death. This is revenge from Baquan's son. Baquan's son is taking revenge on your son, Yu Jiwan." Yu Jiwan could not utter anything other than the word, "Nonsense." Bai Lin held onto Yu Jiwan's arm. The only thought in her mind was to run quickly. Bai Yongping hired many people to kidnap people. The Yu family didn't dare to make it public, so they chose to pay ransom every time, allowing these people to make a lot of money until one day, Bai Yongping made you feel angry and made endless demands. "You guys just went all the way and killed him too." When Yu Mian talked about this incident, his tone was always calm, as if he was not the victim of this 5-year-long kidnapping case. "But you guys gave too much sweetness. Killing one Baiyonping, there are still countless Baiyonpings who did this with him." Your nightmare continued. For some unknown reason, on the day Bai Lin turned 18, you finally felt at ease to take your biological son back home and reunited as a family. Yu Mian sneered, "Why? Is it because those people who can speak and take revenge have disappeared?" Yu Jiwan pointed at Yu Mian's nose and shouted, "Evidence." "What evidence?" Yu Mian raised an eyebrow. "Unfinished building." The noise in the box fell silent for a moment. Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin stopped as if someone was strangled by the throat. Yu Mian said, "After Sheng Zhonggang died, the developer stopped the project for a while, but 9 years ago the government invested money to restart the suburban residential real estate project, and the unfinished building was also in the planning. In the dark night, Baquan asked you for money again." Yu Mian stared into Yu Jiwan's eyes and said, "You invited him to the unfinished building, pretending to reminisce with him, but in the dark, you pushed him down from the 8th floor without a guardrail." The unfinished building that was just about to restart construction had a layer of wet cement on the ground. You didn't expect that, did you? You Mian smiled. Mr. Yu was probably too scared to look down at the time. Your footprints are left there. Yu Jiwan was like a chicken with its neck strangled. His face was red and ferocious. He stretched out his hand to reach You Mian. He looked hysterical and crazy. Impossible, Yu Jiwan shouted. We were on the rooftop at the time, there was no cement at all. There was no way there was cement. The shocked eyes of Ba Quan when he was pushed down often appeared in Yu Jiwan's dreams. He was sure that there was no wet cement that night. Yu Mian was lying. In a flash, Yu Jiwan suddenly stopped and stared at Yu Mian's eyes like crazy. Sure enough, a few seconds later Yu Jiwan heard Yu Mian laugh softly. There was a gentle smile in his amber eyes, and even the tone of his voice was soft. Yu Mian smiled faintly with curved eyebrows and said, "It was just a joke. How could you scare President Yu like this?" A terrifyingly intense fear enveloped Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin. When did this adopted son, who they thought they could easily control, grow up to be like this? The long period of dormancy and the momentum of a sure-hit strike made Yu Jiwan tremble all over. Bai Lin immediately grabbed Yu Jiwan's arm and pulled up the man whose legs were about to go limp. "Go," Bai Lin shouted. The truth was about to be exposed, all the hidden dirty tricks were about to be revealed, and they could no longer pretend to be calm. Wang Mao was even more shocked than Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin. Bai Lin pushed Wang Mao, grabbed Yu Jiwan and ran out of the box and out of Shaxi City without even turning her head. Bai Lin asked Wang Mao to drive quickly, and kept repeating the words, air ticket, and, going abroad. At this moment, they no longer had the energy to care about Shuming and Wanhua, they were only thinking about protecting themselves. If the company goes bankrupt, it goes bankrupt. If the money is gone, it is gone. But you only have one life. In the suddenly empty box, the bodyguard behind him asked softly, "Aren't you going to chase me?" In the gorgeously decorated private room, the exquisite dishes on the table had already gone cold. The comfortable posture that Yu Mian had been sitting on the wooden chair completely disappeared, and his shoulders and neck relaxed in exhaustion and melancholy. He looked out the window at the blue sky in the distance and said calmly, "The evidence and materials have been handed over. Send the video you just recorded to the police station as well. This conversation will become strong evidence of Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin's crime." Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin had long been restricted by the police from leaving the country, so they couldn't escape. Only the authorities have the right to put the shackles of justice on criminals. Yu Mian has done everything he can now. Under the gloomy sky that seemed to be about to bring a storm, the boy walked out of the banquet city with unbrisk steps. When Yu Mian just got into the back seat of the car, he was suddenly hugged by a strong arm. Pei Weiji's voice sounded deep above his head, pulling Yu Mian back to the present from his past memories. "Are you tired?" Pei Weiji asked. Yu Mian raised his head and met those dark eyes. A cool breath like a cold pool instantly enveloped him. The strong sense of security made him sigh again and again that life was beautiful. Not tired. Yu Mian hugged Pei Weiji tightly and sniffed the clean scent on Pei Weiji's body. "Boss Pei is silently showing off to me again," Yu Mian said with a smile, referring to the Bentleys with consecutive numbers that the two of them were sitting in. Pei Weiji took Yu Mian's hand and placed it on his lips and kissed it gently. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked with a handsome smile, "Did you succeed?" Yu Mian listened attentively to Pei Weiji's heartbeat and whispered, "Very successful." Chapter 114. On the day of the Star Cup final, the sky was gloomy, with heavy clouds hanging low, creating a very oppressive feeling. The heavy snow started from the steps outside the venue and spread all the way to the wide square in front of the Rubik's Cube Art Museum where the finals would be held. The organizers set up a row of ticket gates outside the main entrance of the museum. 5 or 6 ticket inspectors quickly checked tickets. The audience lined up in 2 rows, holding their umbrellas, and entered the venue in an orderly manner in the heavy snow. The scene was very lively, and the crowd was as far as the eye could see. Guantong was squeezed so hard as soon as he entered the venue with 5 rows of tickets that he almost dropped his phone. The pink-haired boy hissed with lingering fear, then waved at the live camera after he stood firm, and said with a hearty smile, "Okay, I'm going in. You can't take pictures inside, so I'll end the live broadcast first." Guantong had just turned off the live broadcast amid the envy of his fans when he was pushed into the inner seats by the huge crowd beside him. Guantong passively moved forward with the crowd until he was almost out of breath when all the people crowded together suddenly dispersed, just because they passed through a big door, and the scene in front of them suddenly became bright. The huge arched venue has nearly 10,000 seats arranged according to the curvature of the walls. The wide stage is sunken in the center of the venue, with audience seats on both sides and opposite. At this moment, the stage was filled with competition staff who were setting up the venue and lighting, and the contestants' works had not yet been put on display. There were exclamations all around. The extremely high open ceiling made Guantong look up involuntarily, it's so high. The ceilings of art exhibition halls like this seem to be always very high, appearing very spacious. Guantong found seat 01 in row 5 according to the seat number, only to see that the seats next to him were already full. Fang Xiaofeng and Lu Hao were sitting together. When they saw Guantong's iconic pink hair, they couldn't help but smile and say hello. Is it Guantong? Lu Hao smiled broadly, I've seen you and You Mian on a variety show together. Guantong's eyes widened in surprise, you also know You Mian. Lu Hao put his arm around Fang Xiaofeng's shoulders, raised his thick black framed glasses, and said, I am You Mian's senior, and he is You Mian's direct junior. We are both from a university. Guantong exclaimed, what a top student. Please make way. A female voice suddenly sounded from behind, and Guantong immediately pulled up his legs that had accidentally been swung into the aisle. When Guantong turned around, he saw a short-haired, punk rock-styled young lady chewing gum and holding a drawing board in her arms, bending over and walking towards the seat inside. Ku Miao sat next to Fang Xiaofeng and put her hand on his shoulder, smiling cutely and coolly, there are so many people. You came earlier than me. Fang Xiaofeng knew this senior student, she was a classmate who often hung out with You Mian. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to say hello, Fang Xiaofeng smiled shyly and introvertedly, yeah. Ku Miao sent a message to You Mian as soon as he sat down. Mian Shen, the support team is in place, now it depends on your performance. Don't be nervous, keep going. After sending the text message, Ku Miao started looking around the venue for familiar faces. Why hasn't he come yet? Ku Miao said to himself. It was she who helped to grab Qin Lan's ticket. In order not to make You Mian nervous, Ku Miao did not tell You Mian. In the noisy atmosphere, Ku Miao suddenly heard Fang Xiaofeng's voice ringing beside him. The first few rows were full very early, and they all had cameras. Are they fans and spectators too? Guantong asked in confusion, didn't they say that the audience can't take pictures? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao pointed to the third and fourth rows of people and motioned for them to look at the work badges on those people's chests. Those are journalists and media. Only those who cooperate with the organizers can get front row tickets. There was a constant clicking of flashlights in front, as if the media reporters were adjusting the lenses. The editors were typing away at their laptops on their knees. Guantong had good eyesight and soon he saw one of the male reporters quickly opening 3 folders. The names of the winners are different. One was named You Mian, and the other 2 were named Li Zikuan and Fang Shuinan, all of whom were the first place winners in the 3 groups that successfully entered the finals. Lu Hao seemed to be aware of Guantong's emotions and said skillfully, these are all basic operations. They want to be the first to publish. As soon as Lu Hao finished speaking, the giant loudspeaker in the stadium suddenly spoke, please take your seats as soon as possible and in an orderly manner. The Star Cup final is about to begin. Dear audience, with a loud warning sound, the first and second rows, which had been empty, were finally occupied. And unlike the main entrance for the audience, these people all entered through the side door. Guantong, a newbie in the art circle, just listened blankly as Lu Hao explained to him who these people were. The titles were higher and higher, and the qualifications were deeper and deeper. They were either professors or academicians. Guantong almost saw stars when he heard them. The row gradually filled up, leaving only the seat in the middle empty. After a while, Guantong heard Lu Hao say, Jaeger Hillman is the dean of the Academy of Fine Arts at Clio's, one of the top universities in the world. It is a great honor for the Star Cup to invite him. As Lu Hao's voice fell, an elderly, tall German man with short silver hair walked to the seat in the center and sat down, accompanied by a graceful blonde translator. Guantong nodded blankly, listening to Lu Hao and Fang Xiaofeng beside him discussing Hillman enthusiastically. However, his eyes unconsciously fell on a tall and stern man who was also sitting in the second row in a low-key manner. Oh my God, President Pei. The crowd in the venue, which had already quieted down, unconsciously looked at Pei Yg, who had just sat down. The JL leader was wearing a high-end custom-made black and silver suit, and his every move was full of nobility. His stern profile showed a sharp and domineering aura as he chatted with the organizer of the tournament next to him. Pei Yg narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded at the person next to him in a very restrained manner. Her naturally dignified posture instantly attracted the attention of all the audience in the venue. The man's dark red tie was firmly tied on his chest, the long and wide hem of his coat half covered his long legs that were casually crossed, and the soles of his leather shoes were so clean that there was not a speck of snow on them. Broad shoulders and strong back. While Guan Tong was shocked, he also noticed that sitting next to Pei Yg was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and expression. Her delicate hair was tied up behind her head with pearls, and she looked dignified in a white cloak. Lu Hao clicked his tongue twice. Second row, seats for the contestants' families. Guan Tong's eyes suddenly widened even more. The tickets were released much earlier than the last episode of the show. Could it be that You Mian and Pei Yg were already dating at that time? The crowd behind me was noisy and the staff on the stage had already left. After the competition staff left, Qian Li couldn't help but pat Pei Yig's arm, leaning over and whispering, "How is Xiaomian? Are you nervous? I didn't expect the Star Cup to be so grand." Even Qian Li couldn't hide his surprise when he walked into this huge venue that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Even now, sitting here and listening to the incessant noise of the crowd behind him, Qian Li has not yet calmed down. Pei Yg, who had just walked out of the backstage not long ago, said lightly, "He is fine, and he is in a very relaxed state." Qian Li patted his chest, took a deep breath, and said, "That's good." Pei Yg thought of You Mian's carefree smile when they met backstage just now, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. The red curtain slowly fell, covering the entire stage. After all the audience had entered, the lights in the venue suddenly went out, and a beam of tightened light fell in front of the stage with a snap. Well-known host Ku Xiao, dressed in a blue suit, opened the show elegantly by saying, "Welcome to the audience and judges to the Xingqian Cup Finals. The next 2 hours will be the stage for the final competition among the last 3 contestants who have survived 3 rounds of competition over the past few months. The finals will still be a theme match." Ku Xiao glanced at the entire audience and said with a smile, "The theme is Rebirth." Occasionally, whispers were heard in the quiet audience. The judges in the first row have already opened the contestants' information. Ku Xiao waved his hand, and the red curtain behind him gradually rose, revealing a wide stage divided into 3 parts. "Let's welcome the first-place winner of the costume design team, contestant Lai Zikuan." 3 rows of clothes hangers and countless mannequins were placed on the left side of the stage. A young and unique boy with lip piercings made a scissors hand gesture towards the audience and did not look nervous at all. First place in the oil painting group, contestant Fang Shuinan. A girl with black hair and a yellow skirt was sitting in front of an easel neatly placed on the right side of the stage. When the host's introduction sounded, she was using a paintbrush to put her long hair into a bun at the back of her head. Ku Xiao's eyes swept over the last name on the cue card, and a familiar and intimate smile rose between his honest eyebrows. The host's voice suddenly raised a few notes and shouted, "Finally, the first place in the sculpture group is contestant You Mian." In the center of the stage, a giant sculpture covered with white cloth stood above the gaze of all the audience. They had to crane their heads to get a glimpse of the top of the giant sculpture. When the stage lights shone on You Mian, the boy was just kissing the red rope on her wrist. The people in the audience could only see that the end of the red rope seemed to be a talisman. You Mian put the amulet into his sleeve very quickly. The loose and dirt-resistant black sweatshirt made his figure look even slimmer, and his straight shoulders and back revealed his sharp spirit. He tied his chestnut-brown curly hair on top of his head with a rubber band, revealing his extremely bright amber eyes. As You Mian was introduced, she nodded slightly towards the audience, causing a burst of soft screams. "It's You Mian. Come on, baby. Ah, it really looks better than in the camera. I even saw President Pei, sitting in the first row. Really? Holy shit. Who will win the Star Cup Gold Award today?" Ku Xiao smiled and stepped off the stage. "Let's wait and see." As the host finished his next words, the lights in the venue that had been turned off suddenly lit up, especially illuminating the 3 positions on the stage with extreme clarity. The giant timer hanging above the stage made a ticking sound, and the number 120 flashed by, and the countdown to the competition had begun. You Mian took out a scraper from his sculpture tool bag. Just as he finished scraping while thinking, he heard a burst of noise from the audience. Guan Tong sat in the audience, looking at the center stage with great anticipation, while listening to the shouts of the fans just now, thinking that there weren't a lot of fans who had managed to get the tickets. But before Guan Tong could finish his thought, uniform boos began to emanate from the audience seat 6 rows back. "Oh, get out! Get out!" Everyone in the front row turned around in surprise, including Hillman and Marcia. Pei Yg frowned even more, his eyes were cold. The media reporters in the third and fourth rows were so excited to watch the fun that they turned their cameras directly to the back rows of the audience and took a lot of photos, with flashlights lighting up like crazy. Nearly 1/3 of the audience in the 10,000-seat auditorium raised a huge banner with harsh words like, "Get out," and "Unworthy," written on it. Guan Tong, Fang Xiaofeng and his companions stared at the scene in amazement, and suddenly noticed that someone in the corner was waving a small fan with Bai Lin's portrait on it. The boos became more and more intense, and the entire venue was instantly drowned out by the shouts. They shouted loudly in unison, "You Mian! Get out! You Mian! You are not worthy! Get out! Shady deal! Shady deal! Shady deal!" Marcia translated the shout to Hillman, and the gray-eyed man frowned in disapproval. Guan Tong and his group sitting in the audience suddenly realized that this group of crazy audiences were actually Bai Lin's fanatical fans. It turns out the reason why I couldn't get tickets was because of these people. Bai Lin's fans were shouting at the top of their lungs with great enthusiasm. They held up banners with serious expressions as if they were doing something righteous. This group of people sincerely felt that Bai Lin was slandered, and they also sincerely bought tickets to come here to influence You Mian's mentality for the competition in person. No one instigated, no one instigated. This is what is truly terrifying. Countless insults were heard loudly in the spacious venue. Ku Miao's heart tightened and he turned to look at You Mian on the stage. "What a bunch of lunatics," Ku Miao cursed with red eyes. Pei Yg immediately raised his hand to signal the security personnel. The gentle smile in his eyes disappeared, leaving only cold anger. Under Pei Yig's command, several race staff members rushed to the location where the shouting was loudest and persuaded the players to stop. There were simply too many people to participate, and it was of no use for security personnel to stand in the crowd and yell at them to put down their banners and watch the game quietly. Fang Shuinan and Lai Zikuan, who were standing on the left and right sides of the stage, were also startled by this sudden change of situation. After they heard clearly that the audience was calling You Mian's name, they couldn't help but feel shocked and regretful. Fang Shuinan sighed, thinking that even if You Mian was very powerful, it would be impossible for him to remain completely unaffected by the booing that disrupted his thoughts. A smile appeared in Lai Zikuan's eyes. It seemed that he had the luck to win the prize. But even amidst the deafening shouts of, "Unworthy," and, "Get out," You Mian simply turned his head and glanced towards the audience, then exchanged a soothing look with Pei Yg in the audience. You Mian's eyes were firm and unwavering. The next second, You Mian, who had already prepared the scraper, climbed up the 7-meter-high steps in front of the sculpture, reached out and grabbed the edge of the white cloth, and with a swish, he lifted the white cloth covering the work and threw it down. The half-finished sculpture was finally revealed to everyone. The huge steel sculpture stopped the booing for a second, but it was soon overwhelmed again. You Mian's men at the center of the storm were not panicking at all. He immediately began the real-time creation for the next 2 hours according to the draft he had already drawn, which made Fang Shuinan and Lai Zikuan, who were watching the fun on the side, fall behind by half a step. Sharp shouts were heard everywhere, but the 3 contestants on the stage had already begun to concentrate on their own creations. Especially You Mian, his sharp eyes quickly scanned back and forth between the draft and the sculpture in front of him, and finally determined the position to cut and scrape it open. You Mian lowered his brows, his demeanor firm. He would never stop here. We will never succumb to public opinion. Death and ridiculous fate will not take away his spirit, let alone these noises and clamors. This is his stage, even if the whole world boos him. He will definitely be the final winner. Chapter 115. Amidst the overwhelming boos, Ku Miao in the front row suddenly stood up and yelled to the back, "Shut up!" Guan Tong and Fang Xiaofeng stood up and shouted to You Mian on the stage, "You Mian! Come on!" But faced with the boos from thousands of people, their voices were too weak and were almost drowned out by the cheers in an instant. Qian Li clenched his chest and frowned worriedly. These people are here on purpose to affect Xiaomian's game. Can they be driven out? The few You Mian fans who had managed to get tickets also shouted at the group under the leadership of Ku Miao and his group. But this not only failed to quiet down the scene, but made the booing even louder. The tickets for these thousands of people were purchased through formal channels. The organizers will not agree to kick them all out, Pei Yiji said solemnly. Pei Yiji's stern eyes were filled with fierce coldness. He raised his hand to signal the staff waiting beside him, asking all other security personnel to come to the backstage, including JL's bodyguards. Pei Yiji trusted You Mian and believed that You Mian would not be affected by these voices. But his heart was tightly gripped and ached. After a while, a large group of tall men in security uniforms walked into the inner field in a row and stood in the middle of the shouting crowd with an absolutely suppressive attitude. The reporters' flashlights flashed faster and faster, and their notebooks clicked loudly. This group of fans who disrupted the game were not as stupid as others thought. They had actually prepared a solution long ago. When security personnel approached them, they would put down their banners and sit in silence, as if nothing could be found wrong. But once the security personnel left following the shouts of others, the fans who had been silent just now would immediately raise the banners high again and continue to shout about the inside story. A group of staff members played with them like a cat and mouse. In order to keep the scene quiet, the organizers used loudspeakers to remind the players no less than 5 times. Half an hour later, the deafening booing at the scene finally died down for a while, but the occasional riots still could not be stopped. This made the art workers, scholars and students who were originally preparing to watch the exciting competition frown in disgust. What kind of people are these? So disgusting. What idiots. Look at the signs they are holding. They seem to be fans of some bad artist. I'm speechless. I waited so long for the star finals, but I encountered something like this. I've never heard of it before. Just watch the competition carefully. At least the contestants are not affected and the judges haven't said anything to stop it. As long as the countdown continues, it means the competition will not suspend the progress. On the judges' panel, Yeager Hillman's eyes changed from occasionally scanning the 3 groups of contestants to staring solely at You Mian on the center stage. Lai Zikuan, a contestant from the costume design group on the left side of the stage, also came with semi-finished products. His dressing table was piled with colorful butterflies of various shapes, as well as accessories in the shapes of silkworm bags and caterpillars. The judges could tell at a glance that Lai Zikuan wanted to use the idiom, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, to illustrate the theme of rebirth. Qin Lan, who was sitting in the back row of the audience, nodded slightly while leaning on his crutches. The theme of emerging from a cocoon and becoming a butterfly was indeed in line with the theme of rebirth, and it did not deviate from the theme. It was a qualified direction. On the other side, on the right side of the stage, Fang Shuinen's oil painting starts entirely from a piece of white cloth. The audience watched her apply colors and draw shapes on the big screen. Qin Lan raised his reading glasses slightly and saw from the screen that Fang Shuinen divided a canvas into 2 parts, and then the girl drew a curve running across the top and bottom with a big stroke of her brush. It seems to be a bit like the shape of a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Qin Lan still nodded slightly. The rebirth of the phoenix was also a qualified work. But after watching the works on the left and right stages, everyone, whether audience or judges, focused their attention on the elevated sculpture group in the center. The competition lasted for 2 hours, so even though the boos were still there, the audience had strangely gotten used to it. They could ignore the boos and carefully watch the contestants' creations on stage. A giant sculpture that was about to break through the ceiling was placed in the center of the stage. Such a giant iron frame is almost impossible not to describe it as majestic. You Mian's sculpture has been primed with plaster, and the shape has been initially presented. What he needs to do now is to outline the delicate texture of the remaining iron sculpture wrapped outside the plaster. Qin Lan watched You Mian cut the giant elevated structure with great skill and efficiency, but his worry became more and more obvious. If the contestants in the other 2 groups have already shown the theme of the competition, then You Mian's work is still a black mass. Apart from being tall and big, it is hard to tell what he is carving. The same thought occurred to everyone in the first row of judges. Yeager Hillman listened to the judges whispering beside him and said, "Hiss, the contestant in the sculpture category may lose out. His work is too big. I don't know if he can finish it within the specified time." The more important problem is that we can't even see the shape of a finished work right now. He's still carving details like textures. What a pity. Jaeger Hillman raised his gray eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the 7 or 8 meter high iron sculpture in front of him. You Mian was quickly carving out skin texture on the iron. The blue plaster was leaking slightly from the gaps in the iron sculpture. The plaster blood vessels carved off the field and the black iron sculpture on the surface complemented each other. It really looked like a lifelike arm, with clear muscle lines and slightly bulging blood vessels, as if the broken arm was really breathing. 5 minutes later, You Mian's first human arm was finally carved, and the big screen showed it clearly in front of everyone. There were undoubtedly bursts of exclamations and screams from the audience. My God, this level of exquisiteness, is it possible that the sleeping god is going to use this level to carve the entire sculpture? He's using his ultimate move. Ha 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 ha. I said Brother Mian is awesome, slow work produces fine results. But this is too slow. At this speed, he won't be able to finish carving, right? Guan Tong listened to the voices of the audience and suddenly felt nervous, then relieved. He couldn't help shaking his legs in anxiety. Brother Hao, can you tell what Mian is carving? Lu Hao bit his nails and shook his head, but the details are still very detailed. Guan Tong frowned worriedly. Many people are saying that we may not be able to finish carving. Lu Hao hummed, if You Mian continues to carve at this speed in the remaining hour or so, he will definitely not be able to finish it. The sculpture in front of him was 7 meters long, and You Mian had only carved most of the left side of the sculpture. The black mass of iron on the right has not been opened at all. Fang Xiaofeng was so nervous that he couldn't even speak. Only Ku Miao stared at the stage firmly and said, it can be carved. Guan Tong. Ah. Ku Miao repeated, because he is You Mian, he will definitely be able to finish carving. As soon as Ku Miao finished speaking, Fang Xiaofeng immediately nodded vigorously, yes, Senior will definitely be able to finish carving. As soon as the conversation between the few people ended, the audience behind them started to boo again as if they had had enough of a rest. Rotten. It's rotten. You Mian, get out of here. Shish. Bai Lin's fans yelled crazily, and before the security guards came to stop them, they shouted so hard that it seemed as if they were going to rip the ceiling of the venue apart. When the security guard stood at the position where the crowd's shouts were the loudest, the group of people shut up again. What are you doing? If you're not happy with what you're watching, can't you boo? It's so dark that I can't see anything clearly. What's wrong with saying it's rotten? That is. The security personnel stopped them seriously and gave them stern warnings. A row of tall men had the letters JL printed on their uniforms, causing the group to reluctantly stop complaining. As the dispute was endless, a girl holding a fan with Bai Lin's portrait on it quietly opened Weibo. She wanted to take a photo of You Mian's work on the stage and mock it. She even thought of the text. The girl turned on the camera and immediately pointed the lens towards the center of the stage before the departing security guard noticed. Gotta shoot quickly. But just as the girl finished observing the security guard's movements and her eyes fell on the camera in her hand, her finger that was about to press the camera button suddenly trembled for a moment. The details of the work that were not clear from the back row became crystal clear when captured by the high-definition camera. A sculpture of overlapping arms appeared in the close-up high-definition camera. The blood vessels and veins are increasingly visible under the depiction of the carving knife. The shock brought by this majestic and solid muscle mass is overwhelming, without any buffer time. The overlapping muscle contours belong to the right arm and the left arm. Their lines have a ferocious and intense beauty, as if they are tugging at something fiercely, exerting so much force that veins are bulging. The touching and silent shock of this moment is vividly presented before one's eyes, making one subconsciously and easily fall into a daze. This is a completely different world from the feelings brought by just relying on Bai Lin's big fans' emphasis on, the surveillance video is fake, Bai Lin's entrance exam work is beautiful, and, the solo exhibition that foreign professors are praising. The stunning and sharp beauty of the human arm made the girl hesitate to press the camera button. She only vaguely felt that the shouts of other fans around her had inexplicably slowed down a lot. It turns out that a pair of hands can actually have such power and beauty. What's more, at this moment, it was not just a pair of hands that was under You Mian's carving knife. He carved several pairs of stacked and horizontal broken arms with such exquisite skills. Just by looking at the direction of the muscles from the upper arms to the forearms, it can be seen that these residual arms belong to different groups of people, male or female, young or old. Their fingertips were tightly gripping the trouser legs that fell beneath them. The girl blinked. She was so moved that she could no longer hold up the banner and fan in her hands and shout the booing sounds she had just made. Her throat was squeezed by an invisible hand, and she was so dry and hoarse that she couldn't speak. "Photography is not allowed here, please put your phone away." Suddenly a security guard came over and gave her a serious reminder. She immediately came to her senses in a hurry and responded by turning off her phone. A few seconds later, she stuffed the Bai Lin fan that she had just held tightly in her hand into her bag and zipped it up. The booing gradually died down, like half-time. As time passed on the stage, the audience's voices became more and more enthusiastic. Li Ziquan has almost completed a whole set of catwalk costume designs. He has sewn colorful butterflies and silkworm pupae onto the shoulders, necks, belts and hems of the clothes. With the dreamy pink and purple colors, his entire outfit fits the theme of emerging from a cocoon into a butterfly very well. Fang Shuinen's work has also reached the final stage. She has divided the canvas into two scenes, one of heaven and one of hell. In these two spaces of peace and terror, a fiery red phoenix stretches across the canvas and shuttles between the two worlds. It is indeed the phoenix of nirvana. From time to time, there were voices of approval from the judges. It's very well done and detailed, and it's a qualified theme work. The butterfly and the phoenix are just a little bit different in terms of innovation. What does Dean Hillman think? As the topic was directed to Hillman, the gray-eyed man stopped paying attention to the left and right stages from the beginning of the first half and focused on the sculpture group in the center. Hillman said calmly in German, "We will know the outcome in the end." The judges could see that Hillman had high hopes for the sculpture group's work, but no matter how high his hopes were, the time was running out and the work still looked like a half-finished product. No matter how high the level of detail is, it has to be completed. Sighs were heard all around. Qian Li frowned angrily when listening to these pessimistic comments, and said to himself, "Xiao Mian will definitely be able to finish the carving, don't be discouraged beforehand." Pei Yg, who was sitting next to Qian Li, had been staring at the stage in silence for a long time without saying another word. Pei Yig's dark eyebrows raised sharply, and his tense jaw revealed his nervous and restrained mood at the moment. The man's back was straight, and his hands on his knees were already clenched tightly. The only thing in Pei Yig's eyes was You Mian, who was concentrating on the sculpture in front of him on the stage and scraping the sculpture's knife quickly. The boy's forehead was covered with sweat, and the front of his black sweatshirt was dirty. His wrists were shaking after carving for too long, and his neck was so tense that it was a little stiff. "Don't stop. Don't stop here." You Mian clenched the knife fiercely with trembling fingertips, scraping the iron sculpture with force, stroke by stroke. More than a dozen pairs of arms were given new life under his hands. You Mian continued to climb up the scaffolding without stopping, and he began to carve the final incomplete leg movement. The fluttering trouser legs and the muscles hidden under the clothes are covered with plaster, while the iron sculpture covering the top adds an endless sense of power to this texture. Beads of sweat ran down his forehead, across the corners of his eyes and across the bridge of his nose. When his appearance was projected on the big screen, it was so stunning that the audience gasped audibly. "There's still a large space on the right side. I can't finish carving it. It's a pity, the one on the left is very well done. It's impossible to carve such a large sculpture no matter how hard you try." You Mian's ears were once again filled with the boos and jeers. As he rolled down, You Mian finished carving the outline of the legs. Now all that was left was the black mass of iron on the right side, which everyone had reservations about. You Mian wiped the sweat off his face, walked down the platform, put down the small carving knife, and picked up an axe from the tool table. There were waves of doubtful voices at the scene, and no one knew what You Mian was going to do. There were only 15 minutes left in the countdown. Even if he was given another 2 hours, he would not be able to finish carving the entire right side sculpture like he just did. You Mian calmed himself, gripped the tool, the axe, tightly in his hands, raised his hand high and chopped. But who said he was going to carve? Amid the violent chopping sounds, the iron sculpture in front of me shattered to the ground. Qin Lan looked at the stage in shock, and everyone at the scene looked at the stage with the same stunned expression. It turns out that the iron sculpture on the right only had a thin layer of skin left. You Mian knocked hard, and the carved part hidden underneath by the thin black iron was revealed. The sculpture on the right is in the shape of a huge, gigantic iron door. The 7-meter-high sculptural gate points directly to the ceiling of the venue, reaching the sky and blocking out the sun. At this moment, the shape of the sculpture on the left that You Mian had just carved also had meaning and explanation. This is a modern sculpture that freezes and decomposes the action in seconds. The foot, which serves as the fulcrum of the sculpture, is fixed on the left side of a huge iron gate 7 meters high. Slowly rising from the foot is the movement of the sculpture frozen frame by frame. The legs dragged by several pairs of broken limbs and arms were being lifted up with difficulty. It was a kick with extremely explosive power. At this moment, the audience can almost hear the deafening sound it makes from this work. The towering iron gate remained in a shaky and collapsing state after being kicked open. Along the fixed foot support, the sculpture stretches upward with all its strength, its limbs stretching outward, longing for. A fierce kick was frozen and broken down into 4 stages. He struggled to raise his arm, and continued to raise it higher and higher, until he kicked it out and opened the huge door in front of him. Finally, the feet and hands broke through the iron gate and broke out into another world outside. The sculpture's broken hand slowly extends out of the door. The grayish-white plaster blood vessels were beating, and the iron arm, full of muscular strength and texture, suddenly relaxed as it passed through the door. Its texture and muscle direction suddenly changed from tense, twisted, and painful to relaxed, soft, and peaceful. The power stored in the sculpture's fingertips gradually dissipates. But its limbs continued to extend until they reached the outermost edge of the sculpture booth. Under the gaze of millions of people, the blue plaster hand carefully picked up a sunflower. This shocking sense of vitality and struggle, the hope after despair is vividly portrayed. The twisted fingers and the painful arms seem to have been redeemed and reborn after this bloody struggle. In the stadium with tens of thousands of people, everyone was shocked and fell into silence. All the booing disappeared completely, and all obstacles were cleared away. Strength and works are the most intuitive rebuttal. The countdown began to tick. Amid the silence of thousands of people, Bai Lin was the first to stand up and applaud. The man's eyes met You Mian on the stage. Bai Lin's tears in his eyes startled the exhausted You Mian. Bai Lin looked at You Mian proudly and gave the first round of applause in the audience with an attitude of absolute appreciation. Then everyone came back to their senses from their daze as if awakened by Bai Lin's applause. The screams and shouts that were dulled by the noise resounded exponentially in this spacious stadium, and the cheers seemed to break through the ceiling. "Ah, my brother Mian is awesome. The god of sleep. The god of sleep. The god of sleep. Champion. How can I justify not winning the championship? Fuck. This is the first time a grown man has cried after seeing a sculpture." Fang Xiaofeng cried and shouted while clapping hard, "Senior." Guan Tong was so excited by the shouts around him that he stood up and shouted. The only word that remained on Lu Hao's lips was, "Awesome." Qin Lan sat in the back row of the auditorium and looked up at the sculpture on the big screen with satisfaction, a deep smile in his eyes. Thousands of people shouted in unison, "Gold medal! Gold medal! Gold medal! Win the gold medal!" Even the Bai Lin fans who had booed the craziest just now were stunned into silence, and thousands of them turned against him and cheered for You Mian. Qian Li picked up her handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. She was so excited that tears filled her eyes. Amidst the endless congratulations, Bai Lin stood upright and firmly on the stage, his gentle eyes and brows filled with endless love. You Mian put down the tools in his hand, took off the rubber band that tied his hair, raised his hand and smoothed his hair back, revealing his smooth forehead and spirited and handsome eyes. In the amber eyes is the happiest smile in the world at that moment. You Mian fully enjoyed the cheers for him in the stadium. On the stage watched by millions of people are his works and also his rebirth. Bai Lin did not hide his admiration. He stood in the audience, watching You Mian, who was full of vigor and vitality under the lights, while clapping and whispering in his heart. "My genius, my love." Chapter 116. The grand and roaring cheers and applause rang out in the venue like thunder. Thousands of people shouted You Mian's name in unison and shed tears for his work. You Mian, brother Mian, awesome. Reporters and media sitting in the front row raised their cameras and frantically took photos of the work, Rebirth, on the stage. Amid the blinding and uninterrupted flashing of lights, a young female reporter had a brief conversation with the editor beside her and then published the winning article before the results of the Star Cup final were announced. There are risks in doing this. The reporter whispered a warning amid the enthusiastic cheers in the venue. The editor's hands were typing non-stop, and he quickly wrote the final draft and clicked send. After closing the notebook, the editor said seriously, "Look at the expressions on the audience's faces, listen to the cheers, You Mian is the champion." The reporter was speechless. A few seconds later, an article about the Star Cup Championship with an extremely exciting title quickly became a hot search. To You Mian, the gold medal winner of the Xingqian Cup who went against the tide, broke through the shackles amid thousands of boos, crushed prejudice and was reborn. The picture on the homepage of the blog post powerfully combines the distorted and bored booing expressions of the audience in the back row with the giant iron sculpture under the stage lights, which can easily provoke the most primitive emotional fluctuations in the viewers. The countdown to the live finals is over. The host Ku Xiao came on stage and raised his hand, trying to quiet down the still cheering audience. Following the gesture of silence, the audience who were shouting You Mian's name in unison immediately stopped shouting. They are different from the previous group of crazy fans. They respect the rules of the game and the other two players. Therefore, when the shouts that threatened to break through the ceiling in the venue stopped, at the invitation of Ku Xiao, someone sitting in the first row of judges picked up the microphone. Jaeger Hillman's voice was translated into Chinese by Marcia and resounded throughout the final venue. Please ask the three groups of contestants to present in turn. As the judging session began, the lights on the stage dimmed, leaving only the works of the costume design team on the left lit up. Li Ziquan already knew from the cheers of the audience just now that he might not win the gold medal. But he also has confidence in his work and will not be discouraged. Art does not need excessive explanation, letting the audience and judges measure it with their eyes is the most intuitive evaluation. I saw the wide left stage rotating towards the center with mechanical sounds. Dozens of mannequins changed into Li Ziquan's final costumes, and the tall models walked on the wide T stage to the music. The judges and the audience followed the movement of the fabric closely. The butterflies and silkworm pupae were sewn perfectly onto the model's neck, shoulders and waist. The last model to bow out had a pair of huge dreamy butterfly wings glued to her back, symbolizing rebirth from the cocoon. The audience gave encouraging applause when the music ended and the lights came on. It's very well done. Although it lacks some originality in terms of creativity, the overall tailoring style is very consistent and it's a qualified work. Jaeger Hillman's rational evaluation was translated, and all judges gave it a high score of 9.78. Li Ziquan made a scissors gesture to the camera and smiled, "Thank you everyone." Amid applause from the audience, Fang Shuinan on the right side of the stage was rotated to the center position. An oil painting of a phoenix's rebirth was enlarged onto the screen. Every feather of the fiery red phoenix was coated with a layer of gold powder. The shiny and bright colors made the phoenix stand out from the heaven and hell in the background, as if it was about to break out of the painting. All the judges were discussing quietly among themselves. The audience were also talking quietly. The level of refinement is great, but the creativity is lacking. The phoenix theme is indeed a bit old. She has beautiful brushstrokes. Indeed, the gold dust is sprinkled just right. Pai Yiji listened solemnly to the occasional conversations in the venue, while he himself stared intently at the stage that was now shrouded in darkness. Jaeger Hillman's voice came to everyone's ears through the microphone. "I don't know why you would choose a subject like the phoenix given your painting skills." Hillman's merciless voice made Fang Shuinan's face stiffen as she stood on the stage. But in the atmosphere of the audience's excitement, Hillman still gave very objective advice: if you want to be innovative with the phoenix theme, you must not limit yourself to the canvas. Your use of gold powder proves that you have the idea of breaking through the previous constraints, but the degree is totally insufficient. Hillman asked, "Why do your paintings have to be on canvas?" Fang Shuinan, standing on the stage, was stunned, and the audience also took a breath. As far as I know, the Star Cup Finals only restricts the brushstrokes used in oil painting. You can paint on stone walls or under light and shadow. Hillman looked at Fang Shuinan's stunned expression and said sternly, "You are the one who restricted your own hands and feet." Amid the encouraging applause from the audience, Fang Shuinan suddenly realized what had happened and bowed deeply to the judges. The judges' scores came out quickly, 9.53 points. The moment Fang Shuinan's score came out, the media sitting in the front row rushed after each other and anxiously released the winning articles. When You Mian's sculpture group stage was rotated to the center, the lights suddenly lit up on the boy, and thunderous applause from the audience echoed in the venue like a tide. While waiting, You Mian simply tidied up her hair. At this moment, the boy's chestnut brown curly hair was softly draped above his eyebrows, his amber eyes were shining in the light, his posture was held high, and his straight shoulders revealed a carefree and unrestrained spirit. Faced with such sharp eyes, no one dared to boo in the stadium. You Mian and Pei Yg looked at each other from a distance on the stage. And the discussion at the scene gradually arose. What can I say about this? There's nothing much to comment on. If I only get a passing grade, I will really cry, no kidding. Hillman's eyes are venomous. He might really find fault with me. Damn, if such an awesome work can be criticized, then other students in the Sculpture Academy should not study it. As the audience chatted quietly, Hillman was seen holding the microphone, his eyes scanning the giant sculpture next to You Mian. The judges had to look up to catch a glimpse of the giant sculpture in its entirety. It is tall, strong, yet fragile. Did the jury offer harsh criticism or just nitpicking? At this moment, all the audience were waiting with their hearts clenched. Jaeger Hillman's voice paused for half a second without anyone noticing when he looked into the pair of light green eyes in front of him. But he quickly came to his senses and said, "Bispielos. An unparalleled work." All the audience, all the media and reporters, and even all the judges sitting together heard Hillman smile and say in the most admiring tone at this moment, "Thanks for bringing us this sculpture." The audience could no longer suppress their screams. Marcia couldn't help laughing as she translated, and she looked at You Mian on the stage with bright eyes. There are no flaws. Dean Hillman's evaluation is perfect. The Dean of the Academy of Fine Arts of the world's top 1 university actually gave the first perfect evaluation since he took over as coach in the Star Cup final. You Mian stood in the beam of light, his heart beating rapidly and his fingers feeling numb. A huge and majestic iron sculpture stands on the stage. There is no need for much explanation, not even for You Mian to elaborate on his creative journey. This massive sculpture is the answer, every line and powerful muscle and explanation in an answer. All the regrets, unwillingness, disgust, melancholy, irritability and memories seemed to be powerfully released at this moment. You Mian bowed humbly towards the judges. He and his work were reborn amid the thunderous applause. Ah, oh my God, this is truly a witness to history. Ah, shit, I got goosebumps. I told you there is absolutely no flaw in this sculpture. The comments from the judges brought the atmosphere to a climax. Countless audience members spontaneously stood up and applauded, their faces filled with excited smiles. At this moment, all of them are resonating with the same soul for art. Amid the seemingly endless cheers and applause, Ku Xiao, who was standing on the side of the stage holding a microphone, couldn't help but sweat in his palms. He suppressed his excitement and raised his hand and said, "Please give your ratings, judges." The picture on the big screen shows all the judges sitting in the first row. From left to right, the judges raised their placards one by one. Amazing work. The first 10 points. Excellent creativity. We can even say that this sculpture has completely broken through the restrictions of the theme competition. It is based on the theme, breaks through the theme, and transcends the theme. The second one also scored a perfect 10. You are young and have a bright future. We were worried throughout the competition, fearing that we wouldn't be able to finish the carving, but you completed it. The third one was still 10 points. A row of 10 points were neatly placed on the stage. Ku Xiao didn't even need the staff to calculate the points. He just announced loudly and loudly, the sculpture group contestant You Mian scored 10 out of 10. With a few loud bangs, fireworks and gold dust poured down from above the heads, cheers and screams were heard, and the excited audience almost jumped up from their seats. Guan Tong covered his eyes and burst into tears. Ku Miao shouted hoarsely, "My brother Mian is the best. Congratulations to the gold medal winner of the 5th Xingqian Cup. Contestant number 0409, You Mian." The sound of the microphone drowned out the noise of the excited crowd, announcing the result of the final in a sonorous and powerful voice. Flash bulbs were frantically photographing You Mian, who was standing on the stage. Countless reports were posted on the internet at the first opportunity and were rapidly climbing the hot search list. In front of the stage, a golden glass trophy slowly rose. You Mian stepped over the noisy shouts and the golden fireworks floating all over the sky, walked firmly to the extension of the stage, and held up the Star Cup Gold Award. The boy held up the trophy, then leaned over and kissed the cup with a gentle look in his eyes. You Mian's name rang out in unison, and joy swept through the entire venue like a storm. The media were about to rush out of their seating restrictions and head straight for the gold medal winner on the stage. The scene was about to get out of control with ecstasy. You Mian suddenly heard a very deep and restrained shout from his side. The amulet peeked out from his sleeve. Pei Yg stood in the audience and stretched out his hand to him. The man's handsome face was filled with a smile of pride and admiration. Pei Yg raised his dark eyes and said in a deep voice, "Come, my champion." You Mian jumped off the stage without hesitation, and was led by Pei Yg to the backstage of the competition amid countless chasing sounds behind him. In the empty lounge, the door frame behind You Mian was cold, but the body in front of him was scorching hot. Pei Yg heard You Mian's soft hiss as their lips touched, and then he immediately put his arms around the boy's narrow waist and pulled him close to him. The touch of the cold door panel disappeared, and at this moment, You Mian's 5 senses were all focused on the deep kiss with Pei Yg. Their emotions were equally excited, and their desire for each other reached its peak at this moment. Pei Yig's kiss rarely lost restraint, and the man's beast-like biting movements made You Mian feel extremely safe. The root of the tongue begins to feel sour and the chin becomes moist. Pei Yg hugged You Mian tightly in his arms. The lines of his powerful arms were exactly the same as the plaster lines of the pair of arms that finally held up the sunflower on the stage. You Mian raised her head weakly to endure Pei Yig's kiss. Their collars were unbuttoned, and sparks of electricity appeared from the friction. During the deep kiss, Pei Yg gave You Mian some space to catch her breath. The man tilted his head to peck at You Mian's trembling hand when she picked up the carving knife on the stage. His eyes were filled with a mixture of heartache and pity, but he remained proud. You Mian looked up at Pei Yg in front of him absent-mindedly, and was struck by his overly handsome appearance and fell into silence for a short time. Pei Yg leaned over and rested his forehead against You Mian's. He smiled solemnly and asked, "Is this why you wanted to measure the circumference of my arm that day?" You Mian raised his neck according to Pei Yig's force. He knew that Pei Yg might guess it, but he didn't expect that the other party would guess it so quickly. Pei Yg noticed the moment the arms were revealed. The man's keen observation skills are still as good as ever. You Mian's amber eyes were filled with moisture. He smiled and said, "Don't you like being my model?" Pei Yig's kisses fell on You Mian's nose and eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, "I like it." Pei Yg gently lifted You Mian's sleeve, revealing the amulet that the boy kissed on the stage. Walking majestically towards the clouds, the first class of the Jade Palace. A very good fortune, You Mian stroked the amulet with an extremely gentle expression. Pei Yg. You Mian raised his face, his heart was wrinkled and weak, and he said, "I love you." Countless electric fires crackled in Pei Yig's heart, starting a fire in the mountains. The corners of the man's eyes were red, and he lowered his head and kissed You Mian fiercely. In the lounge, which was so quiet that only the faint sound of kissing could be heard, the hoarse words, "I love you too," rang out between the lips and teeth. "I want to be your genius forever." You Mian spoke incoherently due to the kiss, "and you want to be my muse forever." You Mian responded tenderly to Pei Yig's deep kiss, her amber eyes filled with endless love. He hugged Pei Yg and thought, "My eternal love, my inspiration, my muse." Chapter 117. After the audience had fully vented their overly excited emotions, the noisy cheers subsided a little. Media reporters who wanted to interview lined up outside the organizer's office, seemingly determined to interview the Star Cup final champion. The other spectators left the venue in an orderly manner under the guidance of the event staff, and the front row of the venue suddenly became empty. As soon as Qian Li picked up her bag and stood up from her seat, Vivian came over and looked around, then asked in confusion, "Madam, isn't Mr. Pei leaving with you?" Vivian supported Qinli properly, and then she heard Qinli say with a smile, "Don't wait for him." The golden powder celebrating the winner of the Star Cup gold medal was still spreading throughout the venue. Vivian understood immediately, and a smile appeared in her eyes. "Then let's go first." As soon as Vivian finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion outside the venue, and many people could be heard shouting in surprise. In the center of the crowd, a tall man with his hat pulled down and wearing a low-key black coat walked out of the venue quickly and got into the nanny car under the protection of his agent. "Ah, young Guanqing. It was the first time I saw him in person. I didn't recognize him because he was wearing a hat. He was sitting behind me. Did he watch the whole thing? Does the movie star like this kind of competition? You're so stupid, haven't you seen Matching Heartbeat? It must be for You Mian." The car door was slammed shut, blocking out all questions from the crowd outside. The agent got in the car right after him and sat next to Yan Guanqing, asking, "Are we going to the set?" Yan Guanqing turned his head, looked out the car window, and hummed heavily. The agent immediately gestured to the driver, "Go back to the set." The agent didn't understand why Yan Guanqing, who had stayed up all night last night and had been working non-stop for 2 days, didn't go back to the hotel to rest when he finally got some time to rest, but instead insisted on coming to watch the game. He had also watched Matching Heartbeats, but he never expected that Yan Guanqing seemed to care about You Mian much more than what the other party showed on the show. Yan Guanqing took off his baseball cap and threw it on his knees. The man's long hair was cut short, and the prickly hair ends made him look tougher. His androgynous aura was also reduced a lot, and he looked more heroic. Yan Guanqing drooped his eyelids tiredly, and his dark circles were very obvious. But when he thought of You Mian holding up the golden cup amid the fireworks just now, the fatigue in his heart seemed to dissipate. When Guantong and his group walked out, they only saw the exhaust of a black nanny car and had no idea who was sitting inside. When Guantong saw the group of media reporters blocking the door of the organizer's office, he realized that it was unlikely that he would be able to meet You Mian today, so he followed Ku Miao and others and left. But who knew that as soon as they walked out of the venue, a familiar male voice sounded behind them. Guantong turned around in confusion and saw Yan Tingxuan standing behind him in a brown coat. "Brother Yan," Guantong's eyes widened, his tone a little surprised, "You are here too. Why didn't I see you?" Yan Tingxuan raised his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled, saying, "I bought the back row." Guantong nodded. Yan Tingxuan seemed to just come to say hello to him. The man lifted his sleeves, looked at his watch, and said goodbye with a smile, "There are customers waiting, so let's not talk for now." Guantong quickly responded, "Okay." Yan Tingxuan hurriedly left the crowd, as if he had really taken time out of his busy schedule to watch the live finals. Guantong looked at his back. Fang Xiaofeng, who had never watched the romance show, asked softly, "Your friend?" Guantong immediately shook his head, "No, it's You Mian's friend." But before he could finish the second half of the sentence, Guantong immediately realized that something was wrong. He remained silent for half a second before changing his words and said, "Yes, my friend." The news about the gold medal winner of the Xingqian Cup spread quickly on the internet just after the finals ended, and the official website of the Xingqian Cup also released the final works of the gold medal winner and the runner-up and third-place winners. In less than 5 minutes, the official Weibo account of Huajiang Art Museum liked and reposted the media post. Huajiang Art Museum, congratulations to You Mian for winning the Star Cup Gold Award. I wonder if the new work can be exhibited in the museum for a limited time. Cute wink JPG. The boxing arena was filled with the sound of punches. As soon as the middle-aged coach walked in, he saw Huo Yanji sitting on a bench, drinking an energy drink and swiping his phone. Although Huo Yanji's condition has improved a little since his last fever, he still hasn't returned to his peak level. The coach didn't want to put too much pressure on him, so he walked over and smiled and asked, "What are you looking at?" Huo Yanji's mobile page was scrolling to the page that read, "The gold medal work for the Rebirth theme finals, contestant number 0409 You Mian created a perfect work amid the boos of the audience." The texture of the huge sculpture was captured with incredible clarity under the high-definition camera, and every texture is breathtakingly beautiful. The man's eyebrows unconsciously revealed a gentle smile. But after hearing the coach's voice, Huo Yanji pressed his phone and turned off the screen. Huo Yanji raised his hand and placed the drink next to his backpack, then stood up and said calmly, "Nothing, let's continue training." The coach looked at him in confusion. "Is it the final you wanted to get a ticket for but didn't get?" Huo Yan's punch almost missed, and he said sullenly, "No." The coach laughed and walked over to help him steady the sandbag, "Just pretend it's not true." The heavy snow outside the Magic Cube Art Center has stopped. The sky, which had been gloomy for the whole morning, has completely cleared up, and the sun is warm, which seems to symbolize that this season of cold winter is about to end. The audience in the venue had all left, and the surroundings were empty and extremely quiet. Outside the glass door of the art center, Marcia held Hillman's briefcase. The blonde woman stood beside him, looked up at the sky and smiled, and said softly in German, "It's rare to have a sunny day in Huajiang City. Hillman has been here twice. The last time was to judge the second round of the Star Cup competition. The heavy rain that day made his trouser legs wet. On the final day, it snowed heavily again starting late last night and only stopped just now. Standing under the eaves, Hillman replied, winter will soon be over. In spring, there will be more sunshine like this. The silver-haired, gray-eyed man stood at the gate in silence, with no intention of moving his feet. Marcia asked in a puzzled voice, Dean, you have a seminar in Switzerland this afternoon, and your plane is about to take off. Hillman knew how full his schedule was, but just as he was about to leave, he heard footsteps behind him. I saw a group of reporters and media who had just finished an interview coming out of the venue. Each of them was holding a camera, and the editors were holding laptops. They all had anxious expressions on their faces, as if they had interviewed some big news and were ready to be the first to release it. They hurried back to their cars. Hillman realized something and turned back suddenly. The lights dimmed, and in the quietened art center, two people walked out side by side. You Mian and Bai Lin walked out of the stadium together, their arms pressed against each other, the fabric of their coats rubbing against each other from time to time. Hillman noted that this was an extremely close social distance. You Mian had just finished a press conference that lasted more than 40 minutes, and now looked a little tired. The boy leaned part of his body weight on Bai Lin and walked forward intimately. The car is already outside, you are not allowed to sleep here. Bai Lin said softly. Bai Lin spoke sternly, but his arms were wrapped around You Mian to give him the most comfortable leaning position. You Mian smiled and said, I'm not that tired yet. Bai Lin gently kissed the top of You Mian's head and held his hand, interlocking their fingers. The snow has stopped, Bai Lin said. Really? When You Mian heard this, he looked up. At this moment, he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of Jaeger Hillman standing at the gate. The famous director of the Clio's Academy of Fine Arts has old but neat silver hair and gray eyes that are always serious, as if he can make a harsh criticism in the next second. You Mian stopped immediately after seeing the other party and greeted him politely, Dean Hillman. Bai Lin also nodded politely. You Mian originally thought that this was just a chance encounter between him and Hillman, where the two parties politely greeted each other and then left. But what I didn't expect was that Hillman didn't seem to have any intention of just passing by. The dean, who was so serious that he never smiled, stood at the door and tried to talk to him. Your eye color is very special, Hillman said in Chinese, which he was not very fluent in. Marcia stood aside and looked at Hillman in surprise. She didn't expect Hillman to pay so much attention to this young man that he even stopped to talk to him when the plane was about to be delayed. Bai Lin stood beside You Mian. In terms of height and size alone, he was a little taller than Hillman in front of him. The man stood beside You Mian, as if he could block all the wind and snow for her. Hillman's words made Bai Lin frown slightly, and he became slightly wary. You Mian gently touched the back of Bai Lin's hand with the back of her hand to comfort him. You Mian smiled at Hillman and said, a lot of people do say that. After hearing You Mian's answer, Jaeger Hillman stared at You Mian's eyes for several seconds. He seemed to have thought of something, and his tone slowed down. He spoke carefully, word by word, your eyes remind me of an old friend of mine. Bai Lin frowned. Even You Mian was slightly surprised when he heard this. When it comes to long conversations, Hillman has to rely on Marcia's translation. He pursed his lips, and his cold look faded a little. My old friend in Germany, his name is Valentine Wagner. Hillman was lost in thought and did not notice You Mian's reaction when he said the name. He whispered, that's probably a German name that you don't hear very often. He also has beautiful green eyes like this. Yours are more amber, but you're already very similar to him. He is an excellent climber, adventurer, and an extremely professional geological prospector. He died accidentally during a measurement many years ago. Hillman said softly, I lost a good friend. You Mian suddenly lost her strength and clenched Bai Lin's hand. Jaeger Hillman's brows relaxed slightly, and he held his forehead as if to come back to his senses. Sorry, I said a little too much, it's just a little. Hillman turned sideways and looked at Marcia. Marcia translated appropriately. The sight brought back memories. Hillman nodded casually, probably. The gray-eyed man smiled with some relief after he finished speaking, as if he had not expected to meet someone who reminded him of his old friend in Huajiang City, and this young man turned out to be the contestant who had given him such a great surprise. All these coincidences made Hillman change his serious expression and say a few more words. But just as he waved his hand and was about to turn around and leave, You Mian behind him stopped him in a silent voice. Dean Hillman, You Mian called out softly to stop. Hillman and Marcia, who had already walked down a few steps, turned back at the same time. You Mian blinked fiercely, his throat a little dry. He clenched Pei Weiji's wrist and said in a trembling voice, "The friend you mentioned. Maybe it's my father." Chapter 118. Hillman stood on the steps with his eyes wide open. He was a little bit incredulous and subconsciously wanted to refute, but suddenly froze. Wagner did say he was married to a woman in China. That was also the last letter he received from this good friend. Jaeger Hillman asked hesitantly, "Is your mother Ms. Yudaijin?" At this moment, You Mian was also overwhelmed by the intense shock. He had so many questions to ask, but he didn't know where to start. You Mian replied, "Yes." He knew Yudaijin and all of his architectural works and travel experiences, and he had looked them up many times after returning from Song Zheng's tombstone. But You Mian knew very little about his own father. "Everything that I thought I would never understand is now within reach." Ecstasy cannot accurately express You Mian's current mood. It can only be said that he is both happy and timid at the moment. After hearing You Mian's answer, Hillman's expression quickly became sad and complicated. He had a child and I never knew about it. Many years later, Hillman said the same thing as Song Zheng. He said, "Your father is the bravest man I have ever met." You Mian unconsciously clenched Pei Weiji's hand. Pei Weiji stood silently beside him, supporting his lover with his hot palms. Seeing that the conversation between the two was about to go on endlessly, Marcia couldn't help but be the bad guy. She said, "Dean, we're going to be late for the seminar." Hillman's surprised expression paused, and even You Mian was startled. Jaeger Hillman came forward and gave You Mian a strong hug. A smile broke out on his serious face. "I have a lot to talk to You Mian about. Please tell the seminar for me. I'm sorry I have to break the appointment." You Mian realized that she had asked Hillman to make time for her, so she couldn't help but whisper, "Dean, maybe we can talk about this later." But Hillman was determined. He immediately asked Marcia to agree on a new time with the seminar. Outside the glass door of the art center was not a good place to talk, so everyone moved to a cafe next to the center. The atmosphere is quiet and there are not many guests. It was not until he sat down that the timidity in You Mian's heart was slightly suppressed, and his eyes became firm again. Hillman stared at You Mian's eyes for a while, and he finally realized that his old friend actually had a child. And this child has grown up to be such an outstanding and excellent person now. I guess he must have gone through a lot of hardships. Hillman's serious expression disappeared, and he began to recall all the memories about Wagner in his mind. You Mian sat by the window and listened to Hillman recalling his past with Wagner. Marcia translated a few sentences from time to time, while Pei Weiji sat next to You Mian with a gentle look in his eyes. "We met in college. He was a real bad boy when he was young." Silver-haired Hillman said this as if Wagner were alive today. Although he was only about 50 years old, Hillman's hair was already completely silver, and he looked much older than his peers. His serious eyes were full of wrinkles, and he didn't seem to smile often. But at this moment, all of Hillman's cold and serious expression disappeared, leaving only the little joy of talking. "My father," You Mian was still a little stuck when he said this. He asked, "Have you not seen him for a long time?" "I have very few memories of him, almost nothing. I only know that my parents met with an accident while surveying Mount Everest, and an uncle named Song brought me back." You Mian had no intention of telling Hillman about what happened to the Yu family afterwards. He had already cut off all entanglements with the past and moved on. There was no need to review these past events again and again. Upon hearing this, Hillman lowered his eyes with regret. "Yes, after graduation, due to the nature of our work, we didn't see each other often. We had always communicated through letters. Your father was a complete romantic. He rarely used mail. He communicated with his German friends by letters. And the last letter I received was about his marriage. Wagner didn't like to talk too much about his private affairs, so I only know that his wife's name is Yudaijin, a very beautiful name, and I heard that she is an architect." You Mian smiled, his brows softened. "Yes, she is my mother." Hillman smiled, but soon frowned again and said in a much lower voice, "It was more than 2 years after I received the letter that I received the news of his death." The news of death came a year late. You Mian pursed her lips and nodded slightly. He had looked up Yudaijin's life and travels and knew that his parents had spent half their lives exploring all kinds of exotic landscapes and mountains, lakes and seas. They were true adventurers. News from friends and relatives who only communicate through letters is always delayed. In subsequent conversations, Hillman deliberately avoided talking about the period after Wagner lost contact, and instead picked out some interesting stories that happened to them in college and told them to You Mian. It turned out that Wagner was familiar with Shakespeare's poems and often went to the school garden to read them before dawn. He was also good at making bookmarks with flower and leaf specimens, and he treasured each one. He has a gentle personality and his pair of green eyes have charmed countless people. He is romantic and brave by nature, and his favorite thing is to ride a bicycle through the streets of Berlin to explore every unknown point on the map. It turned out that Wagner was an extremely intelligent person. He got full marks in every subject, easily won a scholarship in the graduation exam when everyone else was complaining, and then generously treated his classmates to a big meal. Hillman said, although he was not from the art department, he was always willing to come to our classes. When we were assigned to dormitories, he was assigned to the same dormitory as a group of art students. Perhaps it was fate. He was born a romantic. He liked those bright oil colors and grand narrative descriptions. The man paused for a few seconds. He raised his eyes and looked directly at You Mian in front of him. He nodded very seriously and said, "He must like your final work very much today." You Mian's hands, which were holding the coffee cup, suddenly exerted force, and her heart beat faster. "Do you like this sculpture? The towering body exudes a fragile and struggling beauty." Hillman smiled. I can guess the tone he would use to express his admiration. You Mian waited curiously for what Hillman would say next. Jaeger Hillman's features softened a little, as if he was deliberately imitating his old friend's gentle smile. Exquisite creations will give people courage, fearlessness, and a broad mind. It feels as exciting as knowing that I'm about to conquer Mount K2. The creator must be a very tenacious person. You Mian couldn't control his eyes from turning red. He held the coffee cup tighter and tighter. This feeling reminded him of how he felt when he stood in front of Song Jung's tombstone. What an unexpected meeting. Hillman gave You Mian enough time to sort out his thoughts before he said softly, "I never thought I would be able to talk about Wagner with others again." "Nice to meet you, You Mian." You Mian pursed her lips and said in a hoarse voice, "I am also very happy to meet you, Dean Hillman." Bai Lin sat quietly beside You Mian. He gently held You Mian's hand, and the hot temperature transmitted to him made You Mian's lowered brows relax slightly. Hillman asked Marcia to hand over his briefcase. Then he pulled out a copy of Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream that he had been carrying with him from his briefcase. A German iris bookmark is tucked between the well-read books. The bookmark is gorgeous and beautiful, and it still retains its fresh appearance after countless years. This shows the care put into the production and preservation of the product. You Mian widened his eyes slightly as he watched Hillman put the book on the table and pushed it towards him. This is the book he reads most often, and it is also an iris bookmark he made himself. There are a lot of these flowers around our school, German irises, maybe you've heard of them, Hillman said. Perhaps because of the scene that reminded him of a sentimental book while he was packing his luggage, Hillman brought the book with him to China before boarding the plane. Now it seems that everything is destined. Hillman never expected that he would meet Wagner's biological children here. This wonderful encounter made him feel that he must give this book to You Mian. You Mian took the book but did not open it for a long time. His thoughts were complicated and filled with sad nostalgia. Countless coincidences are perfectly woven into memories of parents. This is his father's book. As soon as this thought came to mind, You Mian felt a sense of security enveloping his whole body. He is closely connected to this world. His father and mother can be traced. Someone remembers them and misses them. You Mian's fingers gently stroked the beautiful bookmark, looked directly at Hillman in front of him, and said thank you earnestly. Hillman's gray eyes flashed with a determined look. He said, "You're welcome. You should keep it." Hillman told You Mian everything he knew about Wagner's past, including countless fond memories. The image of father in You Mian's mind gradually became fuller with these words. It was not until the time for rescheduling approached that Marcia's hesitant expression let You Mian know that their conversation was coming to an end. Hillman nodded. The seminar in Switzerland had been delayed for several hours, and he had to go now. Fortunately, Hillman had already told You Mian everything he could say. When several people stood up, You Mian swallowed the last question. He did not ask himself whether he had other relatives in the world, because if he did, Hillman would have told him during the hours-long conversation. But the other party hasn't mentioned anything until now, so You Mian guessed it roughly. He looked down at the book in his arms, his eyes soft as he thought, that's enough, that's enough. Before leaving, Hillman looked at the two young men standing side by side in front of him and smiled. He had already seen the relationship between the two from Pei Weiji's eyes and attitude just now. You Mian held the book in his arms, and Pei Weiji nodded slightly to Hillman to express his gratitude. Thank you for telling us so much, Pei Weiji said in a deep voice. The man stood beside You Mian, his fierce and sturdy figure aroused fear. Hillman waved his hand and smiled. This smile was much more relaxed than before, as if he had let go of some burden. The news of his old friend's death came so suddenly and without any warning many years ago, and not being able to say goodbye has always been a concern for Hillman. But now he met You Mian in Huajiang City, and when he gave him the book, it seemed as if he was also saying the farewell that he was unable to say at the beginning. Hillman looked back with his gray eyes fixedly. He thought to himself, goodbye, my friend. Hillman and Marcia got into the car as they said goodbye. You Mian's shoulders suddenly relaxed until the rear of their car could no longer be seen. The carving competition, press conference, and in-depth conversation with Hillman throughout the morning kept You Mian highly focused. Now that everything was over, the long-lost comfort suddenly swept over You Mian, and the nerves in his mind that had been stretched to extreme exhaustion finally couldn't hold on, and he was easily overcome by sleepiness. You Mian only knew that before she fell asleep, she was sitting in the back seat of the car, leaning on Pei Weiji, letting the man's cold breath linger around her. The last picture he saw before closing his eyes was Pei Weiji's calm, restrained and handsome profile. When he woke up again, You Mian was still not fully conscious. In his dim state, he could only hear the sound of Pei Weiji typing on the computer beside him. The soft touch beneath him made him realize that he was not in a car. The curtains are half drawn, and the morning sun shines through the window. The chill of winter is gone, and it seems that spring is really coming. There were piles of documents on the desk in the gray and black bedroom, and You Mian saw his coat hanging in the closet. This is Pei Weiji's bedroom. You Mian lay on her side on the soft pillow, her cheek slightly concave in a lovely arc due to the pressure. The chestnut-brown curly hair swept across his clean eyebrows, and the boy subconsciously shrank himself into the quilt and buried his chin in his chest. He opened his eyes and quietly looked at the person sitting next to him. Pei Weiji was leaning against the head of the bed with the computer on his knees. The man's profile was still stern, and his sharp eyes held a domineering look, which was the oppressive aura he most often displayed when he was working. His handsome and deep facial features in the dim sunlight made You Mian feel particularly warm. Now that the dust has settled, You Mian begins to look at the lover beside him with wanton eyes. The tiny and slight movement caught Pei Weiji's attention almost instantly. The man in a black shirt who was sitting at the head of the bed working immediately put down his work and leaned over to work. Awake, Pei Weiji's voice was low and magnetic, and You Mian's ears turned red. This is Pei Weiji's single-family apartment. You Mian came here several times after the show ended, but never spent the night here. This time he fell asleep in the car due to excessive fatigue, and unexpectedly he fell asleep in Pei Weiji's bedroom by accident. You Mian withdrew his gaze in panic, lowered his eyelids and hummed softly. Fortunately, Pei Weiji didn't seem to catch his secret observation just now. Pei Weiji stroked You Mian's head with his big hand, and his movements were extremely gentle. He said softly, "The kitchen has made breakfast. Would you like to have some?" You Mian blinked slightly and nodded. Pei Weiji stood up and left upon seeing this. On the bedside table in the gray bedroom was a copy of Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, in English and a Star Cup gold trophy. You Mian noticed it as he turned sideways. His clothes were changed into clean pajamas, and it seemed that Pei Weiji had been taking care of him since yesterday. A belated feeling of shame welled up in You Mian's heart. He suppressed his desire to continue sleeping, got up and went to the bathroom to tidy up. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, all the fatigue in You Mian's body was swept away. After entering the bathroom, You Mian easily found the toiletries that Pei Weiji had prepared for him. 2 wash cups, 2 electric toothbrushes and 2 towels were neatly placed together. You Mian suddenly remembered a coat that belonged to him that he had just seen in the closet. The objects of life in which they were entangled seemed to be growing. The boy in the mirror had cold water dripping from his hair, and the sharpness in his amber eyes became incredibly gentle. You Mian found that he had been smiling unconsciously. He had never looked so happy. All the things came to an end one by one, and You Mian felt unprecedented peace and stability. The love for Pei Weiji in my heart was released without any hindrance. Every time they stood side by side, every time they confided in each other, and every time they stepped over thorns together, it all turned into a love so strong that it could not be described in words. When You Mian came out of the bathroom, he found that Bai Lin had actually brought breakfast into the bedroom. "Eat here," You Mian was stunned. Bai Lin rolled up his shirt sleeves and simply placed the horizontal table next to the bed. "This person who is obsessed with cleanliness said calmly, because you seem to be very sleepy, you can sleep for a while after eating." You Mian walked closer in a daze. There was a sumptuous breakfast on the table. Bai Lin looked at him with a smile in his eyes. "Did you fall asleep?" You Mian smiled helplessly. "I'm just surprised that Mr. Pai actually agreed to let me eat in the bedroom." As soon as the title Mr. Pai appeared, Bai Li's heart was gently aroused again. They looked at each other across the long table, but no one spoke first, or at the same time. The kiss was long and passionate. You Mian finished her breakfast with red lips. It was a rare day off, so You Mian and Bai Lin huddled together again. He never thought that Bai Lin would actually stay with him in one day. Bai Lin only said, "It is indeed rare." Bai Lin continued to work on his computer, while You Mian picked up the book, A Midsummer Night's Dream. Wagner was a person who loved to annotate books, and after every paragraph that amazed or inspired him, there was his analysis of the conclusion. You Mian listened to the gentle wind outside the window and the typing sound of Bai Lin beside her as she flipped through the pages of the book. After reading A Midsummer Night's Dream, he seemed to have walked through a part of his past memories with his father. The clock on the wall gradually pointed to 11 o'clock. The work that Bai Lin had been concentrating on seemed to have come to an end. The man glanced at You Mian's stunned expression and couldn't help but gently embrace him and kiss his forehead. Strong arms were wrapped around You Mian's back, and the two of them were in a very intimate posture at this moment. "This is a pleasant surprise, right?" You Mian asked, turning her head slightly to look into Bai Lin's eyes. There was anticipation in those amber eyes. Bai Lin gave the answer immediately, "Yes." You Mian originally thought that he would never know more about his parents, but now that he has this book in his hands, he has an idea. When he goes to Germany, there may be more memories waiting for him to explore. Bai Lin's kisses fell on his cheeks and eyes. The man smiled in a deep voice and said, "Open your phone again, maybe there will be a surprise." You Mian looked up in confusion, then opened his phone as Bai Lin had said. Before opening Weibo, You Mian saw the congratulatory messages sent by countless people, including Qian Li. In an instant, all the thunderous cheers from yesterday seemed to replay in his ears. The trembling joy and hearty laughter reverberated in You Mian's chest one by one, causing a smile to appear on his face unconsciously. Gold medal, You Mian realized it belatedly and smiled very cutely and gently. Bai Lin echoed solemnly while holding You Mian's shoulders, the first person to win a perfect gold medal since the opening of the Xingqian Cup. The pride in the man's tone was undisguised, just like when he was the first one to stand up and applaud You Mian yesterday. "Boss Pai's trust in me remains the same as always," You Mian teased softly. Bai Lin nodded solemnly, took over the teasing directly, and said seriously, "As always." The atmosphere gradually heated up as the two looked at each other, and they kissed passionately in this private space. Bai Lin felt the surging emotions in his chest. The muscles of his arms that were supporting You Mian's shoulders bulged slightly, and his strong arms were all tense, as if he was trying hard to suppress some emotion. The man's Adam's apple rolled heavily, and his habit of endurance made him slightly lower his eyelids and look down. He restrained himself and stepped back to give You Mian some space to breathe. More than 10 minutes later, You Mian replied to all the celebratory text messages he had received. Among them, Lin Yuqing's tone was the most official and solemn. In his congratulations, he seriously asked You Mian whether she agreed to let the final works be exhibited in the year-end exhibition of Huajiang Art Museum. You Mian believed that Lin Yuqing had helped him a lot, so when he saw this question, he agreed without hesitation. Now only Qian Li's text message has not been replied to. You Mian held his phone and typed a line of words before going to see Bai Lin's reaction. He was unusually nervous, with a smile in his eyes. "Is this reply okay? Take a look," You Mian said softly. After the show ended, You Mian started preparing for the Star Cup finals without stopping, so he has not officially met Qian Li again. It was pitch black under the stage at yesterday's finals. It took a lot of effort for You Mian to find Bai Lin, let alone notice Qian Li who was sitting next to Bai Lin. There were so many things going on yesterday that I didn't have time to meet Aunt Qian. You Mian said. Pei Yg sent out the sentence he had edited and said, she will be happy when she receives the reply. She understands you. After all the messages had been replied to, You Mian opened Weibo. The first thing that caught my eye on the hot search list was the entry about the Star Cup finals, followed by countless entries about the Yu family and Shuming below. Pei Yg casually dropped a bomb, and it seemed that this was also the reason why he asked You Mian to turn on his phone. Pei Yg said, the arrest warrant was issued yesterday afternoon. The police stopped Yu Jiwan, Bai Lin and Bai Lin at the security checkpoint when they wanted to fly abroad. As Pei Yg spoke, Yu Mian's pupils shrank. He clicked on the hot search term and saw the photos taken by reporters at the scene in the first blog post. A group of more than a dozen uniformed personnel handcuffed Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin, and Bai Lin was also controlled. In the video, Yu Jiwan seemed to be cursing loudly. He was no longer in a suit and tie, and even his hair was messy from being pulled. He had an untidy beard and his clothes were untidy. He looked like a frustrated middle-aged man. Bai Lin and Bai Lin pulled each other and cried together. Bai Lin was no longer wearing any expensive jewelry, and was dressed in plain white, as if she was wearing the most convenient clothes in order to escape. A hideous and distorted expression appeared on this woman who used to pride herself on being elegant. Her nails scratched Bai Lin's arm. In the chaotic live video, one could only hear her screaming and getting a few words wrong. As soon as the police notice with white letters on a blue background was issued, the top management of Shuming and Wanhua immediately held a board meeting to try to save the falling stock price, but it seemed that there was no room for recovery. Shuming's bankruptcy is a foregone conclusion. Bai Lin slumped on the floor of the airport lobby. Although he was not handcuffed, he was in a daze, with fear and helplessness written all over his face. He was extremely frightened. All past events were revealed in broad daylight in the police report. When the wave hit, Bai Lin had no ability or means to protect himself. He just held on to Bai Lin's clothes tightly, hoping that the mother who had protected him well for more than 20 years could save him again. But now Bai Lin's hopes were completely dashed. All the dirty things they had done came back upon them, public opinion hit rock bottom and backlashed, and all their public relations tactics were no longer of any use under the authority of public power. The entire blog post detailed how the Yu family was arrested on the spot in the airport lobby, but Yu Mian had no intention of reading it one by one. He just glanced at it a few times and clicked on the comments. After finding that they were all curses and cheers from the public, he closed the entry. This guy is so awesome, a whole family of murderers. Shuming got its start by taking advantage of others' mistakes. It is better for such a company to close down as soon as possible. Yesterday, after the Xingqian Cup finals, a group of Bai Lin fans were still online calling out Yu Mian for failing to live up to the Yu family's 20 years of upbringing. Now I just want to curse him. He used someone else to take the blame, and he still had the nerve to defend his upbringing. Such a person is simply a devil. Yu Mian is so pitiful. He was actually adopted as a shield by the Yu family. Bai Lin is shameless. The face of the vested interests is really disgusting. Someone said in the Xingqian Cup live repo that Bai Lin's fans were disrupting the order. They booed for more than an hour after the opening, which was really annoying. It was so disgusting. Whose fans have been calling him a fake young master since the show started? Are you happy to be slapped in the face now? Whoever wants to be the young master can be the young master. Mian doesn't want it. Don't ever mention the grace of raising a child again. It's disgusting. Everything has been figured out. Yu Mian is so awesome. I didn't expect that he has been carrying so many things. I feel so bad for him. The cotton workers are so angry. I'm going to say, pooh, here and go eat some candy. What bad luck. This family should go in together. Miss Fang Shuanan, the third runner-up of the Xingqian Cup, confirmed on Weibo that there was a group of fans who booed and jeered throughout the venue. They were the ones who grabbed the tickets, so that a group of real audience members could not buy tickets. Can such people be cured? I heard that thousands of people were shouting together. They just took advantage of the fact that the law does not punish the masses and thought that no one would punish them. The Star Cup officials only issued some tips and suggestions. Does it feel like this matter is just going to be left unresolved? I am speechless. Murderer. It is only right that a murderer should pay with his life, death penalty. Fuck, this melon is so big that I'm trembling while eating it. Is Bai Lin the expelled student A? Is he in jail? Can you elaborate on the above? Bai Lin was expelled. It was said that University A randomly checked the admission works and found that his work was fake. It's so satisfying. Damn it. In the midst of the chaos, I would like to mention that I am a former staff member of Shuming. The creator of the works that helped Shuming take advantage of the situation and make a comeback in the past 2 years was not Bai Lin as the official said, but You Mian. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Fuck. This family is so disgusting that it is a waste of the word disgusting. Just shoot them immediately. My anger rose 3 meters high, and I wanted to peel off the skin of these people. How could there be such a vicious, selfish, and fucking disgusting family? I just want to know how many years he will be sentenced to. Can he be sentenced to death? Looking at the police report, the death penalty is confirmed, but Bai Lin may not be able to go to jail. He was expelled, and now he only has a high school diploma. He deserves it. Don't mention unlucky things. You Mian exited Weibo and clicked on the #1 trending search entry for the Xingqian Cup Finals. Hashtag the 5th Star Cup Final hash. A large picture of him lowering his eyes and kissing the golden cup popped up. Pei Yg raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. You Mian looked at the countless people congratulating him below, and his heart was filled with excitement. But just as he was slowly scrolling through Weibo, a video suddenly appeared on the entry square. Automatically buffer the video and play it directly. In the video, a young girl wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses and a mask was holding an apology letter. At the beginning of the video, she said, "I sincerely apologize to You Mian for maliciously disrupting the competition process and interfering with the players' creation at the Xingqian Cup final. I'm sorry." You Mian noticed the apology letter in her hand, which was several thousand words long. Most of the onlookers in the comments section also scolded. If I had known this would happen, why would I have done those things? Are you done with just a simple apology? You guys are so vicious. Disturbing the players' mentality, why not arrest them? As he scrolled down, more and more videos like this appeared. The protagonists of the videos were different, some covered their faces, and some showed the lower half of their faces, but without exception they all held an apology letter of several thousand words in their hands. You all came to apologize. Did the Star Cup officials take action? The Star Cup is over, they don't care about this kind of thing. It was JL who started putting pressure on them last night. President Pei personally came out. If they don't want to be investigated more severely, they can only apologize. It is said that several stubborn ones have been locked up, violating the Public Security Administration punishment law and will be detained for 10 days. This has to be kept in the file, you deserve it. Thousands of people, President Pei has investigated all of them. Fuck, so cool. My heart aches when I see the live repo, damn, Mr. Pei is awesome. The cotton cultivation base has been clearing fans since last night, fearing that this group of people would join in, and is on guard against it. You Mian was completely stunned. He turned his head to look at Pei Yg. Pei Yg's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled handsomely. His mature and restrained temperament made You Mian's heart skip a beat. Pei Yg said in a deep voice, "They are lucky enough to think that the law does not punish everyone, and that no one will single them out and hold them accountable one by one." You Mian's palms were burning hot. Pei Yg lowered his eyes, his deep brows revealing endless love. "But I will. The Xingqian Cup finals require real-name ticket purchases, so it won't be difficult to find them one by one." Pei Yg kissed You Mian's fingers and said, "I want everyone to know that You Mian has someone backing him up. No one is allowed to mess with him." Chapter 119. The curtains in the bedroom were half closed, and the sunlight only fell on a line at the end of the bed. The light passed through the black sheets and just passed through You Mian's cold white ankles. As soon as Pei Yg finished speaking, uncontrollable fireworks of love and desire exploded in You Mian's heart. An ambiguous atmosphere instantly filled the entire gray bedroom, and the dim light made Pei Yg's dark eyes appear even deeper and more restrained. You Mian turned sideways and looked up at Pei Yg, his amber eyes slightly obscured by his long eyelashes. He looked at him and suddenly lowered his eyes, causing Pei Yg's heart to jump violently and his throat to become dry. You Mian smiled and stretched out her leg to lightly kick Pei Yg's calf. Her legs were crossed under the quilt, and You Mian felt that Pei Yg's thigh muscles were tense. "You Mian." Pei Yg's hoarse voice came from above his head. You Mian looked up at him with a smile in her eyes, but her foot gently touched Pei Yg again. This slight touch was like lighting a fuse, which immediately burned all the restraint and patience in Pei Weiji's heart completely, leaving very little. The ambiguity reaches its peak straight away. Pei Weiji lifted the quilt and pressed You Mian under him. The two had never been so close before, their eyes met, their foreheads touched. Pei Weiji's strong arms were placed on both sides of You Mian. You Mian only needed to tilt her head to see the powerful muscular outlines bulging under the man's black shirt. The explosive and brutal pressure instantly swept him over. Pei Weiji lowered his eyes slightly and kissed her heavily. The black sheets at the feet were kicked up, creating countless wrinkles, and the light danced lively between You Mian's cold white ankles. This kiss was deeper than ever before, filled with a deep love that needed no explanation. You Mian raised his chin obediently, letting the water stains slide down the side of his neck. The phone screen glowed blue, lying alone beside the bed. He raised his hand and stroked the back of Pei Weiji's head soothingly. The man's hair was not soft, and was even a little cold and hard. You Mian's gentle movements made Pei Weiji's heart surge even more. The man no longer reduced his strength, as if he wanted to pry open You Mian's tongue. A groan so soft that it was impossible to catch it came from You Mian's throat. Pei Weiji's cold brows jumped, his Adam's apple kept rolling, and his strong arms immediately stretched out to the back of You Mian's neck on the pillow and lifted him up. Pei Weiji actually felt that it was not close enough. The pajamas that Pei Weiji put on You Mian last night were fitted, but the round collar was wide, so it fell apart almost instantly as they were so close and entangled, revealing a large area of cold white skin. The boy's thin waist and chest covered with a thin layer of muscle lines were rising and falling violently. Pei Weiji was propped up on top, his black hair was slightly disheveled, his breathing was out of rhythm, and his whole body was filled with lust, as if he was a wild beast that had broken out of a cage. His eyes became increasingly dark and deep, and his deep eyebrows and high nose bridge were so handsome in the dim light that it made people's heart palpitate. Pei Weiji looked at You Mian. It was obvious that the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, but his eyes suddenly dropped as he thought of something missing from the bedside table. Pei Weiji frowned and tried his best to get up. The atmosphere was heating up to its peak and even the most ruthless person couldn't wait any longer, but Pei Weiji didn't want You Mian to get hurt. Seeing that the hot and close body was about to leave, You Mian gently grabbed Pei Weiji's arm. Pei Weiji leaned over and said softly, "You Mian." There was an extremely heart-moving smile in You Mian's amber eyes. He raised his arm to hook Pei Weiji's neck, pulled him in front of him, and then gently scratched Pei Weiji's nose with his nose. The last shaky string of sanity completely collapsed under You Mian's dependent actions. Pei Weiji gritted his teeth and walked to the bathroom to get a bottle of cleansing lotion. The bottle opened with a click. The somewhat cold touch made You Mian subconsciously shrink his shoulders, hiss. Pei Weiji paid attention to You Mian's expression, and when he saw You Mian frowning, he leaned over and kissed his brow. The sheets at the end of the bed became increasingly messy, and the light jumped from the ankles to the calves, illuminating the taut cold white toes clearly and emitting a soft warm light. The originally cool and refreshing white ankles were now covered with sweat, and began to shiver slightly as the sun began to shine on them. The intense intimacy and love were finally released, and sweat fell on the black sheets, on the carpet, and in front of the bathroom mirror. The groggy consciousness made You Mian feel sleepy again. His eyelids drooped heavily, and the muscles in his arms, shoulders, and especially thighs were so sore that he could hardly move them, and they trembled slightly at the slightest touch. The water of perfect temperature flowed across his collarbone, and Pei Weiji's big hands supported his lower back. The empty lotion bottle fell on the bathroom floor, and the smooth body of the bottle reflected the charming atmosphere. You Mian's throat was so dry that he couldn't speak. The corners of his eyes were red from crying, and his wrists were covered with kiss marks. "Mian Mian," Pei Weiji called him in a deep voice. You Mian no longer had the strength to respond. He let Pei Weiji carry him out of the bathroom and back to the clean sheets. The curtains were still half drawn, and the sunlight outside was beginning to turn bluish white, and was about to become brighter. Pei Weiji carefully dried You Mian's hair, closed his eyes and kissed his lover devoutly. The curly hair swept across You Mian's tightly closed eyebrows and eyes. His cold white skin was red, and the corners of his eyes looked like he had cried hard, which made Pei Weiji, who had regained his senses, feel distressed. Pei Weiji turned sideways and held You Mian in his arms. The man's broad and strong back had a healthy complexion, and his muscles were full of strength. At this moment, he looked like he was engorged with blood after extreme exercise and was glowing. Even though You Mian was bullied badly, she would still lean on Pei Weiji's arms after falling asleep. I love you. Pei Weiji said hoarsely, baby. The sunlight gradually brightens in the safe and cozy room. The winter wind has stopped and spring buds have begun to sprout. Countless people on the internet are urging the Matching Heartbeat program team to follow up with subsequent spin-off programs under the official Weibo account. Hong Sheng was so worried when he saw 99Gia's private messages that he could only ask the program staff to send more behind-the-scenes footage to appease the fans. Pei Weiji only gave permission to record the show, and You Mian also became famous after the Star Cup finals. It was heard that there was not only an exhibition at the Huajiang Art Museum, but also many other exhibitions waiting for him to attend. Hong Sheng knew that it would be impossible for them to reunite on the show that fans were looking forward to in the short term, so he could only try to compensate by releasing more behind-the-scenes footage. The hungry cotton workers cried out in the super chat. It's been more than 2 months since the show ended, and I'm really out of food. Please help me, kind-hearted people. The landlord has no more food left, so sad. I watch every day and every night, but the JL official blog doesn't post any information about President Pei, not to mention Mian, who has completely disappeared. What are the young couple doing? Let's kiss, hee hee hee. Be brave, I'm under the bed. Ha 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 ha, I want food. Mian is about to graduate, right? When will the undergraduate graduation exhibition be held? I wonder if I can go to University A to see it. Given the popularity of University A's art exhibition, it should be public. I have hope again. I didn't expect that real couples candy would be so hard to find. I ordered them to open their doors immediately. Based on the personalities of the two people in the show and the nature of their current work, it is very likely that there will be no more sweet moments in the future, so just wait and see. Cotton workers are not afraid of difficulties. We can overcome all difficulties. Just when everyone in the super topic was chatting and asking for candy as usual, suddenly a fan posted a blog. I ran into Mian at University A by chance. She's so handsome in person. In an instant, fans in the super topic built a building under the blog post, all asking about You Mian's recent situation. The blogger did not post the photo, but only said, she looks very happy, and her smile is so gentle. A few seconds later, the blogger excitedly screamed, "Ah, he saw me staring at him and came over to say hello. Oh my god, I was furious. Fuck, I'm crying with envy. What is the passing score for University A? I seem to have run into MIMI on campus as well. Mian Jay will graduate in May, sister, you just missed it if you got in. I want to PR. You Mian, who had just walked into the office building with his bag, had no idea that there was a wave of discussion about him on the internet. He stood in front of the door and knocked lightly. After a while, he heard Chin Lan's voice coming from inside the door. Come in. The weather was getting warmer. The windows of Chin Lan's office were open, and the white gauze curtains were swaying in the wind. The energetic Chin Lan raised his eyebrows with joy when he saw You Mian. Hello, teacher. You Mian approached and asked softly, are you looking for me? Chin Lan has almost recovered from his illness. At this moment, his eyes are bright and he exudes a healthy spirit. He placed the crutch next to the chair. You Mian saw Chin Lan raising his hand and pointing at the air, then with a mysterious smile, he took out a document with a red seal from the drawer. Take a look at this. Chin Lan handed it to You Mian with a smile. You Mian stepped forward to take it doubtfully, and then was suddenly stunned the moment he lowered his head. On the title page of the document, there was a line of large characters written on it. Notice on the selection of outstanding freshmen recommended by University A to directly pursue a doctorate. You Mian held his breath and turned over. With the sound of pages turning, he saw his name filled in on the form. Krios is actually among the options for direct doctoral programs. He remembered that he had never applied for Krios. What happened? Without waiting for You Mian to ask, Chin Lan, who was sitting behind his desk, smiled and said, it is a little harder to be recommended to a foreign university than to pursue a doctorate directly in China. The difficulty lies in the fact that you need 3 recommenders. As one of the world's top universities, Clio's Academy of Fine Arts is second to none. To be recommended to Clio's, one obviously needs to be a recommender with a very high status and reputation in the art circle. You Mian was stunned when he heard Chin Lan say, look at the name of the recommender at the back. He opened it immediately. The names of Chin Lan, Lin Yuqing and Yager Hillman were prominently listed. Qin Lan hissed and said, I don't know why Dean Hillman specifically reminded me, but since he said so, I'll also tell you, You Mian, that his letter of recommendation was signed before the Star Cup finals. When You Mian raised his eyes, he understood what Hillman meant. Hillman did not give the recommendation letter out of respect for him and his father, but he had signed it before the Star Cup final. The difference was extremely important to You Mian, and he gave a brilliant smile. Qin Lan had said everything he needed to say, and then he turned his tone more serious and said, Excuse me, Mr. You Mian, do you accept this direct doctoral admission? The spring breeze is blowing outside the window. The answer echoed in the room without hesitation, and You Mian smiled and said, I accept. The boy simply walked to the table, picked up a black pen and signed his name behind Krius's form. The two words, You Mian, were written neatly with sharp strokes and a vibrant vitality. Everything is just as Bai Lin said, he is really going to step onto a higher and broader world stage than now. You Mian trotted out of the office building and saw a sturdy man with broad shoulders and straight shoulders standing under a green tree with tender buds. Bai Lin's stern expression immediately disappeared when he saw You Mian, and he opened his arms towards him with gentle eyes. In the spring breeze, You Mian fell directly into Bai Lin's arms. Chapter 120. The summer colors in Paris in mid-September have not yet faded, and it is almost mid-autumn. There is a plaster sculpture of a fountain in front of the two buildings of the Cleos's retro-style pointed roof Academy of Fine Arts. From time to time, students pass by, and the water quietly gathered in the white porcelain spring wall will reflect the faces of the passers-by. The gold and silver coins sunk to the bottom of the water are shimmering with bright colors. You Mian, with a black backpack slung over his left shoulder and wearing a neck-mounted headset, walked quickly past the fountain sculpture. Especially, seeing that the boy did not stop, Claude trotted to catch up with him helplessly, calling out, You, a few times. You Mian has always been like this, concentrating entirely on studying and sculpting, or talking and chatting on his mobile phone. Once he puts on the headset, he would even forget about his roommate Claude who he had dinner with. Claude ran up and patted You Mian's shoulder as usual. You Mian then turned around and looked over in confusion. Bates. Claude Bates clasped his hands over his chest, pursed his lips, made a few smacking sounds with his mouth, and complained, You forgot about me again. If Claude hadn't known that You Mian must be going to the cafeteria at this moment, he would have been left alone again. You Mian smiled softly upon hearing this, her beautiful amber eyes curved into a very moving arc, and said, Sorry. Although You Mian had lived in a dormitory for a period of time at University A, he did not often walk with others, so he was not used to this tall foreign roommate with blonde hair and brown eyes who was particularly enthusiastic. Don't show your charm to me. Claude raised his hand to cover You Mian's eyes. I have a girlfriend. You Mian couldn't help laughing out loud. When he enrolled, Claude never thought that the Chinese boy who caused a sensation in the whole school would be his roommate. You Mian is currently the most discussed boy in the Cleo's Academy of Fine Arts. Countless people are curious about him, admire him, and like him. Especially after You Mian gave a speech as a representative of the freshmen at the entrance ceremony, more and more rumors about him appeared throughout the school. He is the only person in China who was invited to hold a solo sculpture exhibition right after his undergraduate graduation exhibition, and his Star Cup trilogy also just ended its exhibition recently. The final work was even invited by Jaeger Hillman to open the exhibition in Paris. He was very popular for a while. Compared with the achievements You Mian had made at such a young age, her overly good looks seemed to be the icing on the cake. It would be fine if such a person had a cold personality, but You Mian was gentle and loved to smile. Her amber eyes were so beautiful that even blue-eyed foreigners were amazed. A slight smile would attract countless glances. There are too many people who want to get to know You Mian, but You Mian always finds the right reasons to refuse. This led to the group of people directly making a breakthrough on You Mian's roommate, Claude. Since the beginning of the school year, Claude has been contacted by countless people, all of whom are asking him about You Mian. Just when Claude could no longer bear it and was about to go and complain to You Mian, the man who had attracted the attention of the entire school suddenly put on a silver ring on his left hand. The simple, clean and elegant silver ring needed no further explanation and it broke everyone's hearts. And Claude, who had been disturbed for a long time, finally relaxed. Claude snorted, and quickly forgot about the fact that You Mian didn't call him for dinner, and asked excitedly, What are we having for dinner? Claude has a typical French appetite. Born and raised in Paris, the things he looks forward to most every day are breakfast, lunch and dinner. But compared to Claude, who was like a fish in water, You Mian's stomach was not very adaptable. He briefly named a few dishes and then walked into the cafeteria with Claude. As one of the world's top art academy, Clio's has luxurious and complete facilities, with the cafeteria alone having 5 floors. After You Mian and Claude picked their dishes, they took their plates and found an empty seat to sit down. The eyes around suddenly became eager, and the lively chatting just now became much quieter at this moment, with only whispers left. You Mian was unaware of these changes. He scooped a mouthful of potato soup into his mouth, staring at the screen of his mobile phone. Bai Lin hasn't replied to his messages since this morning. This is very abnormal. You Mian frowned slightly. Was the other party really that busy today? So busy that he didn't even reply to a single text message. A slight feeling of awkwardness welled up in You Mian's heart, and anyone who knew the situation would be shocked when seeing it. The boy stirred the warm potato soup with a spoon, mashing the small pieces of potato into a paste. It was obvious that his mind was not on eating. This was also the reason why he forgot to ask Claude to come to the cafeteria after class. The distance between Paris and China is more than 8,000 kilometers, which takes more than 10 hours. You Mian started preparing for direct doctoral studies after the graduation ceremony at University A, and Bai Lin expressed his usual support. But the time difference and distance are clearly there, and You Mian can't ignore them. He never expected that there would be a day when he would be troubled by love, and he never expected that he would have an overseas love affair with Bai Lin. You Mian's distressed expression was not concealed at all, causing even a nervous person like Claude on the opposite side to ask in confusion, what's wrong with you? You look worried. You Mian said calmly, I can't eat. When Claude heard this, he was shocked. What kind of serious matter could make You Mian lose his appetite? This must be a major event. The plain ring was missing from You Mian's hands, and Claude immediately thought of her love life. Regarding You Mian's boyfriend, I heard that he was a very handsome man, but Claude came the latest when school started, so he had never seen him. Is it about your boyfriend? Claude asked softly tentatively. You Mian nodded. Claude took a breath. He had guessed it right. Damn it. He wasn't very good at comforting people. But before Claude could sort out his words and ask, a tall man with reddish-brown hair suddenly approached with a dinner plate in his hand. With a click, Leon placed the plate on the empty seat at You Mian's table, put on a self-righteously handsome smile, and asked, Can I sit here? Leon Black was a student in the same department as them, but he had always been a playboy. It was said that he had changed 4 boyfriends within less than a month after school started. Students in the sculpture department often have to move heavy materials, so the tall Leon is always asked by the teacher to help, and he is proud of his body shape every time this happens. Therefore, even in this autumn day, Leon still wore a black short-sleeved shirt. His strong muscles were tense, attracting people's attention all the time. Leon noticed You Mian from the first day of school and was the first to pursue her. But the other party not only rejected him coldly, but also revealed that she already had a boyfriend. After being rejected, Leon immediately started dating various boyfriends frequently. His self-esteem made him do such childish things. He wanted to tell You Mian that he was also very marketable. But You Mian didn't pay any attention to his behavior and continued to attend classes as usual, which made Leon feel a little frustrated. However, Leon just overheard the conversation between Claude and You Mian, and instantly realized that there might be problems with You Mian's relationship, so he immediately became alert again. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Leon has the confidence to have a fair competition with You Mian's ex-boyfriend. Claude was already familiar with dealing with Leon. He raised his hand and made a cross. It's a roommate dinner party, we need a relaxing environment. Unexpectedly, this time Leon didn't even look at Claude, but stared at You Mian and asked, Can I sit here? You Mian frowned and looked up. No. Leon was instantly emotional. Why? You Mian retracted his gaze and said calmly, Because I rejected you, it was very clear. Leon's eyes fell on You Mian's right hand holding the spoon and his left hand on the table. Back and forth, he really didn't see the plain ring from the past, and his heart became even more certain. You broke up? Leon asked with a smile, then why don't you consider someone new? When the word, break up, came out, You Mian's brows jumped. I didn't break up, You Mian said seriously. Leon thought this was You Mian's excuse and reminded her, but your ring disappeared. You Mian blinked, and Claude, who was sitting opposite him, also covered his forehead and remained silent. Who knew that the next second, You Mian hooked the silver chain buried in the collar around his neck and gently pulled it out. The end of the silver chain was connected to a beautiful silver ring, which was the same one from before. You Mian said, "It's easy to get dirty when you wear it on your hands." Leon was stunned when he saw this. "You didn't break up." You Mian didn't want to repeat it again, so he just looked back at Claude, and obviously saw that Claude also had a shocked expression. You Mian never expected that so many people were paying attention to his love life, and even someone cared about where a ring was changed to. Leon's voice rang in my ears. "Even if you didn't break up, how much difference is there between me and your boyfriend? Is he as tall as me?" Leon puffed out his chest proudly. "I'm 1.88 meters tall. Tall stature and strong muscles have always been Lion's magic weapon to defeat other competitors. But what I didn't expect was that these didn't work at all in front of You Mian." You Mian glanced at him and said with certainty without even taking a second look, "My boyfriend is 1.92 meters tall." "What?" Claude couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. 1.92 meters. Leon was obviously stunned. He was humiliated. He immediately compared his other advantages and said, "I have a Ferrari and a winery. If you like, we can go there for a day. The sunset in the manor is very beautiful." Leon vowed this time. Whenever he said this, no matter what kind of boy he was facing, he would show a surprised expression. But You Mian, who was sitting at the dining table, still said calmly, "My boyfriend has it too, and he has more luxury cars and wineries than you. He's making millions of dollars every minute." After You Mian finished speaking, she quietly added a complaint in her heart, which was why she forgot to reply to his text message for a full 6 hours. Claude's eyes widened, and he was speechless. If Leon was really shocked by the height comparison just now, then now facing You Mian's words, Leon felt a little doubtful. That's impossible. Thinking back, what kind of person You Mian's boyfriend is just a matter of words from him. Leon put on a smile again. Is this true? He stood closer to the table and had a new thought in his mind. You didn't make up these words just to avoid me, did you? You Mian put down his spoon when he was half full. Pei Weiji's failure to reply to his message already made him feel not very happy, so Leon's entanglement at this moment made his face even gloomier. It has nothing to do with you. You Mian said coldly, picked up the plate and turned to leave. Leon and Claude both paused when they saw this. They had never seen You Mian's expression like that before. Claude quickly stuffed a few pieces of beef stew into his mouth and stood up with the plate. In a hurry, he said to Leon, "You have no chance now. Idiot. You made you angry." Leon stood there in a daze, finally realizing what he had just done. He clenched his red hair in annoyance for a moment. On the other side, You Mian, who had already walked out of the restaurant, lowered his eyes, still holding the mobile phone in his hand, and the page remained on the chat page with Pei Weiji. Just when he was about to make a call, the words, "The other party is typing," suddenly appeared in the chat box. You Mian stood still and paused slightly. A voice message was sent to him and he clicked it immediately. Pei Weiji's unique low voice sounded, Mian, turn around." You Mian was really stunned this time. He turned around in a daze and actually saw Pei Weiji in Paris. The man was wearing a long black coat, his dark eyes were filled with an extremely gentle expression, and his extremely handsome appearance and tall stature made the students passing by turn their heads frequently. Pei Weiji opened his arms and smiled at You Mian, who was standing not far away. Mian, don't you want to come over?" With a small scream, You Mian's expression changed from shock to joy, and he almost ran into Pei Weiji's chest. The amber eyes finally rose in Pei Weiji's arms, and all the longing for him after not seeing him for half a month poured out at this moment. After the video chat last night, Pei Weiji finally couldn't suppress his longing while sitting in the empty office. He immediately booked a flight to Paris, piled all his work into the more than 10-hour flight, and rushed here directly after getting off the plane. When he finally saw You Mian, Pei Weiji truly felt that his empty heart was filled again. Pei Weiji, who had boasted that the long-distance relationship was just a test, gave in easily for the first time. He could not stand every minute without seeing You Mian, and 2 weeks was the limit he could endure alone. You Mian pursed her lips and asked, "Why didn't you tell me before you came?" It made him depressed for the whole morning. Pei Weiji leaned over gently, pressed his forehead against You Mian's, and said, "It's a temporary decision." The 4 words, temporary decision, carried endless longing and love, and You Mian almost immediately tasted Pei Weiji's torment. He raised his hand and pressed the back of Pei Weiji's neck, and the two kissed passionately in the autumn scenery of Paris. It was too late for Claude to run after him after putting down his plate. He hissed as he looked at the lovers hugging and kissing in the distance. It didn't look like they were having relationship problems at all, instead, they seemed to be still passionately in love. Leon stood beside Claude with a look of shock and frustration on his face. Is this You Mian's boyfriend? It seems that he is indeed taller than him and a little more handsome than him. Pei Weiji suddenly opened his eyes and looked over coldly, his gaze directed at Leon and Claude. His cold and domineering expression instantly scared them so much that they jumped around. You Mian kissed Pei Weiji's thin lips and said with a smile, "You are not serious." Pei Weiji held the back of You Mian's neck and said sourly, "Do foreigners have pretty hair? One has blonde hair and the other has reddish-brown hair, they look very eye-catching." You Mian narrowed his eyes in delight and said, "But I just like black hair." Pei Weiji raised his eyebrows, "Foreigners' eyes are also quite fresh." You Mian smiled even more, almost raising his eyebrows, "I only like black eyes." Pei Weiji then lowered his eyes with satisfaction. Longing burst into their eyes, and Pei Weiji said, "I'll come here once a week from now on." You Mian. Pei Weiji didn't seem to be joking. He said very seriously, "This is my bottom line." You Mian blinked and said softly, "Do you have to take a plane for more than 10 hours every week?" Although the blue color in Pei Weiji's eyes was not obvious, You Mian still saw it and felt a little sad in his heart. Pei Weiji was silent for a few seconds and did not continue the topic. It was not until late at night that You Mian turned over and heard Pei Weiji talking on the phone. They were in a garden villa not far from Creus, which was the residence that Pei Weiji had already arranged for You Mian. But You Mian doesn't come here often because he wants to experience the boarding life. Pei Weiji stood by the arched glass window. He didn't know what was said on the other end of the phone. The man's voice was much more relaxed. He said, "That's it. Remember to transfer all the work over here." You Mian's sleepiness faded away and he sat up instantly. After hanging up the phone, Pei Weiji turned around and met You Mian's gaze. He smiled helplessly and said, "I think it is really not easy to travel more than 20 hours back and forth every week." You Mian nodded in agreement. They had discussed this matter long before You Mian came to Paris. But the next second, Pei Weiji showed a very handsome smile in the moonlight. "So I will temporarily take over the work of the Paris branch for the next 3 years. JL originally wanted to start its overseas market expansion from Paris." You Mian's eyes widened, Pei Weiji. Pei Weiji leaned over and kissed his lover. "Yes, I was a little too arrogant and thought I could control my longing for you, but in the end I failed miserably." Pei Weiji said softly, Mian, this is not willfulness, it's a normal job change." You Mian couldn't help but let out a laugh, "Are you jealous?" Pei Weiji's eyes darkened and he admitted, "Yeah." When Pei Weiji thought that You Mian was surrounded by a group of enthusiastic, unrestrained and cheerful foreigners of the same age as You Mian, he couldn't help feeling jealous. But fortunately, You Mian didn't even pay attention to them. Pei Weiji leaned over and took hold of the silver chain ring on You Mian's chest. He raised his dark eyes and You Mian raised his left hand tacitly. Pei Weiji put the silver ring on You Mian's ring finger and asked, "Do you allow it?" You Mian raised his eyelids, "Allow what?" Pei Weiji smiled solemnly and said, "Allow me to be so possessive." You Mian raised her wrist which was covered with kiss marks and held Pei Weiji's face and kissed him gently. "Certainly." Where Pei Weiji couldn't see, You Mian's smile deepened. Who said that Pei Weiji was the only one with an overwhelming possessiveness? He was no less possessive. Chapter 121. In the hot French summer, the village of Paillac is still crowded with tourists. Under the blue sky, the retro buildings of the winery are faintly visible in the distance. A self-driving off-road vehicle was driving steadily on the red brick and tile road, raising clouds of dust. The plane trees and cypresses on both sides of the road covered the roof of the vehicle and blocked the glaring sunlight. Little You Mian, who was 7 years old at the time, was sleeping soundly on Yu Daijan's lap. The cool air conditioning kept the temperature in the car very comfortable. When Yu Daijan lowered his head, he could see You Mian's extremely long and thick eyelashes fluttering, and her chestnut brown curly hair felt soft to the touch. Wagner, who was in the driver's seat, raised his charming green eyes, glanced sideways at little You Mian lying on Yu Daijin's knees, and said with a handsome smile, "We'll be there soon, sweetie, wake up quickly." After the car stopped, Yu Daijin gently pinched little You Mian's face. "Sweetie." Little You Mian sat up drowsily, first hugged Yu Daijin and called her mother, then kissed her cheek before grasping the edge of the car window with both hands and leaning out. "Where is this?" little You Mian asked puzzledly. His round amber eyes were filled with cute questions. Before Yu Daijin could answer him, Wagner, who had walked around the front of the car, had already walked to the passenger seat. He let out a childish, "Wow," and scared little You Mian. Little You Mian opened his eyes wide and screamed in fear, then he started to giggle, "Dad." Although there were few tourists around, there were still 3 or 4 cars parked in front of the winery gate. Among them is an extremely luxurious extended Lincoln. Wagner took little You Mian down from Yu Daijin's lap, held his hand and said, "This is the most famous winery in France. They came here to collect folk songs." Little You Mian looked around a few times. Her jade-like appearance, chestnut curly hair and amber eyes were so sweet that they made people feel sweet at first sight. When others saw Wagner's appearance, they immediately realized that little You Mian was a mixed-race child. Yu Daijin also got out of the car. Wagner took her bag and put it on his left shoulder. The 3 of them walked into the winery for a visit. Little You Mian raised his hands high, holding Wagner and Yu Daijin, and skipped forward, while the adults also accommodated him by walking in small steps. Once he saw the expensive wine sealed in the glass display case, Xiao Yumian asked in a mixture of Chinese and German, "Is this wine sweet?" Yu Daijin corrected him and told him not to confuse the 2 languages while thinking, "This kind of red wine should be more bitter, right?" Wagner turned his head when he heard this and said, "Yeah, that's right." Little Yumian wrinkled his nose when he heard the word bitter, which made Yu Daijin and Wagner laugh. Wagner leaned on a wooden stake and looked up at the structure on top of the winery. He smiled and said, "Isn't this structure very similar to the farmer's wooden house in southern France that you mentioned earlier?" Of course, this winery has put a lot of thought into the selection and fixing of wood. Yu Daijin took little Yumian's hand and walked closer, and they looked up together with Wagner. Little Yumian couldn't understand the topic the 2 people were talking about. He looked up eagerly, but could not ask any other questions except for the sound of doubt. However, just by listening to the laughter of Yu Daijin and Wagner, little Yumian's round eyes turned into crescent shapes. During this quiet tour of the winery, little Yumian suddenly noticed that another group of people walked in from the other side. The staff in suits led the way in front, followed by a beautiful woman with her hair beautifully styled. Little Yumian poked his head out from behind Yu Daijin's thigh in confusion, and unexpectedly met a pair of dark and cold eyes, which startled him so much that he immediately shrank his shoulders. The other person looked much older than him and was almost no longer worthy of being called a kid. The tall and slender boy with a cold face opposite him glanced at the child who was peeking at him and then turned his eyes away expressionlessly. The posture is very cool. This novel attitude that had never been seen before instantly caught Xiao Yumian's attention. When he looked over enviously again, he saw the young man following the beautiful woman 2 or 3 steps behind, explaining the taste and characteristics of the red wine to her from time to time. Qian Li looked at Pei Weiji's awkward and stinky face, and couldn't help but pick up another bottle of red wine and asked, "What about this one, baby?" Pei Weiji, a 15-year-old junior high school student at the time, put his hands in his pockets, looked up indifferently, turned his head away and said solemnly, "The auction price is about 6 million. Qian Li exclaimed in surprise and immediately praised, "Baby is so smart." Pei Weiji had no interest at all in the winery full of red wine in front of him. If Qian Li hadn't insisted on dragging him here, he would have been skiing right now. But this sour face did not last long. Just as Pei Weiji was about to follow Qian Li to continue looking inside, he felt a tug at the corner of his clothes. Pei Weiji turned sideways and lowered his head in confusion. "I saw a child with very beautiful eyes grabbing his clothes with his cold white hands, smiling and calling out to me, 'Brother.'" Pei Weiji was wearing a sky blue short-sleeved shirt today with the colorful English letters, "Destiny," printed on his chest. Little Yumian happily pointed to the orange letter, T, on his chest and said in very standard English, "Destiny." Pei Weiji always had an expression that said, "No strangers allowed," on his face, so no one had ever called him brother so intimately. Suddenly, a feeling of awkwardness rose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know whether he was shy or angry. Pei Yiji pressed Xiao Yumian's head with his right hand and said, "Why are you yelling?" Little Yumian seemed unable to move after his head was held down. His beautiful round eyes rolled around and he whispered again, "Brother, the color of your shirt is very beautiful." Pei Yiji kept holding the child's head and was so frightened that he didn't have time to react. What is this strange language that is a mixture of Chinese and English? Little Yumian didn't notice Pei Yiji's daze. He was intently staring at the beautiful mottled colors on his chest. His eyes were shining brightly and he felt attracted from the bottom of his heart. Pei Yiji's hair is pure black, and his pupils are as black as obsidian. Little Yumian was used to his father's green eyes, so when he saw such pure black, he was almost knocked down by curiosity. Pei Yiji held down little Yumian's head, intending to find the parents of this strange child. However, the curly hair on his palm was too soft, making him itchy and he let go. Little Yumian regained his freedom, and finally relaxed his neck and looked up into Pei Yiji's eyes. "Elder brother." Little Yumian smiled and said, "It looks good." Pei Yiji pretended to be expressionless and stretched out his hand to him, saying, "Hold on, I'll take you to find your mother." "Do you know where your mother is?" Little Yumian blinked, moved closer, tiptoed, and held Pei Yiji's hand. The overly soft touch almost made Pei Yiji unable to maintain his cool expression. "I know." Little Yumian raised his head and pointed to the top of his head, saying, "They are looking at the wood." Little Yumian has traveled around with Udaijin and Wagner since he was a child. Although he is very young, he has not only been to big rivers but also climbed light snow-capped mountains. But his soft and sticky appearance made Pei Yiji feel that he was just a delicate little bird. Wood. Pei Yiji frowned slightly. This winery was full of wood. He looked around. Although there were a few scattered tourists around, most of them were guided by staff members and were concentrating on looking at the display cases and scattered wine bottles. It seemed that none of them were the child's parents. Pei Yiji took little Yumian by the hand and worriedly looked for his parents, but the child himself did not look worried at all. Instead, he walked with him in the spacious and cool winery, looking quite excited. "Brother, what's your name?" Little Yumian asked in a low voice. The child spoke Chinese with a subtle accent, and some tones that shouldn't be emphasized were pronounced particularly clearly, which made Pei Yiji want to laugh. But he held it back and said solemnly, "Pei Yiji." Little Yumian didn't care whether he understood or not, and after saying, "Oh," he introduced himself. "My name is Yumian, Yu as in Yuki, and Mian as in Mianchan Luin." When the four-character idiom appeared, Pei Yiji couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, but he quickly pursed his lips to regain his cool expression and asked, "Do you know any idioms?" Curly puffed out his chest. "I'm 7 years old, of course I can." Pei Yiji took little Yumian around for quite a while but didn't see the other party's parents. He couldn't help but become more worried. Is he really lost? Just as Pei Yiji was about to ask the child if he remembered his family's phone number, the child beside him gently shook his arm. Pei Yiji lowered his head and saw Xiao Yumian pointing at a bottle of red wine beside him and asked in a low voice, "Is this wine sweet?" Pei Yiji was stunned, and after thinking for a few seconds, he answered, "It's sweet." Little Yumian let go of his hand and pinched his right index finger and thumb into a tiny gesture. "Brother, can I have a taste?" You can pick up the wines in the display cases in the winery and taste them at will. There was indeed a wine glass in front of the wine that Xiao Yumian was pointing at. But this proposal was still rejected by Pei Yiji. "No." Little Yumian immediately drooped his ears and asked, "Why? Can't I drink sweet wine?" Pei Yiji frowned when he heard the words drinking and smoking. His young face was deliberately stern when facing little Yumian. "Drinking alcohol will give you a headache and cause you to vomit. In short, it's very bad for your health," said Pei Yiji. Upon hearing that he had a headache and could vomit, little Yumian's eyes widened immediately, but his gaze was still glued to the display case. Pei Yiji realized that he couldn't divert his attention, so he bent down, picked the person up, and held him in his arms. "Let's go, find your mom and dad first." Little Yumian hugged Pei Yiji's neck and leaned against him intimately, whispering, "But you said it was sweet." He wants to taste all sweet foods. Pei Yiji realized what was wrong and said, "It is indeed sweet at first, but it will only be sweet for 2 seconds, and then it will be spicy." Little Yumian was shocked. "Spicy?" Pei Yiji explained vividly, "It's like giving you an injection on your tongue." After hearing the word, injection, little Yumian never mentioned drinking again. He lay in Pei Weiji's arms obediently the whole time, looking around with his amber eyes. Elder brother. Pei Weiji ignored him. Elder brother. Pei Weiji still didn't say anything. Sweetie. Pei Weiji suddenly stopped in his tracks and frowned. What are you yelling about? Seeing that Pei Weiji had attracted his attention, You Mian ignored his tone and just smiled happily, saying, there are drinks over there. Pei Weiji didn't even look at it and said, that's spicy too. Little You Mian exclaimed, France is really hot. Pei Weiji couldn't help feeling distressed for a moment when he heard this, but finally turned to a cake stand behind him. When Daijin and Wagner followed the address on the phone, they saw little You Mian and a boy about 14 or 15 years old sitting in front of a cake stand outside the winery. Every time little You Mian took a bite, he would turn around and ask Pei Weiji if he wanted to eat it. Only after getting the answer of no would he take the next bite. Then before taking the next bite, he would turn around and ask Pei Weiji if he wanted to eat it. But Pei Weiji always said, no. This strange and extremely patient scene made Daijin put away his worry all the way and laugh out loud. Sweetie, Wagner immediately went over. Little You Mian's curly hair shook, and he stood up from the bench in an instant. Dad. Pei Weiji took little You Mian by the hand and walked towards his parents. He finally figured out who the child had learned to call sweetie from. Daijin smiled gratefully at Pei Weiji and said, thank you for taking care of You Mian. Are you alone? Do you need our help to contact your family? Pei Weiji shook his head, he is very well behaved. I'm familiar with this area, so I don't need to contact my family. Thank you, Auntie. Daijin gently rubbed little You Mian's head and asked, did you say thank you after eating the cake your brother sent you? Little You Mian looked up and said, go ahead. Pei Weiji just waved his hand when he saw little You Mian, who had walked a few steps away, run back and hugged him gently, saying, brother, the cake is delicious. Goodbye, the child waved at him, his pair of jewel-like eyes were really beautiful. Pei Weiji subconsciously raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, saying, goodbye. It was not until Daijin carried little You Mian away that Pei Weiji heard little You Mian say in a vivid voice from a distance of more than 10 steps, Mom doesn't drink red wine. If she drinks red wine she will vomit. It still gives me a headache. Like an injection. Pei Weiji. The next day, Qian Li was still praising Pei Weiji for helping the child find his family yesterday. I didn't expect that my baby has learned to help others. Qian Li smiled while sitting in the cable car and said, you accompanied me to visit the winery for a day yesterday. How about taking you skiing today? Pei Weiji was wearing a ski suit and finally didn't have a sullen face like he did yesterday. But just as they took the cable car to climb halfway up the mountain, Pei Weiji was sitting on the snow tying his shoelaces when he suddenly heard a muffled voice from behind him, brother, covered by a mask. Pei Weiji was stunned. When he turned around, he saw a big-eyed child with chestnut curly hair running towards him. Little You Mian rushed into Pei Weiji's arms, looked up and shouted with a smile, brother, are you coming to ski too? Pei Weiji didn't react at first, until the curly hair rubbed his nose, then he came to his senses. He, whom I never thought I would meet again, listened to the lively voice beside me, and suddenly felt that this vacation seemed different from the previous ones and not so boring. Chapter 122. Looking at the two children rolling in a ball on the snow in the distance, Qian Li's eyes were filled with an extremely relieved smile. Brother. Little You Mian smiled and pounced on Pei Weiji, causing the boy's shoulders to be covered with soft snow. Pei Weiji, who always treated other people's kindness calmly, rarely showed his youthful appearance in front of You Mian. He also imitated You Mian's just-in-time method and put snow into the other's collar, causing his amber eyes to tremble due to the cold. Pei Weiji couldn't help but laugh when he saw little You Mian shivering and trying to grab snow. Squatting on the ground, round like a little panda. Little You Mian had no idea what Pei Weiji was thinking. She was making snowballs with a grunt, and suddenly stopped when she heard the laugh. The chestnut curly hair made the child in the ski suit look particularly cute. Therefore, when he looked up at Pei Weiji from bottom to top with this curly hair, the boy who was still smiling just now not only did not restrain his expression, but his eyebrows and eyes became more vivid and he said, I asked you to tease me, are you cold? Humph. Little You Mian squeezed the snowball in his hand fiercely and shouted, "Biu-biu-biu." Pei Weiji easily dodged the egg-sized snowball without any sneak attack. Little You Mian stood there in a daze, and then Pei Yiji threw a handful of snow on his head. Little You Mian. Pei Yiji's laughter became clearer and clearer. Little You Mian's nose was red, and the ends of his curly hair were covered with a lot of snow. He stood there in a daze, looking silly. Before he could get angry, Pei Yiji immediately bent down and handed Xiao Yumian a snowball in his hand. The snowball was several times bigger than the one he had just made, almost as big as an ugly orange. Look carefully, this is called a snowball. Pei Yiji said. Little Yumian held the snowball in his hand and snorted, then turned around and threw it into Pei Yiji's collar. Pei Yiji. After throwing the snowball, Little Yumian ran away, and Pei Yiji immediately chased after him. Laughter echoed throughout the ski resort. The fact that two children, 8 years apart in age, could have so much fun in a foreign country made the three parents standing next to the ski resort smile knowingly. During the time Qinli was chatting with Daijin, she found out that their upcoming itineraries had many similarities. Daijin and Wagner were collecting folk songs while traveling with You Mian. Qianli took Pei Yiji out during the summer vacation to relax. Seeing that Little You Mian and Pei Yiji were having so much fun, Qinli and Daijin agreed to adjust their subsequent schedules to be consistent in order to give the two children more time to play. They saw the elephants and antelopes that Little You Mian had been longing for in the Kilimanjaro Conservation Area in Tanzania. Ancient dinosaur fossils were explored in the Badlands, which had been corroded into bizarre shapes. Watching the lava falls at Kilauea volcano in Hawaii. Danube River, Gold Coast, Machu Picchu. When Little You Mian started to see the world, he was not only accompanied by his family and parents but also Pei Yiji. His understanding of the world began from this long journey, and his meeting and acquaintance with Pei Yiji also began from this journey. At the end of the more than 1 month journey, Little You Mian shed tears at the departure airport. He hugged Pei Yiji's waist tightly, turned his head to look at Daijin, and said, "Mom, can I go back with my brother?" Pei Yiji also placed his hand on Little You Mian's shoulder and patted it gently. Judging from the way they are reluctant to part, Little You Mian has become close to Pei Yiji and doesn't want to leave. The jade-carved and powdered child cried and begged, which made Daijin hesitate. She and Qianli had already made many plans for this planned farewell and thought it was very easy. However, she didn't expect that as soon as she entered the airport and heard that Pei Yiji was going back to class, Little You Mian started crying. When Little You Mian cried, she didn't make any noise. Instead, she pursed her lips and shed tears gently. Her quiet and pitiful appearance could instantly soften people's hearts without warning. Wagner shrugged helplessly, indicating that he couldn't do it. Daijin also sighed and looked at Qianli. The two children almost ate and lived together and accompanied each other for more than a month. During this month, they watched the two children become more familiar with each other and closer. Pei Yiji, who has always been cold and brutal, obviously also places You Mian in a very important position. No one can cure You Mian from crying, only Pei Yiji can. So when the three adults stood there helplessly, Pei Yiji held Little You Mian's head, rubbed his soft curly hair, and said, "I'm going to class now. When you have class, you can come find me and we can study together." Pei Yiji's voice has not changed yet, and it is clear and crisp, with a certain calmness that his peers do not have. Little You Mian has indeed reached the age to enter the first grade. Daijin mentioned this a few days ago. So the next second after Pei Yiji said this, You Mian turned around and sobbed, "Mom, I want to go to the same school as my brother." Daijin looked at Qianli in embarrassment, and Qianli blinked. Brother studies at Huajiang No. 1 middle school. If Mian wants to play with brother again, she must study hard. Qianli leaned over and hugged Little You Mian, and kissed the child's forehead affectionately. Pei Yiji wiped away Little You Mian's tears, nodded solemnly, and said, "You can do it." Daijin held Little You Mian in his arms and watched her hand her mailbox to Pei Yiji at the security checkpoint. The child learned his father's romanticism. At a time when mail delivery was slow, he did not choose to exchange mobile phone contact information. Instead, he told Pei Yiji the mailbox address in front of his home. And he asked, "Brother, please write to me every week, and I will send you postcards every week." Pei Yiji stood in front of the security checkpoint and waved at You Mian, saying firmly, "I will." The dark pupils were as beautiful as when they first appeared, and they made Little You Mian smile softly. The tears on her cheeks were gradually wiped away. Little You Mian buried her head in Yu Daijan's neck and whispered, "Mom, I want to study hard." Yu Daijan and Wagner looked at each other and said with a smile, "Okay." After passing through the security check and no longer seeing Xiao Yumian, Qianli sighed heavily. It is only now that the reluctance to leave emerges in the adults' minds. Qianli looked at Pei Yiji, who was adjusting his coat beside him, and asked, "Baby, are you also reluctant to leave your brother?" Pei Yiji frowned at the word, brother, and said, Mian is not a younger brother." Qianli chuckled softly, "He is younger than you." Pei Yiji thought for a while and replied, "That's not my brother either." Qianli said helplessly, Okay, then do you think Mian is your brother?" Pei Yiji once again thought of little Yumian calling him brother, and his brows relaxed a little. Pei Yiji turned his head and looked at Qianli, and said seriously, Mian is neither a younger brother nor an older brother. Mian is just Mian in my heart. There is no need for a pronoun to fix it, Yumian is Yumian. Qianli smiled and patted Pei Yiji's shoulder, and cherished the friendship between the two children even more. When seeing 3 piles of various postcards and letters neatly arranged in the room, You Mian finally realized that there was an 8-year age difference between him and Pei Yiji, and that his promise of studying together when they parted was simply impossible to achieve. Now Pei Yiji is in high school, and You Mian is still learning multiplication. Thinking that she had been cheated, You Mian ate 3 bowls of rice that night and did not open the letter sent by Pei Yiji immediately. The reason why Yu Daijan was in trouble at the airport was not because of anything else, but because she and Wagner had already completed the admission procedures for You Mian in France. They had the most professional way of judging. As soon as You Mian showed extraordinary talent in colors and mathematics, they immediately contacted their professional friends and chose the Yipei Primary School in France among colleges and universities around the world. Yipei Primary School focuses on discovering students' talents. During the 5-year teaching period, students independently choose and determine their future development path. Of course, apart from these special classes, the rest are no different from ordinary primary schools. Yu Daijan carefully selected the school and hired a special Chinese teacher to give You Mian Chinese lessons. At first, little You Mian was crying and looking for brother Pei Yiji, until the class teacher took out the colorful color cards, his tears stopped and his little hand stretched out towards the orange. Although Pei Yiji seldom comes to France, his presence is always present in You Mian's life. From elementary school to middle school, and then to high school, Pei Yiji's letters arrived on time every week. The two of them had countless topics to talk about. Pei Yiji, who was still young at that time, would help little You Mian solve academic problems in letters, writing his solutions neatly on the letter paper in a sharp and vigorous handwriting. As for little You Mian's difficulty in making friends, Pei Yiji, who is far away on the other side of the ocean, will give a solution as soon as possible. They talked about each other's lives, knew all the other friends around each other, and knew all of each other's secrets. Each piece of letter became an unbreakable bond and fetter between them. The intimacy between the two people not only did not become distant due to the distance between the two countries, but instead became stronger through these postcards. Every important occasion of You Mian was photographed by Yu Daijan with his camera, and the carefully selected photos would be solemnly put into envelopes by You Mian and flown to Huajiang. You Mian also often received photos of Pei Yiji taken by Qianli. The young man stood in front of the graduation ceremony with a stern face, as if he knew where the photo would be sent, so his eyes were softer than usual. You Mian would put a Polaroid selfie of herself that was blown up after the rain in an envelope, and would also send out a whole page of ha 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 meaninglessly. Pei Yiji would not say that he was wasting the letter or anything like that, but instead he sent a whole page of periods neatly, showing his helplessness when he received the letter. After receiving the reply, You Mian lay down on the bed and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Letters took too long, and both of them were increasingly busy with schoolwork, so You Mian wrote down her cell phone contact information in the letters as soon as she entered high school. The internet has turned a once-a-week conversation into a terrifying anytime, anywhere event. Pei Yiji's phone message alert tone has never stopped since then. You Mian would take pictures of the snails crawling slowly on the windowsill and send them to me, as well as pictures of the sunset in France and the messy sculpture table during breaks. Pei Yiji accepted all of this and followed suit in his daily life. However, compared to You Mian's colorful life, Pei Yiji's seems much more boring. His desk is always clean and tidy, and the gray and black tones make people not interested in further questions. If one has to say what is lovely about it, Bai Yiji thinks it is the countless colorful postcards that You Mian sent in the letter. The fonts on the postcard are big and round, and look very cute. Their conversations became all the time after they were freed from the shackles of once a week. After You Mian accidentally clicked on the video call, the situation became out of control. Their chat time changed from half an hour at the beginning to 1 or 2 hours later. Only when Yu Daijin called out from downstairs would You Mian hurriedly hang up the phone. They accompanied each other, confided in each other, and naturally became the two closest people in the world. Baby sickness is not enough to describe this relationship. Their bond transcends time and distance, with soul resonance as the medium. Bai Yiji, as always, never called him his younger brother. In his heart, You Mian was just You Mian and no other substitute was needed. And the way You Mian addressed Bai Yiji was always changing, from brother at the beginning, to Bai Yiji later, and then to Mr. Bai, when he knew that Bai Yiji was about to start a business. The letters in the bedroom piled up more and more, and time passed quickly. An architectural design company, Journey Lollapalooza, JL for short, emerged overnight in the bustling business center of Huajiang City. Perhaps because the name Journey Lollipop is too childish, business partners usually just use JL to represent this fast-growing construction company. In just a few months, JL expanded its territory from an architectural design company to an investor in major design show stages in Huajiang City and even in surrounding influential cities. Subsequently, it not only began to build the JL brand, but also founded JL Haute Couture. JL was very popular for a while, and soon after, it successfully went public with assets worth tens of billions. You Mian carefully wrote the two words, President Bai, in a letter and sent his congratulations. He was used to celebrating such important events with letters. However, at the end of the letter, You Mian still complained softly, actually, I think the name Journey Lollapalooza is very good. I'm not bragging as a name picker. Maybe brother can consider using the full name more often. You Mian smiled embarrassedly, and then wrote the two words, You Mian, at the end of the letter. Compared to Bai Yiji's popularity in Huajiang City, You Mian in Paris, France is actually not much behind. The young sculptor made a name for himself in the sculpture art circle with his solo exhibition in high school. Everyone envied this young genius. Not only did You Mian excel in color and sculpture, he was even praised by the master for his musical performance. Paris almost became You Mian's Paris. In response, Bai Yiji immediately sent a letter to celebrate You Mian's first solo exhibition. The two chatted intermittently on a video call backstage until the end of the exhibition. Bai Yiji never misses any of You Mian's activities. The handsome boy ran out from the two-story building, his steps full of vitality, his chestnut-brown curly hair fluttering in the wind, and his amber eyes sparkling with light. After the solo exhibition, You Mian declined numerous media interviews and directly booked a flight back home. Yu Daijin and Wagner traveled around the world, and You Mian took advantage of this rare leisure time and immediately ran to the airport. He didn't tell anyone, not even to Bai Yiji, with whom he had just finished a phone call, about his next itinerary. Everyone thought he would attend the sculpture exhibition celebration party and enjoy the fame. But by then You Mian had already boarded the plane back home. He was like a soaring white bird, flying freely to wherever he wanted to go without any constraints. Until the long-distance flight spanning more than 10 hours across day and night landed. You Mian turned on his cell phone and sent a text message to Bai Yiji. Mr. Bai, please pick me up at the airport, smiley face. The remark is brother, but he insists on calling him Mr. Bai. Bai Yiji responded to the text message very quickly. Before You Mian could even turn off his phone, the other end of the line showed that the other party was typing a line of words. But after waiting for a few seconds, You Mian still didn't get a response. It was not until he stood up and picked up his luggage that Bai Yiji's reply rang out. Coming soon. From the middle school entrance examination to the college entrance examination, and then to starting a company, Bai Yiji has been very busy in recent years. Although the two had met several times before, You Mian felt that time passed so quickly every time. But now he no longer has to be held back by tedious schoolwork. When walking out of the security check, You Mian was stunned into a pair of dark eyes. Bai Yiji is tall and strong, with broad shoulders and a gentle look in his eyes. He stands in the airport hall with an upright posture. You Mian went up to him with a smile, surprise. Even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, they didn't feel the slightest bit of strangeness or awkwardness. The other person is standing in front of me now, separated by letters, messages and screens, and I am filled with endless joy. When the two adults hugged each other again, some emotions suddenly began to burst out from their hearts. But at that time they didn't quite understand and just thought that the reunion was too joyful. You Mian took out a small sculpture that he had promised to give to Pei Yg and said with a smile, "This thing is very heavy and can't fit in the envelope, so I brought it to you personally." Pei Yg lowered his long eyelashes and smiled deeply, his arms unconsciously hugging You Mian tightly. The man's handsome appearance made You Mian's heart skip a beat. He said, "Thank you, Mian Mian." The airport was bustling with people, and the noise could not mask You Mian's heartbeat, or perhaps it was the heartbeat of both of them. The sunlight shines obliquely outside the glass roof, seagulls are singing, and the trees are lush and green. The sun is shining brightly in Huajiang City, and it is a rare beautiful sunny day. Chapter 123. 2 summers have passed since Pei Yg came to Paris, and he is ready to welcome the arrival of the third summer with You Mian. The sun outside the window gradually sets, and pink and orange are painted on the open garden in the front yard of the small 3-story villa. You Mian's sculpture table is placed in the garden's sunniest spot. At this moment, the plaster wrapped in plastic film is in a semi-dry state, waiting for its owner to come and reopen it for shaping. "Mr. Pei, are you sure you just need to cut the vegetables?" The foreign maid looked at the dishes in the kitchen that had not yet been cooked, took off her scarf hesitantly and asked. Pei Yg put down the computer and stood up. The man was wearing a neatly ironed black shirt with all the buttons buttoned to the top. The muscles of his arms under the fabric were firm and smooth. He took a step with his long legs, and his movements were extremely chic and natural. "I'm sure." Pei Yg nodded solemnly and walked into the kitchen. When the maid saw this, he didn't ask any more questions, just smiled and left. She knew that today was Mr. Yu's birthday. In the past, President Pei and Mr. Yu would always go out to celebrate on this day, but she didn't expect that this year President Pei wanted to cook himself. Pei Yg stood at the kitchen counter with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms. The man had a silver ring on his right ring finger. As he put tomatoes into the pot, the veins on the back of his hand bulged slightly. When Pei Yg was the only one left in the room, he frowned helplessly. Cooking was harder than he thought. But when he thought of the surprise gift You Mian gave him on his birthday last year, Pei Yg was determined to make this dish. Time passed little by little, and the heat from the kitchen made Pei Yg's eyes and eyebrows more handsome. In the misty air, he raised his eyes to look at the retro clock on the wall. 5:40. Pei Yg immediately put down the work in his hands and walked to the entrance, picked up the car keys and rushed to the gate of Creus. The timing was just right. Pei Yg lowered the car window and leaned on the window sill by the roadside when he saw You Mian walking out of the school. The weather in April was not very hot. You Mian wore a light blue shirt and held 2 books in his hands. He had an upright posture and a tall and slender figure. His overly eye-catching good looks made it impossible for people around him not to focus their attention on him. Several foreign girls surrounded him enthusiastically, seemingly asking questions related to the course. However, You Mian's expression remained polite and courteous. Several students walked out of the school gate and waved goodbye to You Mian happily. Her chestnut brown curls looked especially soft in the orange afternoon light. Pei Yg watched quietly, his eyes fixed with a smile. Finally, You Mian saw him. When those amber eyes saw Pei Yg, they instantly showed a gentle and warm surprise, changing from their previous distant and polite attitude to become instantly friendly and lovely. Pei Yg was moved by this change. You Mian's pace changed from leisurely to brisk. He walked to the car in a few steps, bent down and smiled, and asked, "Where are you going?" Pei Yg's dark eyes, which had always been determined to win, suddenly trembled slightly at this question. He thought of the messy kitchen and the maid who had confidently agreed to leave, and his hands gripped the steering wheel more tightly. Pei Yg immediately started Plan B, raised his eyes calmly, smiled deeply, and said, "Get in the car." You Mian got into the car without question and watched Pei Yg lead him to the top of the mountain where few people had been. The trees on both sides of the driveway became more and more lush, and the lush green that covered the sky made You Mian feel happy. They drove towards Qingshan towards the sunset. Along the way, You Mian looked out the window, feeling very comfortable. Is the bottle of beef sauce my mother sent delicious? Pei Yg smiled helplessly and explained this topic without a beginning or an end. She was secretly asking if you like it. You Mian was instantly attracted by Pei Yig's voice. He tilted his head and said, I like it very much. I finished that bottle a few days ago. Qian Li also sent him a text message in the morning, asking him to pay attention to seasonal climate changes and not to catch a cold. When You Mian mentioned this, Pei Yg deliberately made a sound of displeasure. She actually forgot about me, her biological son. You Mian laughed heartily. Aunt Qian likes me more. Pei Yg nodded without hesitation. She did. Although the two of them had already returned home once during the Chinese New Year, their family members were always thinking about them while they were abroad. The relationship between You Mian and Pei Yg was completely exposed at Pei's house at that time. Everything You Mian worried about did not happen. The Pei family happily accepted the fact that Pei Yg had a new lover. Such warmth and tolerance still make You Mian feel emotional. He suddenly remembered the press interview at the end of the Star Cup final a few years ago. Why did you choose the sunflower as the finishing touch? Does it have any special meaning? Amid the flashing lights, You Mian replied, it was really a headache for me to choose the flower in the end. As soon as You Mian said this, all the media got wind of it and immediately concluded that there was something fishy going on here. So when the microphone got closer, You Mian smiled and said, but then there was a chance. After a few seconds of pause, You Mian changed the word, opportunity, to, reunion. A chance reunion made me realize that the sunflower is a flower that embodies the spirit of fearlessness. It's not as gentle as an iris, nor as warm and lovely as a daisy. It's full of life-giving energy. I knew then that the finishing touch had to be the sunflowers. When You Mian said these words, the scene of Song Jung rushing into the fire scene and Song Weiping's words came to his mind. Song Jung doesn't like white daisies, he likes sunflowers. Song Jung's care and the Pei family's unconditional love made You Mian have no regrets in family ties. Pei Yg seemed to be aware of You Mian's mood at the moment. The man grabbed You Mian's hand and interlocked their fingers. You Mian turned his head to look at him. The man's tall nose made him look very handsome, which made him forget his previous emotion. They arrived at a high ground when the pink sunset was at its peak. The tents and food that Pei Yg had prepared in advance were placed on the green ground, and there was also a telescope in front of the empty tent. Rows of fireworks boxes have yet to be opened. As soon as You Mian got out of the car, he was stunned by the sunset in front of him. Continuous patches of pink and green spread across the nearby sky, as if you can touch them with your hand. You Mian smiled and turned around, saying, foul, I'll have to rack my brains again on your birthday next time. Pei Yg gently rubbed You Mian's forehead, and the two embraced each other in the sunset. Pei Yg whispered, I'll be happy no matter what you give me. You Mian held Pei Yig's hand, and the silver rings on their ring fingers gently bumped against each other, making a crisp ding-dong sound. Looking at the tent behind them, they simultaneously recalled the scene from the previous show. The heavy rain seems to have happened just yesterday. Pei Yg and You Mian tidied up the tent in a tacit and intimate manner. The double tent has a lot of space, but it is smaller than the original tent of the program crew. After You Mian finished getting her sleeping bag ready, she heard Pei Yg ask softly from behind her, were you embarrassed at the time? You Mian was startled, and his thoughts returned to that time following Pei Yig's question. The hot and embarrassing solitude in Pei Yig's overly oppressive aura made him smile speechlessly whenever he thought about it now. Raising her amber eyes, You Mian smiled gently and hooked Pei Yig's calf with the tip of her shoe. Yeah. You Mian held his hands behind his back and stretched out the ending of the tone lazily, his tone seductive, I'm scared to death. The You Mian back then would never have dared to do this. Pei Yg raised his hand with a serious look and grabbed You Mian's ankle. Glancing down, black suit pants and leather shoes. His You Mian is now used to wearing suits and being addressed as, sir. Pei Yg was well aware of all these changes. Since they had been together, they had never missed any important moments of each other. Facing You Mian's smiling eyes, Pei Yg of course accepted it all. He pressed You Mian down and fell on the soft cushion. Outside the wide open curtain of the tent, he could see the magnificent sunset in the distance, and through the open skylight above his head, he could see the crystal blue sky. You Mian lay with his head tilted back in the orange-pink sunset, letting the spring scenery kiss his face. Pei Yg asked hoarsely, but now it seems that you are not afraid at all. You Mian tilted his head, I've seen the most ruthless you. Pei Yiji raised his eyebrows, waiting for You Mian's next words. You Mian lazily raised his eyes and smiled softly, with the momentum of plucking hair from a lion's head, and said, nothing more than that. Pei Yiji was amused by this provocation. You are the biggest on my birthday. Pei Yiji leaned over and kissed You Mian's ear. After You Mian succeeded, he smiled so hard that his eyebrows curved. After the sun completely set, the night wind became cooler. Pei Yiji and You Mian sat at the door of the tent, and Pei Yiji solemnly placed candles on the cake. You Mian could tell at a glance who made the cake in front of him. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. Pei Yiji held a sweet orange birthday cake with the words, You Mian, be happy forever, in his arms. The candlelight and starlight illuminated Pei Yiji's deep eyes filled with love. Pei Yiji watched You Mian quietly make a wish. In the darkness, You Mian closed his eyes and made a wish. I hope that the people I love and the people who love me will not be disturbed by wind and rain, will not be hesitant or lost, but will be clear and happy. You Mian never fulfilled the wishing process, so he only thought of one and then opened his eyes. The darkness before my eyes disappeared completely, and my eyes were filled with glowing stars and the gaze of my lover. His night blindness was gone and he could already see the starry sky. Pei Yiji smiled solemnly and held the cake in front of You Mian. Blow out the candles, baby. As You Mian blew, the candlelight fell, and the starlight and moonlight became brighter. Thinking of everything Pei Yiji had prepared when he first arrived in Paris, including the treating physician, You Mian's heart softened again. The evening breeze blows. You Mian looked at Pei Yiji with a smile and said loudly, I love you, Pei Yiji. Pei Yiji was cutting the cake. Hearing this, his eyes softened. He turned his head to look at You Mian and responded in a hoarse voice, I love you, too. You Mian gave all her love to Pei Yiji. Pei Yiji became his trust, his weakness, and even his armor. You Mian's love is firm and certain, and will never waver. Happy birthday. Pei Yiji lowered his head and kissed You Mian's eyes, Mian. The third summer is about to come. The spring breeze wraps the comfortable starry sky, and everything within sight is brilliant. You Mian took a bite of the cake and smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed. Pei Yiji just pursed his lips when You Mian asked with a smile, you did it, right? Pei Yiji thought, isn't it delicious? You Mian shook his head and swallowed the orange in one gulp. Don't you have confidence in yourself? It was just a tacit understanding and subconsciousness, but You Mian easily identified that this was a cake made by Pei Yiji himself. Pei Yiji smiled helplessly, and his smile made You Mian feel itchy. They kissed with an orange flavor. You Mian's night blindness is mostly due to psychological reasons, so the treatment time is neither long nor short. It was not until a year later that Pei Yiji finally felt comfortable moving out the telescope he had bought long ago. The wind on the top of the mountain blew You Mian's hair. He walked towards the telescope curiously, and under Pei Yiji's guidance, he focused his eyes on the lens. The mountain winds beside him seemed to stop at this moment, and the universe in the darkness opened up to him. This is starlight that spans tens of millions of years, and it is also the first time that You Mian has seen such a magnificent sight with his own eyes. Mian. Pei Yiji's voice rang out at this moment, wrapped in stardust, cold and low. You Mian took a few steps back in a daze, and when he lowered his head, he saw Pei Yiji kneeling on one knee with an open red velvet ring box in his hand. Lying quietly inside was a pair of golden rings that were much more gorgeous than the ones they were currently wearing. You Mian's throat immediately became dry, and his fingers curled up unconsciously in excitement. With several loud bangs around, all the fireworks that had not been unpacked were ignited. Huge colorful fireworks bloomed in the sky, reflecting Pei Yiji's face, which looked very nervous at the moment. You Mian looked at Pei Yiji's eyes filled with fireworks, her heartbeat gradually quickened, and her eardrums vibrated. Pei Yiji looked up at him, his eyes extremely gentle. He asked, will you marry me? Sign a contract and become my lover under the gaze of thousands of people. I will never regret it. Pei Yiji's voice was a little choked, and his dark eyes had never trembled like this before. You Mian heard Pei Yiji continue to speak and asked, are you willing to? Will you always be the lover who stands shoulder to shoulder with me? Right now, right here, right now. Everything seems to be a surprise, but it also seems that there is a traceable path from beginning to end. You Mian's eyes turned red uncontrollably, and her heartbeat became faster and louder, until her chest could no longer bear it, and the blood rushed in front of her eyes, wetting her vision. The moonlight shone on his face, creating a throbbing look. Pei Weiji's hands were shaking, and You Mian's voice was also trembling. But half a second later, You Mian nodded without hesitation, "I do. There is no other answer to this question except, I do." Pei Weiji stood up with red eyes. The two exchanged rings under the starry sky. This time it is no longer a silver ring representing being single, but a gold ring representing marriage. The heavy weight made You Mian and Pei Weiji unable to calm down as they looked at each other. They hugged each other tightly, with their hearts close to each other. The clock struck midnight, sounding melodiously from the tower at the foot of the mountain. The fireworks above their heads had not yet stopped, and the loud bangs seemed to materialize the sound of heartbeats, and the noise exploded in the sky, as if the whole world was celebrating for them. At the same time, You Mian's cell phone and Pei Weiji's cell phone notification tones rang at the same time. Countless birthday wishes came from across the ocean, including Qian Li, Qin Lan, Guan Tong, Shen Nanzhao, Fang Zhaofeng. Including countless people. A few seconds later, Vivian saw that Mr. Pei, who had posted 3 messages about You Mian in his circle of friends in one day after going abroad, posted a picture and text at exactly midnight. The photo shows a pair of hands clasped together, with a golden ring on each ring finger. The text reads, "Happy birthday to Mian, April 16th. At the same time, You Mian's long silent Weibo also published a new blog post. "With my love." Just like the picture posted by Pei Weiji, You Mian's photo was enlarged again and again by onlookers and fans. Finally, they captured the 2 cursive characters that were specially written on the picture. "Got engaged." In an instant, the entire network was shocked. But these front-page headlines had little impact on You Mian and Pei Weiji, who were far away abroad. They spent a happy and comfortable engagement night in each other's arms in the tent. Express your love for each other to the extreme. The next morning, just as You Mian and Pei Weiji returned home, Pei Weiji's footsteps suddenly became hurried. You Mian followed in confusion, and as soon as he walked through the door he saw the mess in the room. Pei Weiji held his forehead and smiled helplessly. He told the maid who was going to clean up yesterday that she didn't need to come, but he didn't expect that the first plan would fail, resulting in the house still remaining in the same state as before he left last night. You Mian leaned against the door and laughed unceremoniously, "I miscalculated." Pei Weiji raised his eyebrows handsomely. But at this moment, amidst the smell of cake that filled the room, there was suddenly a slight movement. You Mian was shocked. Before he could react, a puppy happily jumped out from under the cake box. You Mian stood blankly at the door, stunned by the situation for a moment. Woof woof. A little golden retriever with a pink bow tied around its belly wagged its tail violently and fluttered as it ran towards You Mian. Pei Weiji smiled with a domineering look, and there was no trace of helplessness in his dark eyes. It was clear that everything was under his control. You Mian was bumped into by the little golden retriever. He hugged the puppy in surprise and let it lick his fingers. Pei Weiji turned around and walked to the door, smiled and leaned over to embrace the dazed and surprised You Mian. "Surprise," he said in a deep voice. You Mian had wanted to have a puppy for a long time, but he was busy with his schoolwork and Pei Weiji's work was also complicated. Both of them had very little free time, so they had to postpone the matter of raising a dog again and again. You Mian didn't expect the dog to arrive at this time. "It's just right and perfect." You Mian raised her head to kiss the corner of Pei Weiji's lips. The little golden retriever in her arms kept wagging its tail happily while the two of them were being intimate. Pei Weiji leaned against You Mian and said with a smile, "Give it a name." You Mian rubbed the little golden retriever's head, and its round, dark pupils were looking at him curiously. "Genius." The little golden retriever barked. Pei Weiji immediately held the puppy's head and said, "This is my exclusive name, you are not allowed to give it to it." You Mian smiled and changed the name, then tentatively called out, "Surprise." The little golden retriever had no idea that Pei Weiji was jealous. It just wagged its tail and barked excitedly. You Mian kissed the little golden retriever's head affectionately and said, "Surprise." This was a surprise Pei Weiji gave him, so let's call it a surprise. The nickname is Shishi, which means joy. You Mian said with a smile. Pei Weiji hugged him and said okay. In the following week, countless media outlets were trying hard to get the latest information about Pei Weiji and You Mian so that they could release first-hand information in the country. One of the reporters went to great lengths to establish connections, and finally, after going through many hands, found Krius's direct junior, You Mian, and paid a large sum of money to ask him to send him a screenshot of You Mian's moments. A few seconds later, under the expectant gazes of several reporters, French students sent a few pictures. When they clicked on it, it was not the sweet photo they had imagined, nor was it a side shot showing their affection. It turned out to be a puppy grinning at the camera with great happiness. The little golden retriever runs towards the camera with its tail wagging, and its barking sounds fill the entire 8-second video. Among the dozens of blog posts in the entire circle of friends, except for the one on April 16, the rest did not mention either You Mian or Bai Lin. Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment. This was completely different from what they thought. But after all, a lot of money has been spent and it cannot be left to sit there. So that afternoon, a piece of entertainment news that made countless viewers laugh and cry became a hot topic on Weibo. Hashtag You Mian and Bai Lin's engagement gift, golden retriever surprise hash. Chapter 124. In the super topic of cotton cultivation base. I heard that director Hong's new variety show is about to start filming. Have you heard about it, sisters? The official blog has not been published yet, but it seems that someone has published a Reuters report. Is it still a romance show? I guess so. It's a couple travel variety show. What are the young couple doing? I miss them so much crying. Since my brother Mian went abroad to study for a doctorate, there has been too little sugar. JL's official blog is not open at all. Ha 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 ha, didn't they just release the engagement sweet news a few days ago? Mian also posted on Weibo. Pointing, it's just a drop in the bucket. Forget it, eating cold food may be my fate. Congratulations on your engagement, and by the way, ask for some candy, even just a photo together. Mian has more business surprises now. At least he has a Weibo post now, not like a missing person before, ha 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 ha. The little chicken feathers are so cute. After the end of Matching Heartbeat, it seems that only Guantong is the most active in business. His channel has almost 3 million fans now, so he is considered a big blogger. I met Shen Nanjiao by chance in Italy. He was even more gentle in person than in the show. I miss the days when I followed variety shows. I have watched several shows like crazy. Add one more for forming a flower. The cotton workers in the super topic lost contact with You Mian and Bai Lin after the show ended. Not only do these two people not do business at all, they also rarely post on Weibo. So this huge group of cotton workers were scattered everywhere, trying their best to find sugar. Occasionally, some foreign art exhibition organizers would release photos with You Mian, and a few snapshots of You Mian sitting in the sculpture room would also appear sporadically on Clios's external forum. And these are the few channels through which fans can get news about You Mian now. It's so cold that I'm going crazy. The enthusiasm for shipping the couple during the show gradually faded, and the number of active people in the cotton-based super topic also decreased. Almost no new Weibo posts were seen throughout the morning, but there were a lot of comments. They gathered together to talk and laugh, and had everything except candy. But this situation was broken at a very ordinary moment this morning. When all the cotton workers thought that the ranking of the cotton bases super topic would continue to decline every day, a forwarded blog post was suddenly pushed to the front page of the super topic. Look what I found. Director Hong's new variety show, Island Adventure, invited Mian and Mr. Pai to participate in the live broadcast of the first hot spot. As soon as this news came out, the dull atmosphere in the entire super topic changed instantly, and countless comments came in. It seemed that the previous calm and boring scene was all an illusion, and a single stone caused 1,000 ripples. The blog post was quickly forwarded. Where does this news come from? Is it authentic? Hasn't there been enough people who slipped away in the past 2 years? Before I saw the official list, I didn't believe any of them. Once bitten, you'll be afraid of the rope for 10 years. It's better to be safe, although I'm already screaming. First hot live broadcast, so hard to pronounce, what kind of program is it? Nowadays, there will be promotion before the new variety show is broadcast. Young Guanqing has participated in the advance live broadcast of several actor programs. To put it bluntly, it is to create popularity for the program that will be broadcast later and increase the audience. The person who posted the information is a marketing account, not reliable. First show after engagement. So much looking forward to it. Hold steady, don't panic. Ah. Is this true? This information seems a bit fake. Has Mian returned to China? I checked the ticketing app and found that a flight from Paris to China landed an hour ago. Whether it's true or not, I'll do it first. Just when everyone wanted to believe it but didn't dare to, the popularity of fans' comments and reposts directly pushed the marketing account that released the explosive content to the top of the hot search list. The cotton workers panicked when they saw this. Who would have thought that after more than 2 years, their fan base would still be so large? I don't know if this is a real trending search, but it won't cause any trouble if it's on the top, right? I'd better keep silent for now. Yes, don't get excited yet. However, the situation soon turned around. To everyone's astonishment, Director Hong's personal Weibo account actually retweeted the blog post 10 minutes later. Hong Sheng, at You Mian, at Bai Lin, can you two first scout out the way for our other guests on Lonely Island Adventure? Director Hong spoke personally and directly confirmed the authenticity of the news. Now no one was wondering whether it was true or false, and no one hesitated or restrained themselves anymore. Everyone started to celebrate. Lifetime series. Ah, I'm running around the dormitory right now after hearing the news. I'm so excited, ha 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 ha. Get the melon seeds and peanuts ready, and get the whole process video ready. Wow, I am so greedy. I was very happy when I saw it was a live broadcast before, but now that I know it is confirmed, I actually want Mian and Mr. Pai to record the whole episode together. Why don't they record the whole episode? Who is not a husband and wife? In the bustling and spacious airport with people coming and going, You Mian followed Bai Lin with sleepy eyes, with the brim of his hat lowered, holding only a light blue jacket of the perfect thickness in his hand. Bai Lin pushed the luggage while holding You Mian in his right hand. The extremely tall and strong man attracted the attention of other people in the airport as soon as he appeared. As Bai Lin walked out, he listened to You Mian answering the phone in a daze. Well, just arrived, You Mian said to Hong Sheng on the other end of the phone. Hong Sheng's excited and joyful tone seemed to jump out through the screen. After hanging up the phone, Bai Lin leaned over and asked in a deep voice, what did he say? You Mian rubbed his eyes after more than 10 hours of sleep on the long-distance flight, and said in a hoarse voice, Director Hong said that someone will come to the airport to pick us up, and asked us to pay attention to the staff holding the sign. Upon hearing this, Bai Lin looked around and immediately spotted a young male staff member standing not far away. When the other party saw that they were finally looking at him, he waved the sign even harder. This way, this way. You Mian slowed down her pace, tidied her hair, and finally became much more awake in the breeze blowing through the door. Several staff members took their luggage over very skillfully and quickly. You Mian saw that they were all acquaintances from the recording of Matching Heartbeat, and now there was a bit of the feeling of old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. The youngest one of them smiled and said, the live broadcast will not start until the afternoon. The hotel and restaurant facilities on the island are complete. Let's take Brother Mian and President Pai to rest first. You Mian was slightly stunned. Now, go directly to the island. He did not forget the word, isolated island, that Director Hong said when introducing the new program. How come the facilities on the island are so complete now? The staff member seemed to see his confusion and explained with a smile, actually, they are two adjacent islands. One is the tourist island that I just mentioned, which has been developed. The other is a deserted island whose development application has not yet been approved. It is completely correct to call it an isolated island. Bai Lin nodded slightly, thinking that this was truly Hong Sheng's style. A group of people walked out of the airport in a large crowd. The young staff member in charge smiled and said, fly a helicopter. You Mian blinked, then sat on the helicopter arranged by the program team and flew to the tourist island with Bai Lin. To talk about how they decided to participate in the advance live broadcast of Hong Sheng's new program, we have to mention the gift Hong Sheng gave to You Mian on her birthday. You Mian and Bai Lin were not opposed to doing another live broadcast. Since Hong Sheng had brought it up, they had no intention of refusing. On that desolate afternoon, the only sounds on the deserted island were insects and flying birds. As soon as the live broadcast room screen was opened, thousands of viewers crowded in immediately. Faced with the deserted island scene with only 3 seats and no one around, barrages of comments in the live broadcast room flew everywhere. Hasn't it started yet? Someone posted a leak about Mian and President Pai on the super topic. They are really here. Hurry up, I miss them so much, I haven't seen such a live chat event for a long time. After all, it was a pre-release live broadcast for a promotional variety show, so Hong Sheng didn't keep people on suspense. When a gust of sea breeze blew by, Hong Sheng walked into the camera first in a suit, holding a cue card in his hand, looking like a host. Ha 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 ha, what the hell? Director Hong changed his career. Ha 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 ha. The first live broadcast was mostly funny and lighthearted, so Hong Sheng personally took part in it. As soon as he sat down, there was movement in the camera again. Two handsome men who had just finished grooming walked out from the left side of the screen. In an instant, the entire live broadcast screen was filled with crazy screams. You Mian was wearing a white haute couture suit with an iris pinned to her chest. Her chestnut brown curly hair was deliberately curled, and her cold white skin made the entire picture brighten up as if it were lit. A pair of amber eyes smiled at the camera, the sunlight revealed a little green in them, the sea breeze lifted his hair, his long eyelashes fluttered, and he looked full of energy and vigor. Ah, white, Western, outfit. Wow, why do I feel like my Mianbao has lost weight? I've become thinner and taller, and I feel like I've become much more mature than when I was recording the show. I like it so much. The thing pinned on Mianbao's chest is an iris. Pei Yg, who was walking one step behind You Mian, also sat in the picture. The man's aura was still oppressive, his cold jaw was at a sharp angle, and his dark eyes were chilling when they were not smiling. His aura was so strong that people would not dare to look up again after just one glance. But when Pei Yg turned his head to look at You Mian, all his tyranny was smoothed away, and only a gentle smile remained in his eyes. Boss Pei is awesome, as biased as ever. Ha 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 ha, President Pei is so handsome too. Pei Yg combed his black hair to his forehead, revealing his smooth forehead and sharp eyebrows. He looked more dignified than usual. The high-end black suit made his straight shoulders and back stand out even more. People felt that he was worthy of being the leader of JL. On her chest was a lily of the valley. Ah, is this the return of matching heartbeat? I am satisfied. Apart from anything else, didn't everyone see something from the suits these two were wearing? You Mian and Pei Yg sat together. Both of them sat very straight and did not deliberately make any intimate gestures. They did not even look at each other. But the sense of tacit understanding and fit that is embedded in each other's lives still comes across. What's more, the live broadcast camera zoomed in for several seconds on the pair of gold rings that the two people wore openly on their fingers, casually posing as an engaged couple. One white and one black, the colors and matching of these suits remind me of a wedding scene. Director Hong chose a great location. Wedding scene. I'm here to give money as gift. Damn, have the cotton workers finally waited for the day to receive their share of the money. My CP is really awesome. Although the deserted island is uninhabited, the surrounding scenery is truly beautiful, with crisp, tender green grass growing wildly, seagulls flying over the wide sea in front, and waves beating on the beach. Everything is comfortable and beautiful. Hong Sheng seized the opportunity and spoke. Welcome to You Mian and President Pei for taking the trouble to come to the pre-live recording of Lonely Island Adventure. You Mian smiled gently, causing the barrage of comments to go crazy again. Hong Sheng nodded at the comments and said with a smile, although it's a live broadcast, the sessions aren't particularly formal. Everyone can relax and treat it as a long-lost chat and tea party. Wow, thanks to my brother Mian and Mr. Pei for taking the trouble to bring us a CP carnival feast. I eat. Hong Sheng flipped his hand and got the card. There are quite a lot of questions today. I can tell from the hundreds of questions that fans are looking forward to it, haha. Hong Sheng said with a smile, but due to the length of today's show, we will just answer some of them. As soon as Hong Sheng finished speaking, he turned his head unexpectedly to look at You Mian and Pei Yg, and laughed heartily, and asked, "Excuse me, if the two of you are about to participate in our Lonely Island Adventure program together, and are required to leave only one thing, what would you choose to leave behind?" Although it was not formal, the countdown sound was still heard at the scene after Hong Sheng asked. In the picture, You Mian leaned closer to Pei Yg, and the two of them discussed in a low voice. Ah, my heart that loves this couple is beating again. The real couple is Dio. You Mian looked at Pei Yg with a smile and asked in a low voice, what do you want to choose? A lighter. Heating on an isolated island should be more important. Across the table, Pei Weiji gently pinched You Mian's fingers, with tenderness in his eyes too obvious. Okay, choose the lighter. Seeing this, You Mian smiled and raised his hand, saying, let's choose the lighter. Ah, it's so cute to raise your hand and answer. Mian Bao. Hong Sheng waved his hand and said, why did you choose a lighter? Are you afraid that the temperature will drop suddenly at night and you won't be able to keep warm? You Mian and Pei Weiji looked at each other again, and nodded amid the screams of the barrage. Yes, it is more important to maintain body temperature. Hong Sheng smiled and turned the question over, then asked the second one, then for couples like us in Lonely Island Adventure. Hong Sheng paused for a few seconds and then spoke again. What do you think of husband and wife programs? What do you think will be the attraction? Director Hong is so bad, ha ha ha. It's husband and wife. Husband and wife are so cool. You Mian still looked at Pei Weiji before answering the question. Looking at each other for the 25th time. Ding. The counter appears, haha. You Mian thought for a few seconds and replied, an adventure show like this that requires everyone to be on camera 24/7 should pay more attention to the tacit understanding between a couple and their daily interactions. This can't be faked, You Mian said as he nodded. Pei Weiji also turned his head to look at him with gentle eyes. There is really no way to pretend. Mr. Pei's eyes are glued to me, Mian. Mr. Pei, can you please face the camera? Ha 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 ha. It seems that Mr. Pei is not here to participate in the live broadcast. He is sitting with his family. Mr. Pei was looking at Mian while answering questions just like us. Please take your role as a guest seriously, ha 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 ha. While Hong Sheng was looking at the question card, he was also paying attention to the barrage. Not knowing what funny content he saw, he looked at Pei Weiji with a smile and said, Boss Pei, would you like to say something too? You Mian turned around and looked at him. Pei Weiji had changed from pinching You Mian's fingers to rubbing You Mian's entire palm across the table, almost holding hands. Pei Weiji came back to his senses and looked at Hong Sheng, his eyes full of doubt. Boss Pei is really obsessed with Mian, ha ha ha. Director Hong, a sweet and cute couple. Ah, I'm dying of it. Seeing this, Hong Sheng immediately raised a new question, excuse me, were your suits matched by the costume teachers, or did you choose them yourselves? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that the suits the two men are wearing are high-end custom-made. If it was prepared by the costume team alone, it would be impossible for them to come up with such material. So the next second, Pei Weiji decisively admitted, it's mine. Hong Sheng guided him with a smile and asked, did you choose the color on purpose? You Mian couldn't help but smile, and laughed as if he had been tricked. Only Pei Weiji said seriously, it was specially chosen. Don't you think this is more in line with the relationship between me and Mian? Ah, real husband. Boss Pei, ha ha ha, why do I feel like this is a straightforward and stubborn person, claiming sovereignty? Hong Sheng was arbitrarily fed with dog food, but looking at the fanatical fans' comments, he couldn't help laughing. The show effect was enough. Hong Sheng then asked a few more questions about the promotion of Lonely Island, and then it was all questions from fans. Will You Mian go out again after returning to China this time? Hong Sheng asked in the tone of a fan. You Mian squinted his eyes and looked at the screen, and replied softly as if to say hello, I will graduate in another year, and then I will live in Huajiang permanently. Woo, this is my problem. Mian, good luck with your studies. As everyone knows, you two are engaged. So when will you get married? Hong Sheng said with a smile. The barrage of comments flew wildly. You Mian and Pei Weiji looked at each other. The hand-holding action became more and more obvious, and fans in the barrage had already noticed it. You two are going to make me sick of you. Holding hands has been discovered, ha 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 ha. Young couples must stick together, they can't not stick together. You Mian's ears were slightly red, and the sea breeze blew from the front, ruffling his hair and revealing his bright eyes. Pei Weiji, who had been smiling silently, took the question and looked at You Mian with burning eyes. He frowned deeply and a soft arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. On a bright spring day. As soon as these words came out, the staff on the scene became excited. Hong Sheng stood up, raised his hand, and asked with a loud laugh, is it sunny enough today? Everyone shouted in unison, enough. That's enough. The barrage also filled the entire screen with the word, congratulations. It would be fine if Mr. Pei didn't say any sweet words, but once he did, it was so romantic. It's a bright and sunny day in spring, right now. Isn't the spring scenery on Sea Breeze Island beautiful enough? Boss pay, charge at me. Cotton workers give their share of money. On the bright and sunny island in spring, the shadows of the trees were swaying, and the sea breeze with a salty and humid scent brushed across Pei Yg and You Mian's foreheads. They smiled at each other amid the shouts and cheers of the crowd. In the magnificent and beautiful scenery where the sea and the sky merge into one, the setting sun casts a brilliant orange light, the sunset glow covers the sky, birds fly through the forest, and a refreshing breeze blows. Pairs of stacked gold rings gleam in the orange sunset. Is it a beautiful spring day today? Pei Yg leaned over and asked You Mian softly, with a serious look in his dark eyes. You Mian did not answer, but kissed Pei Yg lightly on the corner of his lips amid the cheers. Alas! People around were whistling, screaming and cheering. Ah, ah! The kiss ended and their eyes met, their love-filled chests beating at the same rhythm. On the endless blue-white sea, the wind and waves have slowed down, the stars are gradually rising, and the bright moonlight is spreading. The spring is beautiful. The author has something to say. The full text is over. Thank you to all the readers who have been with me along the way. See you in the next book if the opportunity arises.